Yeah. Hello.
E.
How are you all?
I'm glad we all greeted with E.
Yep.
It's necessary.
Let's see. I need to pull up Seb's stream, don't I? Is he on Twitch? Of course he's on Twitch.
Oh yeah, I have to like do all my stuff here.
You know, I hope I'm following him on Twitch. I'd be a terrible cousin if I'm not.
I would kill you.
You would kill me?
Oh!
Yikes.
I don't know where
I'm
that
gonna
The
be his
is.
second
drama! Betrays brother for cousin. That's the tea right there.
Oh yeah. Okay, thumbnail. I need to get one. Come on.
I'm
Would you like a
distracting him
photo
while
of
he's-
my thumbnail?
Your thumbnail? You have a thumbnail? Confusion?
No,
Most
I
people
mean
do.
like
That's stupid.
of my thumb.
EJ. I can't believe EJ is watching
My
my, stream.
actual
Oh my
thumbnail.
Goodness gracious. Hello.
And beep boop. I don't like that I have to do all this after the stream starts.
I am.
Oh, that's
doing
weird.
things.
I know, this is weird.
That is very weird.
Please stop! Someone's messaging me. How dare?
Is it me?
No.
Oh,
I am famous.
because I was
you're
messaging
wait,
you.
wait, what?
You in fact were.
Very
We
much
are
so.
all watched.
I was
Wait,
responding
hold on.
to you from
So
earlier.
you're
I just
live.
was working. So I can...
Right now?
Oh no, I don't want to hear myself. Ah.
Oh!
Okay, I'm trying to get the link to share in my Discord. This is a
Huh.
multi-step process.
Hello
Okay.
everyone, how are you, Coyote Glitch? How
Live
are
section?
you? Whoa, Impala Brawla? I don't even know
That's
how to...
kinda weird.
That's a really cool
That's a new name.
hmm So we're watching my cousin's stream right now for some reason. McKay said he was a traitor for
laddie,
starting
what are
to
you
stream
doing?
at the same
Playing Sea of
time.
Thieves? I am much confusion.
That's okay, we're cooler.
Hello
You're
Isabella
so cool.
Vlogs. How are you all? Wow, murder
And
caught in
that's
4K.
not mean. That's not mean because I am in a rivalry
Okay.
with Seb, so that's actually
That's
a
nice.
thing. We'll just be mean to each other.
Did you want to, like, do
I
So,
something?
EA, how is your
just-
conversation with the
Or-
brownie?
Is-
here, I'll
I
add
don't
Seb
know,
to the call
I'm
real
like,
quick.
I'm very,
Okay.
confused by the situation that is currently taking place.
Seb's confused and trying to do geometry desk at the same time.
Well, it's good to see
Which
you
you
in my
cannot
chat.
really do.
I don't know, I'm very confused
What a little
right
As
now.
someone-
game addict.
I mean, I'm not confused, I
Who
understand
used
what's
to play
happening.
that
but-
game. Like, ages ago.
Come on, Zeb.
Sub.
But,
You hate me?
yes.
You are
Added
not
you
the
to
bro!
call, Okay,
He probably was
Hold up.
not paying attention to Discord.
wait, let me... fix things.
SMH.
Anyway,
Seb
so my
is
conversation
not
with
the bro.
Bronwyn was good. She's
Yeah, that would be
doing really well. God's
very
doing awesome things in her
interesting.
life, which is really cool.
Indeed,
She also
indeed.
was saying that people are praying for her, and then suddenly all this good stuff is happening. So that was
What
really
was that?
exciting to hear.
Hello?
Oh no!
Hello.
Oh no!
Oh no.
I'm hearing my voice repeatedly. Oh, because I had your stream
is
pulled up.
my...
That was my
Oh,
bad.
am I... Oh, okay.
I muted
yeah,
your stream.
okay,
It's fine.
gotcha.
We're good. No more infinite loop. Anyway, hello Seb, welcome. I just was having
Hi.
trouble slipping a word in edgewise because she talks a lot. So I was like, hey, I need to go. Hey, I need to say something that I would like to leave now. Okay, it's been 10 minutes, but it's okay. You know, still good to talk to her.
Rip.
Yeah, how's everyone doing? And sorry to bother you, Seb. I apologize.
Yeah,
for
no, I'm not bothering you at all, actually.
Cool.
How is
But,
your square game?
it's just
It just
Just
looks like
great.
squares. It looks like scissors and rockets and cool frogs. Is that a lizard? What is that?
that my little character.
Yeah,
I think that's a frog, or a lizard.
I love it.
Or a
Very
lizard.
thematic.
I don't know what it is. It's just an icon.
It's either
It
an
doesn't really have a
amphibian or a
name.
reptile.
Hmm.
Oh, I got into an argument with someone about whether turtles are amphibians or reptiles recently.
That's a classic.
Turns out they're not amphibians.
Oh, were you on
And
the wrong
apparently they do
side?
have scales somehow.
Yeah. Turtles are reptiles.
I thought that they didn't have
Hello.
scales. I thought their skin was just like scale looking, you know?
I mean, I don't think it is scaly necessarily.
Oh,
But
apparently they are
there's some-
scales.
sure, okay, if you say so. I'm
I
not
mean, I
gonna
lost
argue
the
with it.
argument, and I thought they were amphibians, so,
Huh, really?
Turtles are built different.
They are, literally. They have a house on their back. Hello, Lily. How are you? I'm having a nice
House on
evening. I
their
hope you are
back.
as well. I'm sorry, I'm butchering
Also,
all these
Michaela,
names.
it's been a while since I saw you last.
Yeah, it's been so long.
Yep, it's been so long.
It's been a whole, like, 24 hours.
I was gonna
Mhm.
say. I'm like, am I remembering this correctly?
Whoa! Swagger turns 17 tomorrow. Congrats. Good for you, my
Whoa!
dude. Happy
You
early
can be
birthday.
17.
Hey! Iconic.
Oh, Stella says,
The
I have
Heathers?
something to send you guys again about y'all's dragons. I'm beyond excited. I need to find
boy.
my things. I can use this now. I'm such a genius. You know, imagine logging into your email on your phone so you don't have to pull out your laptop every time.
Wow.
Oh.
Pretty brain of you.
I am so ready to receive more art. It is going to make me very happy. It already makes me happy that I am being thought of, even though I haven't seen it yet. Ah yes, Grandpa sent a corrupted image that I cannot yet view. I will have to help him out with that later. Can I mark this as red? How does
Man, I
red
always
work?
have such long conversations with Grandpa about why I'm not in a relationship because he just cannot understand why that's the case. And I'm like, dude, I
There's
just
no
can't
one
meet people.
around?
That's the thing.
Well, for some of us, it's kind of hard, Grandpa.
The amount of times my grandma's like, we should go to like the mall and look for guys, and I'm like, ha 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 ha.
Not how that
No.
works.
Yeah, it is
He's
very
funny.
difficult to find people to socialize with these
And then
days.
he always, like, 100 times in the conversation, he will repeat, like, oh, well, if I was your age, you're the exact kind of girl I would go for. So he keeps saying, like, he wants to date me, even though he's an 88-year-old man. So.
Interesting. I
I
guess
get
I
what
would
he's
just
saying,
take
he's
that as a
just funny.
compliment and move
Yeah.
on. Oh, Grandpa.
He's funny.
He is.
Like, thanks, I guess.
Thank you. I'm glad that an 88-year-old man would want to date me. Cool.
Oh boy.
No.
No?
Your
No
mom.
us? No us alone?
Noah.
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 Hey sis,
Yes,
should we read one of your stories first before we...
if you want to.
I mean...
Are we going to
should
just like hijack Seb's stream and read on his stream?
Absolutely.
No, it's fine. It's fine. This is-
we are... He's
I'm
providing us the
literally-
Subway
usually-
Surfer gameplay in the background to entertain
yeah,
the
no,
ADHD
Seb-
people, and we
Seb
are
is the,
providing the intellectual
Seb
Wait,
is
are
stimulus.
you?
the-
Do you have my stream pulled
Yes.
up on stream?
Yes, we're watching your stream on our stream.
That's crazy.
It's
You guys
plagiarism.
can make the Family Guy jokes. I'll make the Subway Surfer content.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
We
That's
just
what
need
I was
like
saying.
a little like cat gif in the corner, and then play some emo music. We're good.
Usually my stream is like there's long points of times where I just don't know what to talk about, so I'm totally fine with this arrangement. Just an FYI.
Yeah, I
Okay.
do the exact
Sure.
same thing when I'm streaming alone. I don't know what to talk about, so yeah, I feel the same way.
I mean, usually when there's chat, it's fine, but sometimes it's not. So it's fine.
Sorry.
Noah.
Stop knowing my us. I accidentally had scrolled through the chat, so I was like not receiving new messages as they came in.
Illegal.
Isabel is very happy that we are streaming, and they want me to view a message that I was sent on stream, but I don't. I'm scared. I gotta pull it off the thing first. They say, give me a shout out. Hello, stream. Hacks, cheating. I gotta be careful what I show on stream. Never know what's gonna pop up. Don't want to expose people's privacy or whatever. Romance is overrated. I'm gonna date a palm tree.
Oh.
I mean, that's up to you. I can't argue with that.
Oh no.
Palm trees are good.
I haven't found any more suitable partners at this point, so you know I can't argue. Coyote says I'm lonely in this chat room. Oh, I'm sorry, Coyote Glitch. My channel is usually pretty dead. Hello, my name is Chelsea. What's your favorite dinner food? Spaghetti or pizza, probably. Something like that.
How about
Lasagna.
spaghetti?
Italian food.
Exactly. All Italian food is best. My
I
church
like
friend came home from
pasta.
college, and my mom asked me if I
Ooh,
thought he
yummy.
was handsome. I had to explain to her that's illegal since he's 20 and I'm 16. I feel your pain. Oof.
Well, I mean, if you're the younger one, it's not really weird. It's just weird if you're the older one.
True. No, it's like ridicule if you're the younger one, then you're the victim. But if you're the older one, then you're the crime doer.
So unfortunate.
There's a bot in my chat. How dare it?
Bot. Do I have
Get
it!
mod to get rid of it? I don't appear to. Wrench me, Seb.
Wait, I will. My computer is
want to.
suffering.
It's not like I'm ever here.
Yeah, because it looks old as heck. You sent me a picture of it, and I was like, man, that's chonky.
My computer?
Yeah. Yum.
Yeah, I mean,
Hold on.
I think MacBook Airs still look the same right now, don't they?
I don't know what Macs look like. I imagine using a Mac.
Imagine, knowing the difference between things and not just going with what you've used your entire life. Okay, what is happening right now? I'm on set. Okay, why is it hiding the chat from me? Okay.
If I try and open chat, I am going to go robot.
Whoa.
Maybe.
You're going to
What the frick
to
is
the highest degree
happening?
imaginable.
Exactly.
What did you think I sent you? A picture of a dying Seb? I didn't know, man. I was just like, I've received a message. I don't know what it is. I shouldn't check it on stream. I don't know what the contents may be. So I was like, I'd rather just ignore it until the end of the stream. Cell says also, is it
performed my
okay if I
rank
send
duties.
y'all another dragon? I want help naming her. Yeah, sure. Send us whatever.
Darg.
Did you send me the thing from earlier? I checked earlier, but
Durgan.
then I did not check after that.
That was funny.
Durgan? I see nothing. My email is empty. It says,
My
there's
email
nothing.
Like your
is
brain?
empty.
Maybe it got sent as
Oh,
spam. I
got
don't know.
him.
I swear in mice. Wait. I'm nice.
What?
That's what my
In
brain...
mice.
Maybe I do have a looks like this. Looks...
That was a me typo.
Maybe I do have a discus in my ear.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Wait, Michaela's wrenched, but I'm not?
I'm just better than you.
I'm not even...
Oh!
I'm still not wrenched. Look at me. Look at me not being wrenched. Look at my lack of sword.
The absolute shame.
The audacity. It's fine. I didn't want to be modded
Yeah,
anyway.
what's happening right now is that you guys are echoing through my mics. I'm trying to fix that because my mic's been broken.
Oh, do you have headphones?
No echoes. Oh, I think I fixed it. Let's go. Thank you, Asian midget.
Yay.
Woo! Nice.
Yeah, headset mics do that.
Yeah, I don't know. Mine just broke out of nowhere.
Oof.
I stepped on the cord and it broke, so that was fun.
Oh, I thought maybe it's 'cause
What do you mean
screamed
out
it
of
too
nowhere?
much.
Well, I stepped on the cord. Like the cord's long. It's not my fault.
It was just in your way.
My cord's also long. Like, very, very extremely crazily long. Like, I have an entire extra coil attachment that I can add to it to make it really, 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 really long. I could circle my whole house if I wanted to.
Whoa! That is a
Whoa.
long boy. That is a noodle.
Noodle.
A moldy one.
So, McKay,
No, just a noodle.
What?
if we were to read one of your stories and expose your, creativity as well as mine, which one should we read? Do you have one in mind?
Which one would you like to read?
Well, I've only seen one at this point, and I only have one option, so I would suggest that one, but if you have another one, then we could do that.
We can do that one. I don't care. It's fine.
Okay. Boop. Boop.
This is The one that Silver's probably read like the first part because this was back like a million years ago when we were like using that writing server kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Boop.
Coyote, I do not consent to you having all my food or my soul. That's not like in jurisdiction. I'm sorry. Whoa, congrats! All the people are aging. Imagine time moving forward.
Wait,
That's crazy.
I have to like actually pull this up, don't I? I don't know what I'm doing.
Imagine
I'm so
being
tired.
younger than 20 years. Imagine.
Isn't me.
Could it be me?
Not anymore. It feels
Not
like I stopped
anymore.
aging at 19. Whenever I like try to
Yeah.
think
I
of
know,
my
right?
age, I'm like, I can't remember. How long has it been since that was true? Time is an illusion at this point.
Okay, my chat is asking what the context behind your conversation is, and I literally can't answer.
I don't know what the context is.
What
Why
were
did
we
they
talking
say
about? I
that's a
already forgot.
long boy?
I do not
Oh,
know.
the microphone cord.
Oh.
Long noodle boy.
Oh, my cord.
I'm gonna be an adult next
Julia.
year. Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, fair enough.
I'm gonna be 20 in a few months, which is why for
imagine.
what purpose?
For what purpose?
What a purpose? Why do I age?
Might I request that
Whoa.
time cease?
What are we woeing?
Seb is the small.
I am small.
Yes.
Why is he the small? What do you mean
Because
this-
he is
Well,
less than 20.
Oh.
Oh,
There is so much echoing happening.
Oh no.
There does appear to be a little
wait,
bit
for
of that.
me?
I don't know.
I think so.
For me? I
is
do not
Echo?
know.
Who are Echo?
Everyone
Why
scream.
are Echo? Ah!
Because I know it's not me. Yeah,
It-
Seb.
Probably me. Yeah, it is probably me.
Uh-oh.
Again,
don't
mic
hear
not
anything
work.
wrong.
Very sad.
It's a headset mic issue.
Swagger thought
And
Seb
it's
was
annoying.
a woman. Wait, what?
Actually, I do have a way to fix that. Hold on. There's a
Uh-huh.
reason why I suddenly developed an alt overnight.
Ah.
Because that helps with my echo if I use a different thing.
Interesting.
I see.
But then we're gonna have to invite the evil profile picture version of me.
I love it. Just adding.
There we go.
Never heard of this alter ego version of you. He's invited. Orange onion. Beautiful. I love it.
Hello, terrifying
Hello,
face.
Hi.
Seb, part 2,
Hello.
but much quieter.
Hello, Seb's demon era.
My demon era, yeah.
Oh, I gotta balance everybody's audio.
Yep, same.
I know, right?
It's a
McKay
mess.
is nearly all the way up. EJ
I know,
is
I'm
also.
quiet.
Well.
But-
Beautiful. Well.
Amazing.
You have record dinner. Nice. I'm glad you have record dinner.
Record.
Yep.
Record.
It's like acquired, but like all the words are wrong. All the spelling is different.
It's like you.
So McKay, would you like to give us some context about the story that we will read
Oh,
as a
I'm kinda
prequel
scared,
to
okay.
the continuing of what we were doing for the past like 5 streams?
Okay, wait, I should put the link in the chat. Plop.
Link to who? To what? For
Okay.
what? How is...
For Silver
I am
cite
familiar.
if she wants to cite.
Gotcha.
So this is a story, or it was gonna be a short story
Your
of like
story.
5 parts. And I started writing it like probably almost a year ago, and then I never finished it. I got 3 out of, well, no, like 2.5 out of 5 parts written. And it was like based in the Ruby universe because I needed a place to put it, and that was literally the only reason. Like it really doesn't have anything to do with Ruby at all, but I just put it there because I felt like it. The main character's like 11, I think.
The main character that we were reading about? Whoa.
The little girl.
Sorry.
Whoa. I had no idea.
You didn't know she was a child?
No, it didn't
It's-
specify.
Yes, it did, because it said that
Okay,
the
maybe I
teenage
wasn't
boy,
paying
it says he
attention.
looked like 5 years older than her. It says that
Oh.
somewhere, I promise.
Okay, well maybe I registered that part, but I didn't register her age. I
Okay,
just
she's a child.
well, okay.
Are you okay?
I didn't go and do math. There was like, oh, there's a boy who's older than her, and I was like, okay, cool. There's a boy that's
That's
older
not
than her. I
math!
didn't go, So if he's like a teenager, that mean that she's 5 years. I didn't go and do all the calculus associated with
You're
that.
supposed to.
Why am I supposed to? I didn't freaking care.
Because where else am I gonna say, oh, she happens to be a child?
Okay.
She's not super EJ. She just feeds you everything.
Okay, fair enough, but at the same
Hello,
time,
Jenna.
I was busy doing other things while I was, paying attention to it, so I
How
may
How
have
are
missed
you
some
reading
details.
and doing other things?
Because I am
freaking Wazando.
special. Wazando, the most impressive person who fails miserably at
Ooh, anonymous
task
raccoon is on my
comprehension.
document. Hello.
Gasps.
And anonymous Wolverine. Wow.
Are we all in edit mode? Because you might want to lock it down so only reading
I
permission
don't
is
think we're in
available.
edit. Are we? I thought
Uh,
it was just.
I appear
I
to be able
cannot
to
edit.
edit. So you may want to be careful with the permissions because I didn't realize, but
If
I
there's
may
anyone
be
who link
sharing.
can comment.
Well, why can't I speak?
Okay, fine. I'll change
You're
it to freaking
commenting.
viewer.
Oh, I am
Frick,
commenting.
frick,
Okay, fine.
You're suggesting
I am suggesting that you add many Ds.
Okay, I think I just revoked access before you said that. Add. Okay, I will add. No, I won't. Bye-bye.
Nice. Oh no, I'm getting an
just
Amber
graffiti
alert.
all over McKay's
Oh no,
stuff.
I'm going to be frozen forever in Amber. Sorry.
Oh no! Not
You
the
know when
ember.
you just like freeze and then wait for the amber to completely cover you while you're trying to look for kids but you can't see them because you can only see when they're moving.
Oh my god!
Oh no, my access has expired.
What? What the frick is happening?
Okay, I can see it now. I've reloaded.
Okay.
Anyway,
Yeah, probably just updated.
so this is a
Oh,
story
now I
McKay
haven't
made
expired.
based on the
Just
Ruby
reload
universe.
and hope it works.
Yay!
And we'll just kind of do this as a warm-up before we get back to the Malthusian
Yeah,
Saphira story.
so yeah, this
While
is a
people
story
still
that
get
I
in,
wrote in case you guys are new. I haven't read this in a long time.
Cringe time, maybe, possibly, not really, but you know.
Yee.
It's from like a year ago, so it's not.
I don't think it's bad. I think it's just unedited. Yeah, it's definitely not
so
edited,
sorry,
guys, so don't
Seb.
judge me.
Seb's changing
What
his
did Seb
stream
say?
title to
Yeah,
from
I wouldn't say this is cringe McKay era, but it's like post cringe McKay era. Like,
What?
Does that make sense?
No. Wait, what?
My stream
It's
title
like
for a
the
different reason as
epilogue.
well.
It's like the
I'm so
epilogue.
confused.
I
You
love the
you
chaos.
underwent character development,
I'm
and
living
then-
to the mayhem.
and then you wrote this story. that's
Okay,
that's what I mean.
So you're saying
I don't know.
it's post cringe. I'm confused.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
It's like the eras, post-impressionism, cubism, all these different isms.
Seb's in cubism right now.
Oh no!
Oh.
Hate raw
I
fish.
actually am also in cubism. If you look at my thing,
Your thing?
Your
I am
profile?
in cubism.
You look like glasses wearer to me. Did Seb just die?
A new plan.
I'm
I'm
in
just gonna push this
cubism.
rock.
Oh, that works.
Okay. Well, now I can turn people back up.
Doing me a
Cubism.
belch. Oh, I see.
Oh, cubism. Got it.
Yes, cubism. Very quite. Very
Cubism.
quite.
Very quite.
Hey guys, one of my
Hey.
chat members, he has this list of levels that he tells people to pick
Mhm.
a level for him, right?
Wowzers.
And
Holy.
usually it's people who don't play GB because he just wants them to pick like from the name. So if you guys want to pick one of the levels for him,
Ooh.
that's something
Okay.
he does.
Well.
Should I send you the
Interesting.
list?
Sure.
I pick
Or I
your
can-
mom.
That's not one of the levels.
Your
Darn
mom.
it. It should be.
¿Dónde está la list?
There's a bee
Your
in my
mom.
house.
I'm
There's a
grabbing
A
it.
bee is in your house.
Mhm.
Wait, are you serious? There's actually a
Bee.
bee?
I mean, in Minecraft.
Mm.
I wrote a story about that when I was like 8. I can't believe I future.
That's exactly what
Can
we're
I like?
doing.
There's like a.
fish.
This is like 6. This is like 60 lines. Can I put
Oh, no.
in the Discord or
Do it. You won't.
like in the chat?
Do
I
it.
won't.
Do it.
I will.
You
Do
won't.
it, you won't. Coward.
I did.
Oh no, he
Whoa.
did it! My power is broken!
Oh boy.
Oh!
that's
Tax
so many.
evasion! Yes!
I like
Oh my.
You
problematic.
guys can choose within
We
yourselves.
can have the chat also choose. You know,
Wow.
Wowzers holy.
Wowzers holy.
Wowzers holy. He says have them vote because he needs one, right? He can't have more than one, otherwise.
I absolutely vote for tax evasion. That's the first
Wait,
one I
there's actually
saw.
one called tax
Yes.
evasion?
Yeah, there is.
It's
I
right next to
love it.
Owo, Uwu, Iwi, Rar.
That's a good level. by the way.
I enjoy Wowzers holy.
Wowzers
Or
holy.
Air
Wowzers Holy is like a famous level because Michaela saw me beat it on stream and the entire chat was spamming that name. Wowzers
Well,
Oh, I
Holy.
remember that. I do remember seeing that clip.
That's the only reason I know about it.
Air supply.
Gotta go fast.
Kind of scares me.
One of my favorites, If Among Us was level 2.
I don't know what that means. I saw that one.
Interesting. We are the child, I guess. Yeah, we decided that not enough people were staying invested and interested in the story, so we're deciding to give some visual content in the background, keep everyone invested.
The stimulus.
Also, McKay,
Yeah?
the level Hot Wheelers was made by a guy, and his name in the game is Mike Wheeler fan.
Funny.
It's very funny.
Well, I like tax evasion personally.
too.
Yes, join me on the criminal side.
So is tax
I will
evasion
join
your answer?
tax evasion.
Hello,
I like
Stella.
That is a good one.
I'm sorry if I've missed your messages or something. I will check my email. Ah, there's an email. I will
Ah!
take the images
Panic!
and forward
Panic!
them
Why
to
are we
myself.
screaming?
What the frick?
Why are we yelling?
What the heck? What is going on? Dear Park ISD confidentiality notice. This email/facsimile message, including all text and accompanying documents, is for the sole use of the intended recipients and may contain confidential student and/or employee information. Unauthorized use and is. This is on the email from the fan art. I will be sure not to
Okay.
illegally distribute this. And do I have permission to share this on stream, or will I be copyright stricken and murdered?
Oh, that's cute.
taken
might
out back
die.
and shot. It's actually printed after the sent from like Outlook for Android thing, so I don't know why Deer Park, the water company, is trying to like add things onto your email, but I'm very entertained by this. Okay, I haven't actually seen the images, I'm just downloading them, and then I will forward them to my Ghost Moon. Oh wait, I can put
Ghost
it in the
Moon.
chat. That chat is
Ghost
probably
Moon.
better, so that everyone can see it at once. Let's
Also,
see.
the reason why he was asking
Salt.
for a level is because he died at like the last click on one of the levels
Oh,
that he was doing, so he
no.
just gave up.
Oh, that's so sad.
It's very sad.
I'm so sorry.
It's
Poor
always
midget.
terrible when you get like so close to victory and then you spend like 3 hours trying to get back to that same point because you're angry that you
Mhm.
failed at the last second, and you just want to
He
like.
says
You
two
with the password
times.
game?
That's a yikes.
Mm.
When you die in Minecraft.
If you die in the game, you die in
When
your life.
Paul is slain.
Paul, no! Oh, so angry.
When- Paul, yeah.
It's not a water company. Oh no, okay. I apologize. Deer Park, the water company, is the only Deer Park I know of, so that's what I was.
I think you're a water company.
It could be. I mean,
Your mom is a water company.
there are jokes to be made that I don't know should be made.
There are jokes to be made. I just want you to know, by the way, that I can make a joke.
Jokes.
There are makes.
Shush.
There are many jokes.
My brain is overstimulated. There's too much geometry dash. Boom. That was a creepy scorpion caterpillar thing that you are.
What?
Seb has.
Never makes jokes.
He gives me fright. There
Wait,
are.
caterpillar thing?
Yeah.
This is a scorpion, and it's really cool.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult your scorpion robot. It reminds me of like something that was in an educational PC game from like the 90s that I used to play. It was
That's
very
very
weird.
specific.
Yes, I have a very specific and odd childhood. Okay, leave me alone. I am trying to upload those things, but for some reason it's the Deer Park. It's throttling my connection.
Oh no.
They are sending.
Curse
It'll
you,
come through
deer
eventually.
parks!
There can be 2 Deer Parks. You're right. You're right. Yeah, there's plenty of things. It's a district. Oh, interesting. Cool. It's where I live. Okay, fancy. Interesting. I'm not sure why they decided to watermark your email. I just found it funny because I was like, whoa. Oh.
Laughing.
Isabella says, I can't get over how freaking cute Silver is!
Oh my. Oh my.
Get over it!
She's got a good voice.
I am joking.
One of them is a video, sorry. Oh, yeah, I noticed that, and I wasn't sure if that was on purpose, so I just sent that too. That's probably why it's taking so long.
San Francisco.
Maybe I just have really bad connection right now. I'm not really sure.
It's probably because you're trying to watch a stream at the same time as streaming.
Yeah, that's true. I'm streaming the stream that I'm watching as I stream.
Oh my gosh.
This is a
That's
waste of
why
internet.
I don't have stream open right now, because I will lag the voice call if I attempt to do that, so...
Fair enough. But the
Hey, are you being Fjord Olsen?
stimulation- I am! You're right! I forgot! I fixed my my Fjord Olsen glasses. For the longest
Look at
time,
these-
the right ear support thing has been snapped in half, but I finally took a little screwdriver and was like,
What was the name of, like, the non-glasses Fjord Olsen that we came up with? I can't remember.
what is a no-
We
that's
had, like,
just
a-
me. Non-glasses
Oh,
Fjord Olsen is
no,
just
but, like,
me.
But, like, we
With
had,
the-
like, a broken glasses version of Fjord
There was
Olsen.
the clear. There was a clear glasses one who is Shabilna Catastrophe.
They
Ah,
sent!
yes.
They sent!
I see
Whoa,
them.
it's a
Cute.
speed art! Whoa, that's so cool!
I like speed art.
That's very cool! Very
I'm
cute!
watching the speedy.
I want
Whoa.
to squish the dragons.
Whoa!
Squish, squish.
Whoa!
They're so
Sorry.
cute. I
That's
like
really
the color
cool.
schemes.
Thank you so much, Stella. That's so fantastic. I like it too. I look like a Charizard.
Dragons!
You do look like a Charizard. Hehe. I just look purple and cool. I'm Yasuka colored.
Did you say that you wanted someone to help name you? Help
Well, the
with
purple
naming,
one's Yasuka
naming
now.
the white and black
Yeah,
one? I really
please
like the
name
color.
the purple one
It looks
Yasuka.
so icy and rainy and cool. They should probably have a name like relating to storms or like weather or something, right?
We're just not paying attention over
Yeah,
here.
they do not care.
No, we did care. We named it
Oh,
Yasuka.
okay. Can name it Umbrella. I'm kidding.
What?
Because of the flappies. I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
So if Jessica is Yasuka, does
No,
that
I
make
love it.
Trish
I love them
trash?
all. Wait, what? No.
Oh, you're right.
Jessica and trash.
Jessica and Trashica? I hate this.
No, not trash. Oh no, that's the next
It
evolution
was
of her
based
name.
on the rain. That's so cool.
That's their
It-
ship
the theming comes through. I like it.
Trashika.
This is what happens if you add too many people into a call. Just all sense goes out the window. I'm sorry, Seb. You haven't even got a chance to speak to your stream in ages.
What? I have been talking to my stream. I have.
Oh, okay.
I have
He
what's it
just
called
mutes
on.
us.
Yeah, he just tweets
No,
us.
no, I don't. I don't. I have the push to talk. I push to talk on. So I've been talking to them, but yes, they have been hearing you guys be little waffles in the background.
I
I'm a
love being a waffle. Okay. Have I watched Jessica Jones? No, I have not. I watched like
I have like
one
twice
episode,
already.
and I wasn't
I've seen
all that
like
interested.
7 episodes. I can't remember where we left off.
What is Jessica
Yeah, we
Jones?
left-
It's a Marvel show, but it's not like
It's a
it's
Marvel
like
show
in
back when they were good.
association with Marvel, so that was like on ABC or something. I don't remember.
No, It was on
It's
Netflix.
TV
Well,
Marvel.
it got
Did
put on
did
Netflix,
it
but
air on
first,
something?
yeah, it aired on something first, and
Okay.
then it got
Yeah,
whatever.
I
Or
think
forgot
so.
that TV existed back in the day.
'Cause I think Daredevil was also on TV for
Yeah.
something. So it
Anyway,
was like
back
the
in the
same.
day, it was coming out, and now it is places on Disney Plus, I guess.
It's on Disney Plus.
But
Yes.
it is an R-rated show or something. What
It's
rating?
TV
is it?
mature.
Whatever
TV
it is,
mature.
something like
It's
that.
kind of the same
So
thing, but
just be warned that it might not be appropriate for all audiences.
There's like blood, but
She's blind.
It's like-
Oh, poor dragon.
no, there's like blood, but it's like gory, but only like once, and then not for a while. If that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Daredevil's more gory and Jessica Jones is more sexual.
Whoa.
Sexual.
It's like in Breaking Bad, they had nudity in the first episode and none of the other episodes in the entire series. It was
That's
so
It's like
True.
Family
strange.
Guy.
Hmm.
Family Guy is always warning nudity, and then there's no nudity ever.
Maybe like they want
just-
people to get excited by the
Yeah,
pilot,
to
and
get
that's why they do that. Because I heard that's a
Hmm.
thing,
Wow.
which is weird.
Interesting.
DJ tell Silver I love her and said thank you for introducing me to Ruby. Okay, so
You're welcome, and thank you.
to give an idea for your dragon name, I like the theming with the rain, and I like the idea of having the character be blind. That's really interesting. What if a cloud-based name, because cloudy eyes, cloudy,
Ooh,
rain
that's
theme?
lame.
What if like Cirrus or Ceres, something like cirrus clouds, or cumulonimbus, or I don't know, stratus, or
Nimbus!
something, one of those
Nimbus.
cloudy names. There's all kind of like scientific names for the different types of clouds. Maybe one of those would give you inspiration for a good name that you like. So yeah, I would say look up names for clouds, and maybe something would jump out at you. Misty, that works if you like it. Or Foggy. Well, Foggy.
Foggy, my boy.
Foggy. Foggy.
I love Foggy.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna be the best avocados in the city.
Yep. I love it. Thank you so much again for sending these dragon pictures. I love them all. They're very cool. I feel special. Yours look like you're like a psychic type Pokemon or something, just kind of
I
hovering there,
do.
ready to like cast a
And I
spell
look
or
into
something.
your soul.
And I look like I have had a very good hamburger that I am happy with myself.
You've had. Wait, are you the orange one?
Yeah.
You've had a very delicious Thanksgiving dinner.
Or I'm about to breathe fire. One of the two. Something's about to
Or
come up,
breathe
or
fire.
something's going down. You're not sure.
True, yeah.
Oh boy.
There is a very intense gaseous bubble.
Or maybe
You're
that's
about
just
to
the
burn.
anatomy of the dragon we were talking about.
Hmm?
Dragon anatomy from last stream.
I have no memory of this. What are you speaking of?
We were talking about dragon boobs.
Was
And
that
then-
last
and
stream?
then-
Yes, I think.
And then I joined, and then I was very confused.
I feel like history is an illusion. My life has been so like go go go, no time to rest. Who needs a Sabbath? Not me. Breaking the
What
fourth
are you, an
commandment
anime character?
for like too long, and I feel like I'm at my breaking point. I don't have a memory of my life anymore, and I'm just like sliding through existence.
I got my paycheck.
Anyway. Wait, so what was the actual joke you made? Is that the joke? The science again?
Yeah, I
because
just said
of my...
maybe it's just the dragon anatomy we were
Oh
talking about from
no,
last stream.
oh no, I see what you're saying now.
I don't know why your dragon has it, mine doesn't.
I just like this. Your dragon has more in the correct spot. Mine is just,
Yours
I'm
got
just-
implants.
I'm just curved. No, leave me alone.
Uh?
Don't make fun of them. They do their best.
Excuse?
What was our problem?
Fish says Ethan's dragon matches Ethan's outfit right now, exactly, with the headphones. You're right. I have the same
That
theme.
was planned.
That's amazing. Yes,
Wow.
I totally.
He predicted
knew.
this.
We
Mine
knew
matches
this-
my bedroom.
Stella and I were planning the whole time.
True. You're right.
Yes.
I got really excited about that. I don't know why. Anyways,
What happened last stream? If you didn't hear it, I will not repeat it.
you had to be there.
Anyway, do you want to read your story,
Go, Mickey, go.
or should
Okay.
I? I guess a
Um,
voice of male should be the first that is read, right?
Yeah, I guess I can. No, actually, a man starts, so you can start.
That's
Yeah.
exactly
So
what I
guys,
was-
Man.
Oh,
This
man!
it was like 20 minutes since I explained this, so this is a short story that I started writing like a year ago, and I never finished it because I just didn't. So, and it's not edited at all, so don't judge me too much. Thank
Rough
you.
draft, rough draft! Can you hear me? The gentle words reverberated in Sky's head like an echo in a vast cave, ricocheting off every corner and filling up every inch of the once silent chamber. She wanted to cringe away, but her body remained still as though movement would only egg the noise on. Sorry, my brain. I'm
Are
like
you okay?
I'm like paraphrasing it for some reason because I can't read properly.
You're like me when I read for 5 seconds on stream and then
Here,
I fail
maybe
immediately.
I'll just make it bigger. I've got plenty of room.
True.
She wanted to cringe away, but her body remained still, as if it thought movement would only egg the noise on. Only when the voice had faded away did the question begin to creep up from the back of her foggy mind. Where was she? Everything was black, save for the slight hue of red that hinted at the presence of soft light behind her eyelids, but they felt too heavy for Sky to lift. Clouds had settled in her mind, softening everything that came through her senses, and she wasn't in a hurry to wave them away. She took in a slow breath, and the scent of something sharp and acidic patiently waited to be identified, but although it seemed familiar, no name came to mind. She exhaled, and the comforting numbness that had kept her blissfully unaware of her situation evaporated as pain exploded through her ribs. She couldn't help but gasp, and she was greeted by the metallic flavor of iron as the last of her senses woke up. Blood.
Imagine having iron.
Iron Man. The unmistakable sense of Iron Man smell.
Oh dear.
I'll let someone else read until I have to be a male voice again.
Oh, okay. Her eyes snapped open, but she instantly closed them again and retreated further back into whatever soft piece of furniture she was lying on as the light stabbed through her skull like 1,000 tiny knives. It pulsated through her head as she wrapped her arms tightly around herself and heard a pitiful whimper escape from somewhere deep inside her. She tried to stave off the panic welling up in her chest, but there was only room enough in her fragile mind for 2 questions. Why did she feel like this, and when would it stop?
Hey, it's okay, the soft yet worried whisper reminded her, though it did little to still her racing heart. I know you're scared, but you're safe now.
She flinched as a hand rested against her shoulder, but to her relief, no pain followed. The touch was gentle, yet unfamiliar, much like the voice that still lingered in her ears. She wanted nothing more than to fall back asleep and melt into oblivion, but fear and confusion forced her eyes open once again. She blinked and squinted to get used to the soft light coming from a lamp on the side of the couch she was lying on, and her head throbbed with a dull ache as she tried to make sense of her surroundings. The world around her swayed and blurred until the figure in front of her came into focus. Kneeling by the side of the couch was a boy, a teenager who had to be at least 5 years older than Sky. His red hair fell to the tips of his ears in unruly waves, and his pale green eyes looked at her with unmistakable concern. He tilted his head as if trying to assess how lucid she was, and she furrowed her brow back at him, trying to conjure up any memory of ever seeing him before, but her mind was blank.
Hey, he began tentatively, uncertain he would get a response this time. How do you feel?
When the question registered... Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. When the question registered after a moment's delay, Sky placed a hand against the cushion and tried to sit up to gauge her condition, but her arm gave out beneath her and pain rippled through her body like a shockwave. She let out a soft groan, and through the black spots that danced in her vision, she saw the boy's eyes widen.
Oh, I really wouldn't do that, he said, pressing his hand a little more firmly against her shoulder to keep her down. He paused, and his eyes darted away before nervously meeting hers again. Look, can you please just tell me if you can even hear me right now? You're freaking me out.
Though he still sounded a bit far off and surreal, Sky understood, and she managed a slight nod through the ache that was taking its time to dissipate. Her companion let out a sigh of relief, and his hand slipped off her shoulder as he leaned against the coffee table behind him that was littered with bloodied bandages and an open bottle of something. The bitter scent found its way back to Sky, and this time a name came with it, rubbing alcohol.
Thank the gods, he whispered to himself. I thought you were going to die on me.
Die? That thought hadn't even occurred to Sky, but it made her heart jump. She searched through the thick fog in her mind for anything that could explain how she'd ended up half dead in a stranger's living room, but any relevant memories seemed to be evading her. She looked up at the boy and spoke, muttering hoarsely. What happened? Oh, sorry. Don't worry.
No
next was some other
response for you.
That's the end of the story. The end.
The end.
Also,
No,
congrats to Seb on evading your taxes. Well done.
no.
So apparently the guy who made this level also made 3 other levels called marriage fraud, money laundering, and capital punishment.
Oh
Oh
my
my God.
gosh! I
So
love
I've
it.
decided just to do all those levels today, I guess. I
That's
don't know.
great.
It's
I
just
love
really
that.
Peak
funny.
sense of humor.
Worry
no.
mixed with some other emotion that Sky couldn't quite identify. What? Worry mixed with some other emotion that Sky couldn't quite identify. Am I okay? Hold on. Worry
No
mixed
one's
with some
okay
other
here.
emotion that Sky couldn't quite identify. Flash. I don't think that was proper grammar. Unedited. Flash in the boy's eyes as he paused and then replied cautiously.
You don't remember?
She shook her head and winced, instinctively bringing an unsteady hand to the tip of her antlers where they had brushed against the arm of the couch. If anyone doesn't know, there's like animal people in Ruby. That's what she is. She doesn't just randomly have antlers.
Did
Don't
not know
question it,
this.
okay?
I know now.
Well, yeah, there's people, they're called faunists, and they have like, you can have antlers or like cat ears or something. Shroomi's cat girl. And people are racist against them. That's all you really need to know.
Rip.
Yeah.
Why would they be racist? That's so cool.
Because-
I want to have
Who
antlers.
doesn't like cat girls?
Lore.
I wanna
Because
have
lore,
antlers.
yes.
Because lore. Okay, fair enough.
So she's like, yeah, she's like a little deer
I
person.
think, if I remember correctly, I think there was like a war or something,
no.
and then it didn't end well. So
Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
yes.
Speaking of animal parts, Swagger says, "Why would dragons have boobs? They lay eggs." And Stella's like, "Don't bring my dragons into this."
I'm sorry, your dragon. I'm not telling you your dragon has boobs.
We're
I'm
not
sorry.
dragging them into this.
Oh,
Sorry.
Ah,
Squirrels in my pants. What in the world is going on? Absolute chaos is everywhere.
squirrels in my pants.
You mean Pip's stream? Yes, this is Seb's stream. We're just guests on it. I'm so sorry.
I still know how to say this
Good
person's
question.
name, so I'm just gonna say Lily.
Mhm.
Says, in my opinion, this is some S tier writing. Keep up the good work.
I
Aw,
know, yeah.
thank
I
you.
love the like the similes and the smiles of use of a simile.
Smiles
Always
use of simile.
Kay's writing style.
Yeah,
Kay has a
the-
good writing style.
Aw,
It is good,
thank you.
good stuff.
Yeah, I've never
Wholesome.
really like read my stuff to anyone, so I've never like known if it was okay or not. So you can judge me.
Yeah, it's good. I like it so far.
I will judge you positively.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Positive
Go for, like,
judgment.
the easing into reality and different things are slowly happening. Stuff, fun stuff. I don't know.
It is playful.
Anyway.
Playful writing. Good stuff.
Oh, playful kill a child. Ha.
Oh.
Sorry.
What does killing a child have to do with
I
play?
just thought
Excuse
his
me.
choice of word was funny. That is playful when I'm writing about a child being
Oh.
like severely injured.
We do not condone child abuse in this house.
I didn't.
Nor out of this
I like
house.
that I'm sitting here knowing the universe, so I know all the secrets of the world. McKay's throwing all these characters in.
Oh boy.
I have no idea. I was just going with what I was presented. That's why I didn't assume it was a
Yeah,
child.
you don't need to know
Lore.
anything except for that faunas exist and people are racist towards them. That's all.
Mhm.
Yes, that's all.
I actively assumed
Okay.
that it wasn't a child because you were given these like, oh, put a hand on her. Was so concerned with her. I was assuming there was some kind of like
Oh, no, no.
romantic tension. So I was like,
No.
okay, they're probably similar age or whatever. Oh, he's 5 years older, sure, whatever. And I just kept
Yeah, he
going.
was,
I'd
like,
blaze right past it.
16.
Mhm.
He's like 16, she's like 11, so it wasn't supposed to be romantic.
Okay,
Luke and
well then
Annabelle.
I apologize for my previous lack of reading comprehension.
Oh, I just realized what you said. Yikes.
Me? Who? What? Her?
No, she said Luke and Annabeth. But that she was the one who liked him. But then he did kind of like her at the end. That's kind of weird. Anyway.
That's
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
remember that. It's too many years ago. Are you going to watch Dragon
Yeah.
Prince season 5? Someday, probably.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
See you,
someday.
Swagger.
think.
Have a good night, day, whatever.
Bye-bye.
Hope to see you soon, maybe. I'm in love with this because it's kind of like Ruby, says Isabella. I mean, yeah, it's
Well, it
based on
is
the
in
same
the Ruby
universe.
universe. It just
Mm.
doesn't have a lot to do with the actual story. And by that I mean anything to do with it.
It's like Jessica Jones, but Ruby Owl!
It is! With the wump and everything.
Indeed.
Am I a woof?
Am I
Wump.
Hey, they're reading
Okay.
McKay's story while watching Seb's stream while on EJ's channel.
I know, this is
The
crazy.
immersion is incredible.
Yep. And Silver's here.
And I'm also here.
I beat tax evasion.
Tax
evasion.
evasion.
I evaded taxes.
Yay!
Yay!
Dedicated to.
Wait, but if you
Oh my
beat tax
gosh.
evasion, does that mean that you did your taxes?
I think that
No
he
comment.
means he
Maybe I'm a
is-
police officer and I remove tax evasion from the entire world.
Amazing.
Interesting.
Dedicated to these nuts.
Very nice. It's an improvement from season 4. That's a relief. Thank goodness.
That's what everyone's saying, yeah.
I'm glad for that. They probably had to do some major course correcting with that
Yeah.
season, so maybe they've managed to somehow like get back to their original plan. I don't know. We'll hope.
I
Hope
had
for the
faith
best.
because they
Mhm.
were taking criticism as well, so
That's good.
I had faith.
Very well, very well.
Okay.
It had good angst. Made sense this time.
Antlers.
I'm moving on
Antlers.
to marriage fraud.
Where are
Okay.
antlers?
Frauds.
That's called a segue. You're welcome.
Silver, do you want to read stuff or do you prefer to listen?
I do kind of prefer to listen because I stumble over words.
Hmm.
Okay.
But if
I
you
just
want
wanted to do what you
not
wanted to
be
do.
dead, if you want to not be dead, I can help.
My
If you
reading
want.
comprehension plummets when I have to read out loud because I have to focus on how to speak properly, and it detracts from my understanding and processing of the knowledge.
No, I
but...
get it.
Same.
I'm
Yeah.
fine with reading most of this for now, but I just wanted to make sure we weren't excluding Silver.
No, that's okay.
I'm
I'm
sure
good
she'll
either
get
way.
chances in the next part as well, the other story.
Ooh,
true.
wait.
That's
It's
weird.
pronounced Lilie. Lilie?
Lily?
Ooh.
I think
Whoa.
it's the tribe
you
name for crystal
Canadian?
flowers. Oh,
That's
that's
so
cool. Funny.
Lily.
I can say that because I'm Canadian. It's fine. Don't at me.
What did you say?
I always get these Spotify ads for State Farm that's like, what if a moose rams into my car? And I always think about the delivery moose.
Oh no.
Because their name is Lily A. So I was
Lily
like, are you Canadian?
Man, well, we can talk about the symbolism of McKay's writing. We can also talk about the symbolism of the jumps that Seb's doing and how they relate to
Oh,
marriage
yes.
fraud. I have no idea
Amazing.
what it
Marriage
means.
fraud.
Starlight says, I've never
Antlers.
seen Jessica, but that was the vibe I was getting from this story. I mean, I don't know if the story actually has anything in common with Jessica other than beating the crap out of its characters.
True.
It's a child. It is a baby.
Yeah, the way she speaks later, I'm surprised you didn't realize that she was a child because she's very much like, "Where's my mother?" But
I
you know, we'll
thought
get
she was
to
just
that.
traumatized. Let her be.
Oh, okay, yeah, 16-year-olds can be traumatized too. Sorry.
Any age could be traumatized. Let her alone. Leave her alone.
Okay, okay.
Percy Jackson. 12.
Mhm.
True. Okay,
Where
anyway,
did we even
I
leave
will-
off with the story?
You said you don't remember.
Antlers.
Oh. and-
Antlers.
But then what? Antlers is not the last word of any paragraph. I'm searching for it. I
That's all
don't see
that
it.
I remember. I'm sorry.
Oh, yes.
Do you want help or not?
Ah, yes. Boy gently took her hand, placed it back by her side, etc., etc. Okay. Just try to get some rest, he instructed. Exhaustion tugged at her bones. but
Wait, did we even? I don't think I read
But
that. first
why are you
paragraph.
trying to get me to speak next? With the
I
antler?
didn't. I was waiting for you to be quiet
Oh
so
my
I could speak.
frickin' lord.
So you said you don't remember, and then she shook her head and winced, instinctively bringing an unsteady hand to the tip of her antlers where they had brushed against the arm of the couch. Her stomach dropped as she discovered that one was only about half as long as it should have been, and the end was covered in bandages and tender to the touch. The boy gently took her hand and placed it back by her side, looking more concerned for her by the moment.
Just try to get some rest, he instructed. Exhaustion tugged.
Exhaustion. Oh, sorry. I'm in the habit now.
No worries. I figured I would take a paragraph just to give you a
You
little
can take
chance.
it. Go for it.
Exhaustion tugged at her bones, but confusion and disorientation kept her tethered to consciousness. She wanted nothing more than to let herself drift back to sleep, but not here. Where were her mom's comforting hugs and her dad's reassuring presence? Where was her soft blanket and the subtle scent of lavender from the garden right outside her window? She closed her eyes again and whispered softly.
I want to go home.
Well, too bad! Home's done!
Go.
Sorry. She
She
didn't
didn't have to see him to feel his reluctance as he hesitated.
I know, he replied. But you have to stay here for now.
Where's my mom? She murmured almost before he had finished. Her eyes stung, and she shut them even tighter as the longing for the comfort of her family threatened to consume her.
She's... The boy trailed off, and Sky felt the blood pulse through her throbbing head 4 times before he continued. I love how that's how she measures time as a little girl. Just go to
I mean,
sleep.
not usually, but...
Just go to sleep, and we'll figure it out in the morning, okay? The ominous dread from his non-answer had barely begun to sink in before Sky felt the boy's hand over hers, and she slipped into unconsciousness. He has the power of mantis sleep.
Wait, did he have that Hold on, did he actually?
Wait, what? I
I
was
remember
joking. Unable to resist, a soft sigh escaped her as her pain melted away into nothingness.
I think he actually did have the power to like put people to sleep.
Whoa, that's cool.
Because like people in Ruby have their little powers, and
Whoa.
I completely forgot, but I think he did have that power actually.
Amazing.
Interesting. Okay, I don't remember that.
Apparently I picked up on it.
Ruby lore.
Well, I mean, yeah, he did just kind of touch her, and then she just fell asleep. So.
Have you seen the Loki trailer? Nope.
I did.
I have not. Didn't know there was
It
one.
was Sylvie's hair looks a lot
Sylvie,
worse. I forgot Seb was there until he came in to say that. It looks. I don't know. I'm intrigued to see what happens, but I definitely don't have like. I'm not expecting it to be good because nothing that Marvel makes right now is good. So,
Oof. Get wrecked.
I'll watch it, but I have
Mhm.
no idea what to expect. I feel like the trailer was like a little more humorous than the season 1, and that scares me because Marvel and humor do not go together anymore. So, we'll see. I don't know. I'm intrigued.
Oof.
Solid feels bad.
Did you see my GIF that I sent you in response? Okay.
In response, wait, hold
to
on.
you saying that it was intriguing.
Intriguing.
Wait, let me look.
I sent
I can't remember.
the Olaf you hesitated.
Oh.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
was like,
I am not, in fact, Loki superfan anymore, believe it or not.
The Morbin was a close second.
Morbin.
Mm.
It's in Genesis.
Just kidding, but
Time I learned something. What's up?
I mean, I don't want to be rude, but when I say good, but you know.
No, it's fine. I know I had a problem. Jenna says, every single time I learn something about Ruby, the more confused I get about what it's actually about. It's about everything.
What about everything we've been through?
Laughing.
that got really emo. What the heck?
he was High School Musicaling.
Oh,
'Cause
no
now I've
wonder it was
seen
emo.
Once.
So that was like
Blocked out
the
as much
first
as I could.
little chunk, like not chapter because it's too short for that, but chunk of a short story, whatever you call that.
We're not gonna finish it.
And then, well, no, we were going to. I was just explaining that that's what the little line is for, because it like it doesn't have chapters; it's just chunks.
That what a line is for.
It's Minecraft.
Ah, it is Minecraft. We're loading the next chunk.
You do me a funny lol.
Yeah.
How
I'm funny
lol.
today. I am
You are funny
hilarious.
today. Okay, shall I start reading next part?
Do it. You won't.
Okay, I will, now that you dared me to.
That was my plan. Reverse psychology.
Oh, because I totally wouldn't have before.
Exactly. I'm so clever.
Sky's eyes slowly opened, blinking a few times to adjust to the light. The world came into focus, but it took a moment for her to realize what was different about it. The used bandages and first aid supplies had vanished, and so had the boy, the one who had helped her after whatever had happened to her. She shuddered as the emptiness of her mind taunted her. The familiar ache in her body was evidence enough that something terrible had happened, but try as she might, she just couldn't remember what it was. Bracing herself, she slowly pushed against the cushion to lift herself up. She grit her teeth as her ribs loudly protested, but she found that once she was sitting up, the pain wasn't unbearable. For the first time, she glanced down at herself, and her heart dropped into her stomach. Her entire midsection had been bandaged up, and bruises decorated her arms and legs. The image of her mother's worried face flooded her mind, followed by the heavy weight of homesickness. She always freaked out when Sky got hurt, and this would be enough to give her a heart attack. Even though the thought of her mother's overbearing protection made her cringe, there was still nothing Sky wanted more than to go home to her parents' loving care. She looked back up at the dimly lit living room around her, and uneasiness settled over her. There was a door to the left. Should she just leave? A noise from the hallway to her right caught her attention, and she stifled a startled gasp. The boy was still somewhere in the house, presumably unaware that his patient had woken up. Should she ask him to take her home? A sickening feeling washed over her as the dreamlike memories of their previous conversation returned to her. He'd said she'd have to stay here. Why? Had he taken her? He seemed nice enough, but anything could have happened and she wouldn't remember it. She quickly made up her mind and stood up. The world swayed under her feet, and she grabbed the back of the couch to steady herself as her stomach flipped. Something was clearly very wrong, but her only priority was getting home. When the vertigo subsided a bit, she cautiously let go of the couch and took a tentative step towards the door, making sure to be as quiet as possible. No one called out to stop her. She took another step, and then another, until she was briskly walking towards the door. With her heart hammering in her chest, she grasped the handle and slowly twisted it, wincing at the small click it made as the door opened. Before she could alert anyone to her presence, she scurried into the night, leaving the door ajar behind her. Do you want to read it?
Sure. Lily asks, is this story taking place before or after Volume 8?
I don't think I said a specific time, but I would say probably before. Sure.
To her immense relief, she recognized the quiet, unremarkable neighborhood she had entered into. It was on the route her mother would take her to get back you could do anything? It was on the route her mother would take to get her to school, and that meant she was close to home. Even with the familiarity of it all, it took her sluggish mind a few seconds to work out the path back to her house, but once she'd figured it out, she set off. She walked quickly, afraid that her caretaker or captor would notice her absence and take her back, but as she glanced over her shoulder, she was reassured that she was alone. Her breathing grew heavier as her pace grew quicker. Sharp pain stabbed through her side with every step she took, but she kept going. She could rest when she was with her family. Only when the night around her started fading in and out of blackness did she stumble against the side of a tree and close her eyes for just a moment. If a faunus like herself was struggling to see in the dark, she knew she wasn't in great condition. She took a few deep breaths in and out as she focused on staying upright. She opened her eyes again and was just mustering up the energy to keep going when she saw it. Faint flashing lights in the faint flashing lights in the distance, red and blue, right where she expected her house would be. Her heart plummeted and she broke into a run, barely feeling the pain through the anxiety that gripped her body like a vice. It wasn't going to be her family. Nothing had ever happened to them. They were safe, just like she was going to be. She tried to convince herself, but something deep inside her knew the truth, even before she rounded the street corner and froze in shock. Police cars and an ambulance were parked right beside the blue car her father would take to work every day. Her front yard was lined with yellow tape that she'd only ever seen before in movies. Officers stood in her driveway looking grim and radioing messages back and forth with their walkie-talkies. Skye wanted to get closer, to beg someone to tell her what was going on, but she was rooted to the spot. Her eyes drifted over to the front door as an officer started backing out, slightly hunched over as if he were carrying something heavy. Skye watched numbly as he carefully maneuvered himself past the door and started walking backwards toward the lawn, followed by his partner, who was carrying the tail end of what appeared to be a long, person-sized object wrapped up in a black bag. The reality of the situation hit Skye like lightning, and she gasped and averted her eyes as her heart leapt into her throat. No, it wasn't what it looked like. She repeated that sentiment over and over in her head, but it only made her heart pound faster. Her eyes welled up with tears as her body reacted to what she had seen before her mind could even begin to accept it. Needles stabbed through her ribs again as her breaths grew quicker and shallower, but there was nothing she could do to stop it this time. She stifled a sob that turned into a yelp as she was yanked backwards without warning. Man, she getting the full Disney treatment here.
You know it.
Oof.
Your parents are dead.
Oh, no! Ouch.
That's all that I was thinking of. I'm sorry.
Now that I realize that this is an 11-year-old and I have that context, I'm just like, who beat up this 11-year-old? Why do they do that
for? Universe.
Why? What does that gain them? What purpose could there
That's
possibly
the question
be?
that the story's about. You're supposed that
I
that's
need to
what they're
protect
supposed to
this
figure out.
child.
Exactly. Yeah,
girl.
that's why I was like, yeah, wouldn't it be fun if an 11-year-old got really beat up? Isn't that messed up? And then we have to figure out who
That's
did it. Ha ha
horrible,
ha.
man. We're gonna get.
I know.
Remember.
Your park is gonna come for us.
Honest.
They're gonna be
Just
like,
saying.
no, this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
crossing lines.
I almost called you Ruby. What's your name? Silver. Silver's
No.
a little too in character there.
Seb's gonna get you for that.
But yeah, Silver's right that faunus, so therefore racist.
Starlight
True.
says, "Excuse me, but I came here for the complex relationship between Malpheus
Flame Terror.
and Saphira
Morbius.
Fire, not this ribble rabble."
Hey, don't come for my story, Ribble Rabble.
It's okay. We're already more than halfway through McKay's story. This is a short little thing.
It's like
She
not
never really
long.
got through all that much of it. So while it is
It's unfinished.
interesting, it's like a little plot hook, just a taste of something cool. but
Taste.
it'll
So
unfortunately be
don't
left
worry,
behind.
it's just unfinished Ravel.
Yeah,
or
we just
whatever
figured
you
we would
said.
share some of McKay's story writing as well, since we've been doing a lot of
Yes.
me. Because McKay
Oh,
has
bye,
things she's
Jenna.
written too. Oh, bye, Jenna. Oh, good one. Wait, I don't see Jenna in the chat.
It's a fish. That is
Oh,
Jenna.
I did not know that Jenna renamed herself to a fish.
Sorry.
Or maybe I did know that, but I forgot. I'm so sorry,
Well,
Jenna.
her name on Discord was like Jenna the fish or something for a long time, and now just like I
Oh.
know that anything fish related is probably Jenna.
Gotcha. I unfortunately don't check Discord, so I don't have that context.
I think you're living a great life, and if you relate yourself to a fish, I think that's a good
Okay, see you later,
existence to
fish.
have.
Yeah.
Bye.
Anyway, we'll switch to the Malthusian Saphira story as soon as we get through this.
In 2 more pages.
2 more pages! Oh, do I have
Okay,
to...
so she got yanked.
Yoink!
With
Yoink.
panic racing through her veins, she tried to wrench herself away, but she was helpless as she was pulled back around the street corner and pressed up against the side of the house that stood there. She was about to plead to be let go, but when her eyes locked onto her attacker, she was too stunned to speak.
What do you think you're doing? The red-haired boy asked in a furious whisper.
Tears streamed down Sky's cheeks as she just stared at him in shocked silence. His eyes demanded an answer as he sternly held her gaze, but behind the frustration clearly written on his face was fear. She almost thought she could feel him shaking where his hands gripped her shoulders, but it was hard to distinguish from her own trembling body. She began, struggling to find her voice through her tears. My parents.
They're dead!
Your parents are dead!
The boy didn't waste any time softening the blow. And you will be too, unless you keep quiet and stay with me. Another sob caught in Sky's throat as the boy set in stone what she already knew to be true, but refused to admit. His hand clamped over her mouth, and she took in a sharp breath as adrenaline surged through her body, leaving no room for grief. Her fearful eyes met his as he listened intently.
As he whispered intently, English.
Yeah, I can read.
I believe you.
I can read, I just choose not to. Listen.
It's a choice.
She tried to regulate her breathing so she could focus on whatever it was that he wanted her to hear, but it was difficult to set her mind on anything except how cornered she felt. At first, all she could hear was her own racing heartbeat and the sounds of the officers continuing to clean up what remained of Sky's world that had just crumbled to pieces. But then something else caught her attention. Voices. They were farther than the police, but still close by. She looked at the boy for confirmation that she'd found the right target, and he nodded. Who wants to be the...
No son of a girl, a low voice muttered. I knew the rookie didn't have the guts. Find her before she squeals.
Sky flinched as the image of a man in a black... No! Sky flinched as the image of a man in black with a hood pulled over his face flashed in her mind, followed by the feeling of cold terror trickling down her spine. Something about that voice had conjured up a memory she hadn't been able to access before. All she could remember was him standing there. Nothing before, nothing after. But it was enough to make her knees feel like jelly. He must have been the one who did this to her.
They're after you. The boy's soft, urgent tone recaptured Sky's attention. He spoke the next word slowly and carefully, making sure she absorbed each one. If they find you, they will kill you. Understand?
Sky nodded, too afraid to do anything else. He finally removed his hand from over her mouth and took her wrist, pulling her a bit farther away from the street. He looked at her seriously. All the vexation from a few moments ago was replaced with calm determination.
You'll have to trust me. Can you do that?
She hesitated and gave him an anxious look. She hardly knew him at all, and she'd never been more scared in her life. But apparently someone wanted to kill her, and she had no one else to turn to now that her parents were... No. She refused to finish that thought. Every ounce of security she'd ever felt had been shattered in a matter of hours, and she knew she needed someone. She didn't even know his name, but this boy had saved her life. If he was offering to protect her, there was no one else she would rather be with. She quickly nodded. The boy's tense expression melted into relief, but he didn't waste a second. Firmly yet gently, he grabbed her hand and started leading her away from the only life she'd ever known as he spoke with an air of finality.
Then let's go.
Yeehaw! There's probably not much chat, but I'll check it anyway since it's at a break. Just thinking of changing it to all the fishes next. Oh, your last name means fish.
That's funny.
Oh, I didn't
Become
know
as fish.
that. Be the fish in Yelena's mouth.
Do you have adequate fish space in your mouth?
Can't say I've ever tried, honestly. Depends on the size of fish, really. It's a philosophical
valid.
questions.
Yeah, if it was like a minnow, you probably could fit like a lot.
So how
Okay.
long was she asleep for? I'm curious, because like she had this traumatic event happen and she was like knocked out, woke up in this guy's house, he put her back to sleep, and then she woke up again and the police are still at her house and the bad guys
Well,
are still at the scene of the crime.
nobody said the police were there when she initially.
Well, I mean, yeah, but how many hours?
There's
don't-
not
well,
really
no, I don't think
police
it was
on
very.
Remnant.
Hey, I remember I asked you about that. I asked if there were in fact police, and you said something
Well,
along the lines of yes.
Yes, but they don't really do much.
Oh,
They just flash their lights and they carry bodies out. They're like, ah, another one to
Literally,
clean up.
like you see them in episode
They're
one.
the silvers, the
they li-
janitors.
They literally carry away the bad guys. That's all they do.
Oh,
Well, these
no.
ones just carried away bodies,
Hey,
so there you
perfect.
go.
They're fulfilling their role.
Huntsmen are basically superheroes in the Ruby universe. So like picture like somebody like Spider-Man cleaning up the bad guys, and then the police just come by and pick up the bad guys. You know, like
Mm.
that's basically what policemen are like in Ruby.
Got it.
How is Quack Quack Chicken Nugget Bing Bong?
Quack, quack, chicken nugget, bing bong.
Is that which Minecraft world was that even in? Was that on Pocket Edition?
Minecraft World?
Yeah.
No, Mr. Young was the chicken, but quack, quack, chicken
Oh.
nugget, bing bong was just a thing that Avery said.
My bad. Cirrus Mist. Nice. I like the name for the dragon. That's super cool.
It's like Sierra Mist, but
Oh no! Is that like a drink? What is that?
yeah,
Oh, that's
yeah,
great.
it's like Sprite
I
kind of
love
thing.
it. I mean, that works. It gives the same vibes, like
Yeah,
fizzy carbonation, like
It's like
gentle,
London
relaxing,
fog.
refreshing breeze. Yeah,
It's the same energy.
air and water mixed. It works. Very cool. Good choice. Ruby police are like platypi. They don't do much.
Oh,
True. You're right.
I didn't intend that, lol. Yeah, honestly, I
Except they actually don't do much. They're not secret agents in disguise who actually do a lot.
forgot that Sierra Mist existed. Honestly, I wouldn't have thought of that. McKay hadn't said it.
okay, last chunk that's completely unfinished. Let's go.
Woo!
Okay, the moonlight trickled through the leaves above them as the red-haired boy led Sky farther and farther into the unknown. Into the unknown.
Yeah, I was gonna say it.
They had only been walking for about 10 minutes or so, but the silence was already deafening, broken only by the soft crunch of leaves under the boy's feet and the sound of his slightly labored breathing. Sky felt a pang of discomfort with her arms draped around his shoulders. She would have been fine walking on her own, but the boy said she was in no condition to exert herself, and he'd insisted that she ride on his back instead. She wasn't sure how much difference it made. Each step the boy took still sent dull pain rippling through her aching body. At least it provided a distraction from what Sky had just witnessed. She counted her heartbeat pulsing in her head, counted the steps the boy took, counted the tears that silently rolled down her cheeks until they dried up. Numbness settled in, and she found her mind wandering towards anything other than her parents. Anytime it got close, it would meet an invisible wall and retreat again into the safety of the mundane. How many crickets could she hear? What constellations could she see? But there was a problem. The farther they walked into the woods, the less novelty it held. Everything looked and sounded the same. Her mind searched for something else to focus on, something that would keep her occupied for more than a few seconds. How did you find me? She asked softly, letting curiosity take over. The boy paused for a moment as he continued walking before he shrugged and replied casually.
I abducted a child. Sorry. You said you wanted to
Okay,
go
all
home.
I could think of
I figured that was
when
the first
she was
place
like
I would check.
observing. Sorry. All I could think of was when she was observing like surroundings to like distract herself. I could just think of like Jessica's mantra that she does to herself.
Oh,
all
you're
the
right.
time.
This was before I even saw that.
That's all I thought
Main
of.
Street, Birch Street. Man,
Anyways,
this
sorry.
11-year-old girl knows therapy techniques. She's never even been in therapy.
She's so brain.
So brain.
What are your opinions on the DC and Ruby crossover? I've never seen anything from either, so
Well, I don't
have
think they were asking
no
you
idea.
then.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just
Okay.
saying that I have nothing to contribute to that conversation, and then giving it to
I
you guys
know-
to actually speak about it.
You're
So
talking
nobody
to
wonders
an
why I
expert.
didn't say anything.
I know there's the comic, which I have not read. I've seen the movie, the first part, and I like it a lot. It's like fun, but the plot is very basic, if that makes sense. it's like, but it's like fun, and I really like what they did with Green Lantern. I like that a lot. I don't really like DC, but I like that DC. Anyways,
I know about
I-
the Paladins crossover with Ruby, but that's it.
Wait, so
Hmm.
Paladins
yeah,
is
I've
in the
heard of
same
that too.
universe as DC? No wonder the DC universe is having
No,
issues.
they're not. But they did do a crossover,
I'm
I
so
think.
sorry. Wait,
yeah,
hold
I
up,
heard
hold
about
up,
that
hold up.
too.
So Ruby crosses over with DC, which crosses over with
No, Ruby
Paladin.
crossover with Paladins as well,
Yeah.
not DC.
Okay, so DC crosses
Ruby
over
just
with
travels
Ruby, which crosses
dimensions.
over with Paladins, which crosses over
Yes.
with Mal'Theus. So Mal'Theus could be in the DC universe.
Whoa.
Mal'Theus is in the Ruby universe.
The
No,
Seb,
DC
did you
universe
know
is
that?
more interesting.
Did you know that the Ruby VAs have been trying to like advocate for Ruby and Fortnite crossover because it would get them
That
so
is
much money?
terrifying.
Like
Oh,
they don't
no.
really care about the fact that it's in Fortnite. It would just get them so much money, which is what they need to like make their show. Like they struggle all the time,
Hmm,
so they always try to advocate for Ruby and Fortnite crossover.
interesting. Yeah.
Yes, I just committed marriage fraud. Let's go.
Hooray!
Congrats, the fraud has been completed.
I don't even really know what marriage fraud is. Is it like when you
That
marry
is
someone
not a
for the
thing.
benefits and then you like ghost them?
I
I
don't
don't know.
I don't think this term exists. I don't know.
No, it is a term. It's
Is it
definitely a term.
really?
I just don't know what exactly it is.
Well, now we gotta
Gotta
Google it.
Google
I
it.
will no, I'm doing it. Marriage
No, I'm doing it.
fraud.
Marriage fraud or sham marriage is a union entered solely to obtain an immigration visa.
Oh,
So it's 90 Day
I
Fiancé.
knew it.
interesting. So scamming your way into a
This
country.
was a lot. Tax evasion was better, to be honest.
Interesting.
My preference is tax evasion.
All right, money laundering time.
Nobody's emotions get hurt with tax evasion.
True.
Just not playing with someone's heart. Anyway, we're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost gonna get to the actual point of the
Okay.
stream. Where are we? Who are we?
Say your line again.
Where are we?
I said, how did you
oh,
find me? And then you said,
You wanted to go home. I figured that was the first place I would check.
Sky furrowed her brow in confusion. No, I mean, before that. How did you find me if... She trailed off as her mind got dangerously close to that invisible wall again. After a tense moment, it obediently backed away, and she continued with her emotions locked away deep inside her. If it happened in my house. 1, 2, 3. Sky counted 4 steps before the boy responded.
I found you on the side of the road. His voice was soft and somber.
Sky hesitated, waiting for him to elaborate, but he didn't. She could feel the muscles in his shoulders slowly tense as they continued on. Why would they... Her whisper trailed off, so she didn't have to vocalize her morbid question, but the boy seemed to understand. His chest deflated with a soft sigh.
I don't know, he muttered. Sky almost felt bad for asking when she detected this heaviness in his tone. Maybe whoever was sent to kill you chickened out and left you there for someone to find. She flinched. It was still hard for her mind to wrap around the concept that someone wanted her dead. Her heart crawled its way to her throat, but she tried her best not to remember the hooded figure standing in her doorway as she asked tentatively.
Who would do this? He took in a deep breath and let it out.
They call themselves the Vipers. Resentment permeated his calm tone. They hate people like you. People like us.
Sky
Oh.
furrowed her brow, trying... Such a plot twist!
Mhm.
Sky furrowed her brow, trying to think of anything she and the stranger had in common. What do you mean? She felt him tense under her body again, but he didn't say anything. Not for several seconds.
Never mind, he finally said, shaking his head. I'll explain more when we
Bruh.
get to the house. Right now, we should be quiet in case there's someone following us.
Sky suppressed a shudder and instinctively clung to her protector a little tighter. Suddenly, it felt like the forest was full of eyes lurking just out of sight. Something rustled in
Oh
the tree
no.
branches above them, and the boy quickly glanced up at it as Sky's heart lurched. A squirrel darted from one trunk to the next, causing a few leaves to flutter to the ground in its wake. Reassured, the boy tilted his head back down, but not before something caught Sky's eye, and you will never know what it was.
We'll never know.
No.
Wow.
It was gonna be. You wanna know what it was?
Dun,
Any theories?
dun,
Any
dun.
theories on what it was, guys?
I was gonna... Okay, let's see. She's spotting something on the ground.
No. Wait.
Oh, wait. Oh, something caught her eye. Just something.
Yeah, just something.
Don't know what, we don't know where. I'm gonna say someone following her. Or
Okay.
if not, something of her mother's.
I'm
Or-
going to say it's.
Or something
A
about him. He's like
sign-
a faunus or something.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
EA?
say.
Oh, am I on the
Oh.
right track?
You're
Morgan?
yeah.
Okay. Has he got a like a little Mr. Tumnus like horn on the back of his head in his hair?
Close. You're close.
Has he got a tail or like wings on his back or something?
Okay, so he was gonna. I think he was like a fox, and so he had little ears. Oh, this is so dark. What the heck is wrong with me?
Oh no! But they were chopped off.
Yes.
Oh no! Man.
Welcome to the racist community.
Wow.
So she was gonna see that, and she was gonna realize that he was a faunus too.
Yikes. They
And
love
then
being
stuff was
racist.
gonna happen. Do you guys any theories on how the story was actually gonna?
Oh, that guy was gonna
And-
die for sure.
You're wrong.
What'd you say?
You're wrong.
I'm wrong? That guy's not gonna die and traumatize her even worse?
I think.
Oh.
I mean, there's gotta be a monster at some point. If I don't know.
Wow, I guess I was like, since I knew what was happening, I felt like the plot twist was gonna be obvious, but I guess maybe it wasn't.
I mean, all I know is that a poor little girl has been traumatized, and all I can think of is, what's his face? The 11-year-old girl from Cornerstone. Although she's probably not 11 anymore, because I've been gone for a while.
There's several 11-year-old girls. I don't know who you're talking
Gasp!
It's
about.
They've
giving-
multiplied. There's more people at
I mean,
Cornerstone.
there's different people
That's
of
so
that
many.
age. I worked with Awana, you silly.
Oh, okay. Well, they didn't go regularly to the.
Their
church, though.
relationship is giving Roman and Neo, but like good.
True,
Roman and
yeah.
Neo.
like they're not evil, is what I
So-
mean.
Do you guys want to hear the epic plot twist?
I
that's
would
gonna
love to
happen?
hear the epic plot twist.
Okay, man, I don't really remember like I remember the plot twist obviously, but I don't remember how I was gonna write all of this. But it was gonna be something along the lines of like they travel through the forest until they find like a safe house, and then like the bad guys kind of catch up with them, like this weird gang of like racist people, and it's like dramatically revealed in some like standoff between Rowan and that's the boy's name. I don't even know if he ever said his name, but that's the boy's
Not
name.
yet.
And the gang. It was gonna be revealed that he's the one who beat up this 11-year-old girl because
Rowan is?
yeah,
Bruh.
because listen to me.
Man.
It was like because he was like I think he was like forced into this gang at like a young age, and so he was like forced to do a bunch of like terrible things, and they were like yeah, everyone's racist to him because he's a faunus, and so he somehow like lost his family and got shoved into this gang, but they were like, okay, if you're gonna join us, then like you have to do all these terrible things, and so like that's how his ears got cut off because they like he was trying to join with them and not be like a faunus, and so I think he might have done it to himself. I can't remember. But yeah, somehow he integrates with these guys, and this is kind of like his final initiation, just like, actual gangs, you have to like kill someone. And so there was like a raid happening on this house for some reason. That's why her parents died, and he was supposed to like get the kid. But he is like a good-hearted guy. He just has some terrible circumstances. So he was in this gang, and when he started attacking this kid, but then he felt so bad, and he was like, I cannot kill this child. And so he defected from the gang and he ran away, and he like took her with him and tried to like fix her up, and that's why he was acting like kind of nervous in the first scene because he's like, oh shoot, I did this, and like she doesn't know, or does she know? I don't know, because he didn't know if she'd remember or not. So he was gonna try to save her life, and so he was gonna like take her away and get her fixed up, and then like I don't think he was planning on staying with her because like that would be too much guilt, but he was gonna like pass her off to some people who could take care of her, but then of course she would find out because the gang would find them, and then she would realize that he did this to her, and then he trust issues because this guy that she thought saved her life was actually the reason that she was beat up in the first place. So yeah, it was gonna be a whole like angsty thing.
Yikes.
That's a lot. Jeez.
I know.
We need to call CPS.
I just thought it'd be cool
Yowza.
because he has extreme guilt, and then she's gonna have trust issues. I thought that'd be cool, like to have the plot twist of like, who could have done this to this kid? Oh, it was him, you know.
Oh no, yeah, I didn't see that coming at all. Ouch. That's rough, buddies.
That's rough, buddy.
So it would have been fun and angsty to finish it, but I don't think I ever will.
Yeah, that's how a lot of stories go. It's easy to come up with many story ideas, but it takes a lot of effort to actually fully develop them to completion.
Yeah, it was just kind of a fun writing exercise for what it was.
Yeah,
so.
I think it was a good exercise. You did some good,
Yay.
imagery and, good stuff. I can't say that I support the horrible abuse of children, but
Nobody supports that,
I
EA.
know. I'm
It was
just saying
not
it made me
writing about
sad. Okay, which
Well,
is
yeah,
the intent, but still.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
be sad!
What?
On Seb's stream, it just popped up and it said, "Don't be sad."
Whoa.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, that was my unfinished short story that I wrote like a year ago. Yep, that's you can tell I wrote it because it's very wumpy and traumatic.
Love it. That's
Oh boy.
well, we've successfully wasted an hour and a half of time before.
Wait.
No. I'm not saying wasted. I'm just saying we usually delay for like an hour before we actually get into it. That's what we've done the past couple streams, so we're right on schedule. We're meeting our quota exactly.
Oh boy.
Now we can get into the actual point of what we're doing.
All right.
What chapter are we on?
I think we just did chapter 11 last. Oh, thank you, Ad. I will just happily keep that.
A useless effort.
Yeah.
And didn't it end with like both of them passing out and they were like snuggling?
Oh yeah, you're right.
And they were like,
He was like,
snuggling.
he's not going to know. He's unconscious.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's cute. Also.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Yeah. And now this next one's called Judgment Day, so things are gonna get serious. Gotta, cover
boy.
up the.
All right. Yeah, you're right.
Gotta
You're
cover
right.
up the geometry dash in the background. I'm kidding. Oh, maybe I can actually scroll. Yes, I can keep scrolling. Cool. So, quick recap for those who are just joining us and have absolutely no idea what's happening. I played a D&D character a while ago, like my second D&D character ever, and I poured a little bit too much of my heart and soul into this character, and I fell in love with him, and then he freaking died, and I was like, no, that's so sad. Someday maybe we'll finish that campaign and like resurrect him and like have him have a happy ending. But for now, he had a wife and family, and they're just alone and sad. So I decided, I'm tired of this campaign being canceled and not having like any satisfying conclusion to this character's arc, and having it just be cut short, and the cruelty of D&D dice rolls sometimes. So I decided to go back and kind of write a backstory for how my character Mal'Sap met his wife and developed this happy family. Obviously, this doesn't develop the entire happy family, but this is just a story of the first time they met. So I decided to write a couple, just a couple chapters, quick little thing. It turned into 15 chapters and like 100,000 words, and it turned out into a lot more of a novel than I expected it to be. And
Yeah,
I
what
never
was the
went
final
back
word count?
I think it was like 95,000 or something like that.
Yeah, it was close to 100,000.
Yeah, it was
It's
close.
amongst all our nonsense summer.
Yeah, so anyway, what happened basically that you've missed is the magistrate is like the government slash police force that is kind of in charge of the realm at this point, and they were doing some kind of spooky experiments or some kind of like human cruelty in their like fancy military place in this city. And the citizens were kind of, they didn't have proof, they didn't know what was going on, but there were kind of tensions until eventually something struck the fire. Nobody was involved that we know of in these characters here, but somehow fighting broke out and the whole city kind of fell into revolution, and, people were trying to escape. Mal'Sap was leading people out of the city and getting them to safety. Saphira was aiding the revolutionaries, trying to just burn the magistrate to the ground. Wasn't working so well because that's the government, and they have big guns, and they were killing people, and the people were dying, and it's just a great time all around for the people who live there. Anyway, now Malthus and Saphira have been captured and brought to a holding facility. There's been plenty of wump with, people getting injured, people getting healed, all that good stuff. Now Saphira and Malthus and the people that they got out of the city safely have all been recaptured and brought back to the city, and we're going to see what the magistrate do with them. Malthus is also the son of a big dragon who has, hurt a lot of people. So Malthus was like, hey, maybe I can get my dad to, turn himself in, and the government would be like, hey, a terrorist in exchange for setting some people free? That seems good to me. So he's trying to make a deal, unsure how that'll go. That's basically all you need to know. Also, there's, slight, hints of feelings potentially starting to develop.
Potentially.
Yes,
at least,
at chapter 12
the
of 15.
magistrate. At least the magistrate isn't trying to team up with a evil scientist, and instead of teaming up with these kids who are just trying to help, and instead putting an arrest warrant on those kids and helping the mad scientist. Anyways,
It literally did all of that. What are you talking about?
it's not like that happened in Ruby or anything. No.
I'm sorry, I've never seen Ruby, but apparently we've just established that every big media is actually part of the same universe anyway. So
Oh no.
it's all a
Indeed.
retelling of the same thing. Nothing's original under the sun. Anyway, chapter 12.
When does the Malthus Ruby skins come out?
I know. I thought back in the day when we were doing the Paladins D&D, I was like, oh, what if we contact Paladins and get them to do a skin of our characters? How funny would that be? But, obviously it was never going to happen. Because each of us were based off one of the champions of the game. The Great Gatsby is roughly 40,000 words. OMG, I wrote 1.5 of those. 2.5 of those, sorry.
Great Gatsby
2 and a bit.
is tiny.
Wow, I've never read it. I don't want to.
I did. I don't remember much except for the little green light across the lake, and he was like, wow.
Was it a great one? Or was it a not so great
good
Gatsby?
question. Stella says, sorry for asking again, but can you guys help me name another dragon?
Sure.
Name it Trashica.
Name him.
Name it tax evasion.
Trashka?
Trashica.
Trashika.
Trashica.
Oh no. Poor dragon.
I'm trying to find out if the Wump is good, and McKay's explanation of why we like it has been helpful, so thanks, McKay. I don't remember what I said, but you're welcome. I guess I probably said that we like it because we like to see the characters, get comfort and be in a weakened state that they're not usually in. Yeah,
That
that's good stuff.
about sums it up. Yep.
Except if you're Jessica and then you don't ever
You just
stop.
consistently die.
Yeah, no matter how much your friends try to take care of you, just like, nope, I'm gonna keep going. Goodbye.
Bye.
Oof.
Oh, girl.
That feels bad, man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well.
Something happens later in the series and she straight up saran wraps herself and keeps going.
Excuse me? That's
I
not
wish I
how
was
you
lying.
keep in blood.
Her favorite things to use on her injuries are saran wrap and duct tape.
Oh no, don't worry, you're not interrupting. We take periodic breaks to catch up with chat and everything, so feel free to send in the dragon pick and we'll help you name it. But in the meantime, we will begin reading Judgment Day, Chapter 12. It's the general, I think, is the first person, maybe? Oh no, it's Storm.
The woman?
It's Storm,
Oh, okay.
whatever Storm's voice was. Do you remember her voice?
No.
I'm still
It
so
was
excited to
mine.
be sharing this story with people. It's been years since I wrote it, and now, views after years of only 4 people have ever seen it, and probably 4 of them were me.
No, I read.
Okay. Well, you didn't read this part. You never got this far.
Oh yeah, whenever you stopped for 2 years is when I
Yeah,
stopped.
well, I stopped posting. I still had it written and just didn't actually...
That sounds like a you problem.
Debs. Okay, am I reading? I think I was Storm.
Sure. Yeah.
Storm.
Be Storm.
Is Storm the first person speaking? I'm assuming yes.
I think so.
Yes.
I think I made Storm very sassy.
That works. Do it.
Rise and shine, Wormville. It's Judgment Day.
Yang, is that you?
That is a little too cheerful, honestly.
No, I like cheerful villain. That's funny. Rise and shine.
I thought
let's
she was
kill
kind of
you.
butch and gruff, but
It's
yeah,
very
that works. That's
Sharpay.
great. It's champagne.
Oh no!
Rise and
Oh,
shine.
No.
I hope you're having a good day, because it'll be your last.
I'm a valley girl now.
Oh no, it's morphing forever.
I'm so sorry. Am I continuing? I'm going to.
Do or do you not
cry.
want to? You don't have
Hold
to.
on.
How did you lose your place?
error.
It is the first line.
I'm not losing my place. I'm just deciding if I want to read or not.
Okay.
Mickey, I choose you.
Wow, I'm a Pokemon.
Wow.
A cruel voice wrenched the fear
Welcome
from her
back,
dreams.
Isabella Vlogs. Perfect timing. We're just
Hello.
starting.
She slowly faded back into reality, the shadows of her mind melting away to reveal Storm's leering face more inches in front of her. Okay.
Should say mirror. Rough draft.
Yeah, my brain autocorrected and then I anti-autocorrected.
Oh no.
Storm had a rough grip on Saphira's chin, forcing her to look up on her. Saphira wrenched back with a snarl, only to find she had a metal muzzle on her face, which only allowed her to open her mouth a small amount. It was chained behind her head, and she had a solid dome shape at the front, presumably to prevent usage of her breath weapon. Saphira's arms and legs were similarly shackled, each pair cuffed together and held in place by metal brackets affixed to the stone wall and floor, respectively. And
Wow.
sadly, Saphira was no longer a giant dragon, but rather had transformed back into herself, complete with the blanket wrapped around her as her only covering.
They freaking didn't give her clothes? Bruh. I mean, why
Rude.
would they? But still, that's rude.
Ugh, just kill me already so I don't have to see your stupid face anymore. Saphira spat, glaring at Storm with venomous hatred.
Oh, I will. Slowly, horribly.
Storm sneered, leaning still closer and causing
Breathing new
Saphira to
life
shrink
that I
back
never
further
intended.
in discomfort.
Discomfort one.
Storm continued threatening.
Oh, but first, I will chop off each of your fingers, then your toes, tail, and horns, and then I'll skin you one scale at a time.
Bruh.
Storm almost seemed to drool.
The tone of voice does not match at all.
Hey, she was excited.
I'm gonna
As
skin
her eyes
every
poured into
scale.
Saphira's relishing, I can't brain. Saphira narrowed her eyes in disbelief at the cartoonishly explicit threats. What is wrong with you, you absolute psychopath? How does the magistrate even allow you to act like this?
Breaking the fourth wall. What? How dare?
Oh, I think you skipped a couple. You're a war
whoops.
criminal.
I'm a war criminal. You're a war criminal in a testing laboratory. I can make you suffer as much as I want before you die. And as far as anyone cares around here, it counts as science.
Storm replied smugly, standing tall and looking down her nose at Saphira. Is that seriously the only reason I'm still alive right now? It's not enough for me to be dead? You want to torture me first because you're butthurt that I got the better of you in battle one freaking time? Saphira snapped angrily. Grow up, you insecure prick! Some of us have real problems!
What? How dare?
Storm roared, leaning back down into her face again, but Saphira wasn't finished. My family and us stuck as guinea pigs in a secret mad science lab just because they tried to escape the bloodshed without getting caught up in your nightmarishly undersupplied and overregulated refugee camp!
That was a mouthful.
Yeah.
Yeah, people don't talk that way. I just had to get some exposition crammed in there somehow. It's a rough draft. Leave me alone.
Rough draft. Storm shouted even louder, stomping her armored foot at the end of Saphira's tail. Saphira grimaced and wriggled her tail free, sliding it safely to the side as she continued ranting without much pause. My entire city got leveled, and most of my friends were slaughtered because some magistrate jerk decided the best way to deal with a scuffle in the marketplace was to crush people's skulls with unrelenting force. Saphira snarled ferociously. At this, Storm calmed down a little and gave another satisfied grin.
Oh my goodness, wait, hold on. I am everything.
You are everything. Oh Lord.
I'm concerned.
Oh, poor Seb. You were so close. 92%.
I'm so
Oh,
sad.
rip Seb.
Mm.
I'm sorry.
I was believing in you, my dude.
We all believed
I
in
did it
you.
all.
You were the chosen one.
You were the chosen
I
one!
will commit money laundering. I will.
Do it, Walter White, do it.
I have faith
Okay.
that
Oh,
money will
yes.
be so clean.
You'd... Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, I'm
Oh
sorry.
yes, you'd think the people would have calmed down when I shot that disrespectful merchant, but they just had to escalate things from there.
Storm side-eyed Saphira, picking at her gauntlet. Saphira's gears turned for a moment as she put the pieces together. No. You started all this? You sparked the fighting?
They would have fought anyway.
Storm
I'll just
scoffed,
adjust.
giving a cold...
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
never mind.
Storm Scott giving a cold look. I was assigned here after there were already rumors of dissent. After the curfews and the harsher regulations, those foolish revolutionaries were just waiting for an excuse to commit treason. I was just the perfect storm.
She's been waiting for that the entire time, hasn't she?
Her lips curled into a smirk. They wanted a straw to break the camel's back, so I gave it to them. Then I broke down your walls. I broke your spirits, and I broke the bones of the last people fighting, and finally restored peace to this wretched place.
I have brought peace,
No, Anakin,
justice,
no!
to my new empire. You call this peace? Saphira sputtered in fury. How many civilians died in the crossfire as you tried to quell this rebellion? How many lives and businesses and families did you ruin just to hunt down a few fiery vigilantes?
It's worth any cost to wipe the realm of clean of all resistance, and finally win the war.
You monsters don't care what's good for the people you govern. You just want control.
The magistrate wants order. What I want is very different. I want justice. Storm sneered. I want every last troublemaker like you to cower in fear before they submit to their fate, so others will shudder and fall before me.
I love the
People would
energy.
never fall in
I'm
line as long as
unhinged.
the magistrate acts like this.
It's
There will
beautiful.
always be others who fight back. Saphira shot back defiantly, staring Storm in the eyes. Storm's scowl deepened and she leaned in close once more.
Then it's a good thing I will always be around to end them.
Storm whispered. Saphira let loose a yell of rage and headbutted Storm in the face with all the force she could muster from her seated
Ow.
position with her arms chained to the wall behind her. Storm grunted in pain, stumbling back to the other side of the cell and drawing a forearm across her bleeding nose.
Oh, you're going to regret that.
Storm
Oh,
promised,
no.
taking a powerful step across the room and
I'm
slamming the toe
scared
of her
if I
armored
would
foot
step-
directly into Saphira's ribs. Pain exploded in her abdomen once again as the wind was knocked out of her, leaving her keeled over, gasping and hanging from her arms behind her. Who is this,
Oh,
Malthus?
probably
Yes.
Malthus. Stop! Leave her alone! Another voice interjected from Saphira's right. Saphira stole a glance over that direction as she continued her labored breaths. Malthus was chained a few feet beside her in the same position, far enough where they could not reach each other, save for their tails. He was wearing his chainmail and red-stained shirt again, and was no longer a dragon, and also was no longer a dragon. He looked tired, though no longer as deathly pale as he had been before his transformation. He glared at Storm as he spoke again, his voice slightly muffled by the muzzle on his face as well. If you're going to beat up someone, make it me. I can even insult you if you'd like, he teased.
Not as well as Saphira.
Nope. So they have good chemistry as far as being angry at each other. I'm frightened of my own creation. Storm kept her attention on Saphira, who was wheezing with her head hung. After a moment, Storm seemed satisfied with the suffering she had caused and turned to him with an unimpressed expression.
Me, when I'm writing, I'm satisfied with the suffering.
Oh no!
Good, you're awake too. Storm sighed, taking a step toward him. I was sent to congratulate you on your most precious, gracious pardon by Commander Vivian. Ooh, who's that? She informed him once again, wiping the trickle of blood that dripped down her face. He blinked in surprise.
Excuse me? He replied in bewilderment.
Your father is being secured as we speak. As it turns out, the commander thinks it wise to avoid angering a famously destructive dragon after seeing what you two did to our other cell.
I don't understand. I never told you how to...
Oh, I know you never told us how to find him or capture him or whatever you were going to tell us. But here's the thing. We didn't need your help. We're too good. We're always one step ahead because we're villains.
Got him.
The moment we found out who you were, we were already sending word through the grapevine that you would be executed unless Drogos. Sorry, I'm unhinged.
It's like Legos and bros put together.
Bros. Yeah.
Don't step on
Dragos
him.
turned himself in. And lucky for you, he turned up. I'm surprised you thought you were worth it, frankly.
Oof.
She scanned a disgusted eye across Malthus's bloody shirt.
Wait, but what about the deal we discussed? About setting the citizens free instead of me, he protested.
There is no deal with you, Goldilocks, gang. Trust
It
me,
is,
if
gang.
there were, we would have broken it by now. The only reason you're getting out of this at all, let alone with a clean record, is because your father demanded it. And the commander is too much of a coward to break her word with an overgrown lizard demon. If it were up to me, you'd be in the same boat as Smurfella over there.
Oh.
Sword gestured to Sakura, who was taking raspy breaths as she recovered from the kick to the chest.
She recovered from that sick burn.
Oh!
Yes, it is, Lily. Although,
Yes,
if you're...
Malthus and Saphira.
Yeah, Malthus and Saphira, they started
Not
out trying
Storm
to
and
kill each
Saphira.
other. Yes, definitely not that.
The Storm voice is giving the same feels as the tune versus lyrics of Pumped Up Kicks. You're right. Anyway.
But Malthus seemed at a loss for words. Storm. Storm
I'm-
grumbles in
Just
annoyance.
dies.
I think I scrolled too far. I was like trying to find where you finish it. I scrolled too far. I think the words you're looking for are "Thank you for not turning me into a dragon puree." Storm smiled, crossing her arms.
Please, there's got to be something else I can do. You can't just keep those innocent people in prison.
There's nothing you can do. Just accept your
Oh.
freedom and move on. Try to forget about these ones that didn't make it out. Because if you go spreading rumors about a science lab under a ruined city, you might find yourself mysteriously disappear.
You might
That
find
is-
yourself mysteriously disappear.
That is good grammar. Unfinished. Storm
Rough draft.
No
I mean,
one would
honestly, it
believe
doesn't.
you
That doesn't
anyway.
bother me too much. I don't know if I agree with the rough draft on that one.
You might find yourself mysteriously disappear.
Yeah, you might find yourself mysteriously disappear. Better watch yourself. or you
There's
might
a
find
word
yourself
missing in
disappear.
that
I don't
sentence
know.
somewhere.
It seems almost correct to me. It doesn't really bother me.
Yeah,
It's the way
like
you
almost,
talk, but
it's
it's
like
not
98%
technically proper.
there. There's a word missing there. I don't know where
Something
or
is
what.
strange.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to make it better, but that's why I guess I
I would
left
say
it.
just like you.
I would
mm,
reword it.
You might find that
know?
you've mysteriously disappeared, something like that.
Yeah, but that sounds too proper. People don't talk like that especially when you're threatening someone. I don't know.
I would threaten someone like that, maybe.
I don't know. Oh well,
Or
that's
just
just what
you might
that's
mysteriously
what felt
disappear, I
right
don't know.
at the time. That's a
Whatever.
better way to put it. It's more concise, but I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the way I decided to do it.
No one would believe you anyway. She chuckled as Malthus sadly met Saphira's eyes. He looked desperate. Saphira winced at her 900th injury of the week and tried to give him a reassuring smile.
It's okay, Malthus. We'll be fine. She lied as soothingly as possible.
Can I at least see my father to say goodbye? Malthus pleaded, sounding distraught. Storm immediately burst with laughter.
You wish! Oh my god, sorry. Not even I have the clearance to go down there. The best you might get is to convince me to deliver a message for you, if it's worth passing along. She snickered. Malthus twitched his jaw in frustration.
Only thing I have to say to him is that he deserves this, Malthus grunted.
Oh.
I assume you'd love to pass that
Oh.
along.
Very much so. Storm smiled.
But you know who doesn't deserve to rot in this facility and get experimented on?
Your mom!
Ah!
Oh!
Oh, stuff it. Storm turned on her heel and began to walk out of the... She wears heels? No.
Not literal heel.
I forgot,
She just has
I
those.
forgot that
I mean,
heels
yes,
were
literal
a
heel,
part
but
of
the
the
body.
human feet anatomy.
Oh my gosh. Her feeties.
Okay. Malthus, your turn.
Malthus called after her as she slammed the barred iron door shut behind her.
Wait, I'm confused. Didn't she storm out? Oh, she walked out of the cell. I'm sorry.
It's been a long day already.
It
We're gonna make it
it
through
works
this
today
whole rest of the story somehow.
somehow.
Mhm.
Someone will be along to escort you out after they finish securing your father. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a matter to attend to. Storm growled, holding her nose as she disappeared to the side,
Another liquid.
revealing a view of one of the crisscross bridges that spanned the center of it. Malthus then slumped down against the wall dejectedly as Saphira tried to calm her heavy breathing, and for a moment there was silence.
You okay? Saphira asked him, cautiously sliding her tail towards his.
I should be asking you that. You're the one who got kicked in the ribs and told you were going to die. All she did was pardon me and pat me on the back.
Sexism, what can you do? Saphira shrugged jokingly.
Ow.
Malthus met her gaze with a confused look. Anyway, seems like you're taking the news worse than I am. Why is that? Saphira probed, so used to expecting death at this point that she barely cared.
Oh!
I imagine death in which it feels more like a memory.
How could I accept a chance to walk away from all this scot-free, knowing that I directly made things worse for every family I tried to help? How can I leave like they expect and forget you and everyone else that's stuck here? But I don't know what else I could do to fix this. I'm just one man.
You're a dragonborn, not a man.
Okay, you know what? It's a generic. He is a male of that species.
Yeah, but you don't call dogs men.
You do if you're a dog talking. I don't know. What word would they have? Whatever.
Whatever. Okay.
It's translated.
You could go find the resistance if they're still out there somewhere, Saphira suggested. You could lead them back here and bust us out.
But I'd be too late to save you. Malthus clenched his teeth, looking at her meaningfully. That woman is going to tear you limb from limb before I even found them.
Hey, it's okay. At least you'd save my family. That's enough for me, she smiled, laying her tail on his.
But not for me. Malthus grunted back.
Malthus, no. Don't throw away your second chance at life, Saphira urged him.
I can't just sit back and let you die.
But you can't do something stupid again, like I always do, she shouted. Oh, she's shouting. But you can't do something stupid again, like I always do, she shouted at him. Don't get yourself killed by trying to fight an entire facility of tech-powered magistrate guards. We know how that went last time, remember?
I wasn't fighting last time, Malthus stated determinedly, looking ahead to the cell door.
Malthus, no, she warned.
No, bad Malthus.
No, bad Malthus, no.
We'll get the squirt bottle. I could walk free, but I wouldn't be able to live with myself. It's not the right thing to do.
You need to survive, Malthus. You need to get out and tell our story. Otherwise, no one will know we're here and we're all dead. Do something that will matter. Maybe you can sway the politicians. You can change the world for the better. That is the right thing to do. Please listen to me. She wrapped the end of her tail around his in an effort
This
to
is
garner his
giving
attention.
Penny vibes.
True.
Penny?
Penny
Is this another
vibes, Pennywise.
Ruby reference?
What?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I have Ruby on the brain.
He continued looking the other way, his jaw set. He gave a low grunt in response. Oh my goodness, Malthus. If you ruin everything just for my account, I'm going to... I'll revive your corpse after the magistrate is done with you, and I'll freaking kill you again! She squeaked in frustration at him.
Shoot
He
squeaks.
simply grunted in response again. I'm not liking what I'm hearing. She glared worriedly at him.
You know, I never liked the magistrate, but they were legally the ones in charge, so I always tried to give them the benefit of the doubt for their decisions, thinking they were just doing their best to make the right call. But these people, I don't know if these are just bad apples or if the magistrate is like this in every town, but these people are doing evil, terrible things, and they need to go down, Malthus growled. Saphira looked up at him nervously.
So, what are you going to do?
Something that matters. He narrowed his eyes, which seemed to glow with a twinge of the draconic fury that his father was known for.
Malthus, she worried as they began to hear the jingling of keys from somewhere outside the cell. A guard in black armor emerged into the doorway, holding a large keyring which clattered noisily against the bars of the iron door. No one spoke as the door creaked open and 5 additional guards walked in, giving a wary eye to Saphira as they entered.
I like those
The
odds.
magistrate seemed... The magistrate seemed to have learned after underestimating her previously. Malthus's eyes still burned with a dangerous fire as he wordlessly raised his cuffed hands towards the first guard with the keys. The guard carefully unlocked the shackles on each of Malthus's wrists and then on his ankles. Malthus wordlessly nodded to him and then stood on his feet, his tail still intertwined with Saphira's. Oh! He reached up to take the muzzle on his face, but one of the guards quickly put his hand on his sheathed sword hilt, shaking his head with a disapproving grunt. Malthus sighed, but left the muzzle on. Then he turned slowly to Saphira, and they locked eyes meaningfully for a moment. He gave her tail a reassuring squeeze, and then turned to walk out of the cell with the guards, leaving her behind. Saphira's heart fell as he turned his back without a single word of farewell. She wasn't entirely sure if it was because she was being abandoned to her death.
I've done that
Rough draft.
Or because of the many varying things that could be going through both of their heads right now. Her eyes began to involuntarily water despite her best efforts. But before she could properly begin her emotional crisis, the two of the guards that had exited the cell to lead Malthus out. What? Two of the guards had exited the cell to lead Malthus out, while the other four followed behind to flank him. Oh man, my brain. She watched the two guards step out onto the catwalk, crossing the yawning abyss below, and Malthus followed after a moment of hesitation, looking down over the edge. Malthus seemed to then take a brief survey of his surroundings as he stepped out onto the platform with them. The guard
Survey says.
That's a pit.
The guard with the keys was the last to leave Saphira's cell, and he fumbled with the keys to lock her up once again as the other three stepped out onto the bridge, their backs and helmets obscuring her view of all but Malthus's head. Yeah, you want to read some?
Sure. Suddenly, oh wait, should we take a brief chat break? I don't think there's much. People are returning. Swagger has returned. Coyote Glitch has returned. Starlight Silver says, to quote Toby Maguire, "I'm back." Sorry, I had to. Silver
Ruby references are like me and Star Wars. Yeah, and like me and Marvel.
Okay, we're caught up with chat. Boom, done.
Wow.
That's so quick, wow!
Suddenly, two simultaneous screams erupted from outside her cell, and Saphira witnessed a blur fall to either side of the catwalk. The guard locking her cell immediately whirled in terror, seeing his three companions reaching for their blades. Malthus's head had disappeared behind the soldiers, but it quickly re-emerged from between two of them as Malthus drove his shoulders into two of the remaining guards and sending them hurling off either edge of the platform. As one fell, Malthus quickly simply reached out and grabbed their sheathed sword, which practically uncovered itself as a result of the soldiers' momentum. Now armed and facing only two soldiers, Malthus struck like lightning, pressing his advantage before the guards knew what hit him. Malthus's blade sprouted from this one soldier's neck just as they finished drawing their sword, and they fell to the ground with a gurgling whimper before their surprise had even worn off. Malthus withdrew his bloodied sword and turned his fiery gaze on the final soldier, who still held only the keyring in his hands. The soldier faltered and stumbled backward against the cell door, yelling out in alarm as he tried to shield himself with the keys. Malthus slowed his advance, still poised to strike, but he seemed hesitant to strike someone so pitiful. "Hey, sir, could you please go take the day off?" Malthus suggested, his sword drooping as he faced the cowardly guard. The guard quickly tried to reach for his sword, but Malthus grabbed his arm, holding it in place. "I'm sorry about this." Malthus sighed, grabbing the man's helmet with the other hand and bashing his head into the iron bars of Saphira's cell with a loud clang. The man crumpled to the ground in a heap, and Malthus quickly began unlocking the door with the keys once again.
What did you just do? Saphira gawked in awe as he entered her cell. Why are you throwing it all away on my behalf?
"You matter to me," Malthus replied matter-of-factly as he powerfully slammed his sword into the chain holding her wrists together, breaking it in two. She dropped her arms in relief and looked up at Malthus with a mix of admiration and apprehension. "Now, let's get your family out of here," he commanded, tossing her the keys to her shackles.
Me and you against this whole place? She reminded him.
We make a good team. If they try really hard, it might even be a fair fight. He grinned. "We're unstoppable dragons, remember?" He encouraged, stepping out of the cell to drag the unconscious guard into the room. Saphira laughed as she held a hand over her blanket, which was still the only thing keeping her decent right now. I forgot about that. Thanks for the reminder, past self. I feel like, honestly, I give myself these reminders every once in a while just because, otherwise I will forget what I'm writing.
Alright, I like the confidence. I do need some Oh, that's what the guard is for?
That's what the guard is for. He confirmed with a nod. Get dressed and get ready to fight. There's no way that scuffle went unnoticed, he pointed out grimly, walking to the door and gripping his sword at the ready. He looked left and right along the corkscrew path, but seemed determined that the coast was clear for the moment, seeing as he then lifted his horribly stained shirt over his head and removed his muzzle, chucking them both into the corner of the cell as he waited for action, his grimy chainmail shining in the multicolored torchlight glow. Saphira unlocked the last of her shackles, shamelessly stole the heavy black armor of the unconscious guard, and commandeered his sword for good measure. Then, all the while stealing glances at Malthus to make sure he wasn't peeking, she exchanged her toga-like blanket for a proper set of protective plate armor. To his credit, he instead remained vigilant towards the paths that potential enemies could appear on, only diverting his gaze towards his feet as he scooted the other corpse into the cell behind him. Within a couple minutes, Saphira was geared up and ready to go, only having had a problem in the fact that this human's armor did not come with a tail hole, so she had to adjust the fit a fair amount in that regard. Otherwise, her tall dragonborn statue has been a close match for the male human guard, who lay peacefully in the corner of the cell.
Alright, I'm ready. What's the plan? Saphira asked, marching up to Malthus in full armor and feeling like a legendary hero.
We bust my dad out, Malthus replied quickly, turning to face her. Her eyes widened in surprise.
After all you said about him being a mass murderer that actually deserved prison?
We bust my dad out, he busts everyone else out. Malthus clarified the plan as he stepped back into the cell and pocketed the keys.
Ah, fair enough. Where do you think he is? Saphira asked, leaning down to pick up the guard's helmet, which had not fit over her curved horns.
Sounds like they were keeping him below. I say we spiral down until we find him. Maybe grab some more fancy potions from rooms on our way, he decided curtly, seeming antsy to get moving. Before he took off moving down the main ramp, Saphira held out the helmet to him.
Here, in case you want to go incognito and keep that criminal record clean, she smirked. He raised his eyebrows in amusement, took the helmet, and balanced it on the end of one of his horns.
Yep, definitely will work. Very sneaky. Let's go, he chuckled, taking off at a quick walking pace down the circular, slightly sloped hallway. Judging by the view of the pit, they were several stories below ground level, and strange shrieks and groans could be heard echoing from deeper below. Activity seemed scarcer down here, but there were still magistrate workers and soldiers crossing the chasm and popping out of rooms every so often to walk up or down the ramped walkway. By some miracle, it seemed that no one had noticed Malthus's murderous rampage. At least, no one up above, where the busier activities were taking place. But surely anyone working below would have noticed 4 soldiers inexplicably falling to their deaths. Saphira clutched her sword at the ready and tried to walk like a confident magistrate soldier in case a distant guard's eye skated across her armor. The pair continued down the passage, grimly waiting for the inevitable encounter with angry enemies. As they walked, the spiraling path slowly expanded outward, as small rooms and pillars began to replace their open view of the shaft, before finally the path had diverted enough to allow full-size rooms filling the area between where they now walked and the original radius of the corkscrew. That is a very technical description to say that there's rooms on both sides now. They now walked in a gently sloped hallway that was enclosed on either side, blocking their view of what was ahead and below. It granted more cover, but offered less visibility to track where they were in the huge maze of nearly identical doors. A mysterious green light shining from below a wooden door piqued Saphira's interest as they passed by, causing her to realize something.
Shouldn't we check these rooms as we go, in case people were trying to rescue our trapped inside? She asked in a hushed whisper.
There's no time. Malthus shook his head. This place will probably be on high alert any second, and when it does, we'll be lucky to even make it to my father.
But at least if we're caught... What? No. But if we're caught, at least all of our eggs won't be in one basket, Saphira pointed out. We're our only hope right now. But if we could free some other groups of citizens...
And what if we open up a door and find a group of soldiers instead? Malthus hissed quietly. I don't think it's wise to endanger any more defenseless families by setting them free to wander around a death trap as it hunts for us, unless one of us splits off to protect them while the other frees Drogos.
No way. I'm not leaving your side. We're better off together, she refused sternly, catching his eye. He nodded in agreement as they continued marching together down the passage.
We just need to cover as much ground as we can before every inch becomes a bloodbath, Malthus reiterated.
Well, what about finding useful items? Another dragon potion couldn't hurt, she added, eyeing a metal door that seemed heavily reinforced and definitely hid some interesting secrets.
Fair enough, but let's save the poking around until we need to hide. It'll only slow us down for now, Malthus sighed. If we can just free my father, he will hopefully occupy the magistrate enough for us to free the others and grab some weapons afterward. Oh. Just then, Saphira and Malthus began to hear armored footsteps jogging towards them up the hallway. Without a word, Saphira opened the door to her left and ducked inside, gesturing for Malthus to follow. He quickly joined her in the vacant room as she silently shut the door against a squad of soldiers who thundered past none the wiser. Malthus took off his dangling helmet and placed it on a long wooden table strewn with various cogs, springs, and half-built clockwork automatons. After a moment, the coast seemed clear, so Malthus and Saphira darted back out of the messy inventor's lab and shut the door behind them as they continued on. Moments later, they heard worried voices approaching, so they dove into another doorway on their right. This time, they had not been so lucky as to encounter a soulless room. Two magistrate scientists with red lab coats and clipboards were standing in the center of the room beside a messy table and a series of labeled test tubes. They gawked in fear as the door shut behind the draconic duo, sealing them all in the sweet-smelling room with only one exit. Exotic plants draped across the walls, covering the counters and cabinets with colorful blossoms, and a chalkboard held some nonsensical scribblings about the plants. Oh, hello. Malthus adopted a smile, lowering his sword and trying to act casual. We're just checking in on you two to see if you need anything, he lied, attempting to seem cheerful and nonchalant, though the stress was evident in his voice, and Saphira's still menacing sword was not sending a peaceful message. The two workers nervously exchanged a glance as Saphira rolled her eyes and slowly lowered her sword as well. Silver.
Oh,
Do you want to be a female scientist?
That's the only line.
female
Just...
Yeah,
so the female scientist is me then. That's just me. Okay.
Yeah, we really needed you to say that one word.
We're really exercising the depth of your like rich voice acting talent right here, giving you a role that you can really rise to the occasion of. Man,
Beautiful.
what an
I love it.
Oscars are on their way for you.
Yes.
The female scientist was at a loss for words, still poised with a pencil up against her paper.
Nope, you're all good here? Cool. Then I'll just take this and we'll get out of your way. Keep up the great work. Malthus picked up a small wastebasket of plant clippings and gave a small wave as he turned back towards the door. Saphira gave an apologetic nod to them as she followed him back into the hallway, with the voices having safely passed by.
Are we seriously just going to leave them like that? Oh, who left? Was it? It was Seb. He hates us.
Seb hates us. I'm so sorry. Poor Seb.
Severe question as Malthus
Oh, no.
began walking down the hall again, still clutching what was essentially a bucket of weeds. Weed?
Weed? Is that a weeds?
They're witnesses now. They'll have the whole place up in arms if we don't take them out.
Hold up. Sorry, I was moving Seb's stream around.
Seb says anger. Did you die,
He
Seb?
probably
Is that
had
what
some
happened?
internet issues, perhaps? I don't know. Maybe people came in on him.
Seb, are you okay?
Seb, are you okay? Are you okay, Seb?
You need therapy, Seb.
Do you need birch trees?
We
Do
are,
you need her
Sorry.
comfort?
we are
I
not
need
going to
her
hurt
comfort.
anyone else we don't have to. I used to work for the magistrate as a blacksmith, remember? Maybe those people just needed jobs, and this is where their paths led them.
You've got to be kidding me. If they're this deep in Magistrate Kooky Town, they're probably evil.
That's a bit reductionist.
But accurate.
They were working with... Malthus gave the plants in his arms a sniff. Lavender and mint leaves. Clearly that's all the evidence we need to declare them worthy of our wrath.
Seb says, I have no internet issues, but I am the grump from the game.
Oh, I'm
What?
sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I'm sorry,
That is
Seb.
sad.
I believe in
Well-
you. You are good at games. You can do it. You'll come back to it
You can-
stronger, better, more powerful
You
than
will
before.
be the best geometry dasher to ever dash.
You will run that shape. Graphs. I don't
Just simple algebra.
know.
I have no idea what you're trying to say there, EJ.
I was
but
giving
just-
synonyms for geometry dash.
Oh.
You will speed along
Okay.
that trigonometry right there.
My brain
my
is
God.
not that brain.
Good.
It's pretty great.
Whoa!
I feel like I'll do capital punishment later. Okay.
Oh dear. Like, you mean in the game, right? Right?
hope
like the level, right? Like
Oh, it's okay. I'm sorry. I did not mean to cause shade throwing. Anyway. Clearly
Oh,
that's
you
all
know
the
what I mean, Saphira huffed. Malthus just gave her a disappointed scowl and said no more. Hey, that garbage... What? Hey, that garbage can is big enough to fit over your horns. Maybe if you dump it over your head, you could pass as a garbage man. No one would pay us any mind, she encouraged with exaggerated excitement. Just
Just,
then, a loud horn blast echoed from somewhere else in the complex, followed by a thunderous scraping of stone and metal a few moments later.
I think they'll be on the lookout for escaped Dragonborn now, Malthus replied glumly, tossing the wastebasket to the side and raising his sword once again.
I don't disagree, Saphira grumbled, gritting her teeth. But I do still think we're less likely to overlook your father if we actually check these rooms he could be held in, she pointed out.
Malthus shook his head. If he's behind a door, it's gotta be a bigger one. My dad is huge, even bigger than I am, Malthus informed her. She raised her eyebrows in surprise.
What, was 8.5 feet not enough for him? She scoffed. Did he take magic steroids to avoid being outdone by his own son?
I don't know. Maybe he just never stopped growing over the course of his lizardly life. I never bothered to ask.
Okay, well, how tall is he?
Like 10 feet tall? Malthus responded curtly, seeming not to want to discuss his father any longer. But no matter how terrifyingly big he is, he's not going to be able to cause much damage without his gear. We'll need to find his jetpack and rocket launcher as well after we free him.
His jetpack.
Jetpack
Perhaps we
joyride?
should-
If we can have that instead of the geometry dash now.
Perhaps we should go ask your botanist friends.
I'm sure they'd be thrilled to tell us, Malthus sighed.
Stormshed. Stormshed?
Storm shed!
Storm said he just got locked up, so they can't have moved his possessions far, right? Maybe it's near where he is? Sophia suggested, prompting a shrug from Malthus.
We can hope, he replied as the sounds of armored footsteps grew louder from up ahead. Sounds like he got company. He readied his sword.
We're not sneaking through a room this time? Sophia questioned, preparing for a battle as well.
Sorry. The alarm's raised. Every moment counts.
Won't plowing through enemies take longer than hiding? Everyone will hear exactly where we are the moment we stop to clash blades, Saphira cautioned, reaching for a door handle, but it was too late. 8 soldiers came around the bend in the hall, quickly catching sight of the 2 towering dragonkin.
You there!
Halt!
Oh, you got this, yeah.
How about you, EJ? You halt!
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead. You go ahead and halt me.
I have halted you effectively.
I have been stopped.
You've been stopped. Jinx! One of them shouted as the squad continued jogging forwards. Saphira growled as she returned both hands to her sword. Malthus planted his feet and stared them down determinedly, his eyes ablaze with dangerous purpose. Glorious purpose.
Glorious purpose! Sorry.
And prepared to charge forward, but Malthus stopped her with a single word.
Wait, he instructed calmly, taking a deep breath to steady himself as they approached. Saphira remained by his side instead, the pair blocking the hallway as the soldiers approached.
Submit to arrest, or we will slay you where you stand! The squad leader threatened as the soldiers came to a stop just out of the slashing range. The soldiers' faces held no fear as they stared down an enemy they outnumbered 4-1.
Sorry, we've got prior obligations, Malthus informed them, spreading looks of surprise across the confident opposers. Then, with a mighty snarl, Malthus leaned forward and breathed a 30-foot line of fire at them, engulfing the hallway in flames and igniting everything that could burn. Some of the soldiers tried to dive out of the way, but the small enclosed space kept them trapped in the scorching heat. In a flash, the blast of
I
fire...
was gonna say some of the soldiers tried to die!
I can't die! My flesh melts off my bones, and yet I cling to this mortal coil. Save me! Let me end! Sorry, that was a lot more gory than it had to be.
In before Silver says Salem.
Let's see. Some of them tried to dodge out of the way, but the small enclosed space kept them trapped in the scorching heat. In a flash, the blast of fire dissipated, save for the flaming uniforms of some of the screaming guards. Saphira wasted no time in stepping forward to plunge her blade into the back of one of the soldiers that had not succumbed to the fire, silencing him quickly. Malthus stepped forward as well to bonk a kneeling soldier with the hilt of his blade, causing him to fall unconscious on the ground. The remaining guards scrambled to recover, trying to pad out their clothing and retrieve their dropped weapons, but the battle was all but over. With a decisive few jabs in the chink of their armor, Saphira made short work of the leader and the one behind him, while Malthus knocked out the final guard. Saphira nodded at their handiwork approvingly. Malthus mercifully took a moment to pat out the flames on the unconscious guards, and then quickly turned to continue walking down the hall.
I have to admit that went faster than I thought it would, Saphira chuckled. But now you're out of fire for next time, so maybe we try being sneaky? She asked.
You still have your lightning, he pointed out.
I saved that to turn the tide in emergencies. I'm not going to use it on an avoidable scuffle, she informed him. He nodded.
Saving our strength it is, then. Malthus agreed as doors began to open along the hallway, and magistrate soldiers and magical researchers alike started poking their heads out to see what the fuss was about.
Oh no, Saphira muttered under her breath as she locked eyes with another armored soldier up ahead. His eyes flashed in anger, and she stepped out into the hall to block their progress. See what you've done, Malthus? You've started the snowball effect. The more we fight, the more people we're going to have to fight.
Yeah, you're right, the noise was a bad idea, he admitted, twirling his sword. Too late now, though. He charged forward, parrying the guard's outstretched sword to the side as he simply body-slammed the poor man into the ground with hundreds of pounds of dragonborn muscle. The onlooking researchers gasped in shock as the guard's helmet snapped to the ground with a loud clang, and the guard moved no more. Sorry, we don't want to hurt anyone, we just have somewhere to be. Malthus called to the witnesses as he casually stood and kept walking at a quick pace, followed by Saphira.
You know, if we killed these guards, we could make sure they won't be a problem for us a second time when they wake back up, she hissed quietly as they broke line of sight with those who had heard their scuffle.
By the time we wake back up, what? Oh, by the time they wake back up, by the time
we wake up.
Sorry. By the time they wake back up, our battle will have already been decided, for better or for worse. Malthus disagreed, quickening his pace to a much faster run as they continued circling down deeper and deeper into the earth.
That's what worries me, Saphira sighed as she matched his pace, having to work a little harder because her strides weren't as long. As they descended, the doors transitioned from mostly being wooden doors to mostly solid metal doors, similar to the kind she and Malthus had blasted their way through as giant dragons. The rooms were rarely left open, and few had signs on the outside to label what was contained within, but the few that did give insight as to their purpose seemed to house significantly more horrifying things than indoor gardening. They caught a glimpse of a room stacked floor to ceiling with jars, each containing a living insect or slimy creature that thrashed against the glass trying to get out. Another door had a window set into it, revealing an array of glowing crystals of various colors and unsettling patterns. As they continued descending, the faces that caught sight of them grew older and more stern, and the soldiers they encountered became more numerous, though they subsequently managed to dodge most skirmishes by ducking into these rooms. As they pressed their backs into a door for a moment, listening to urgent footsteps running past, Malthus and Saphira both took the chance to catch their breath.
Okay. 1 second to take breath and catch up with chat. The fight against Bane never ends. At least it's not Toy Story, so I can listen to the stream. What? Bane?
I think they're playing a Batman game. I think I saw that earlier.
Interesting.
Oh, wait. Yeah,
Here
something. I don't
is
know.
another dragon that I believe Stella says needs a name.
What does he
Hello,
look like?
Alex Mayers. How's it going? Welcome.
He looks very
Aw.
friendly, but very toasty.
I'm very glad that we are some of your favorite YouTubers. That makes me happy.
Oh, yay.
He looks like a bacon. I don't know. I don't know if he's a
Bacon.
goofball.
You aching? Yep. Boy, some bacon. Yep. He's a big pig. Yep. You could be a big pig
If he's
too.
a goofball, like, look at that little face. I don't know. He might be a bacon. What do you think?
Yeah, if he's a friendly little guy.
I am bacon.
Or, you know, a great name dragon is always Bus, short for
Oh no, not
Bacon.
Bus! No.
What else?
That's horrible.
Oh, and if he has babies, he can name them Bacon Bits.
Oh no! I love it and I hate it at the same time.
Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time.
Starlight says, "Oh yeah, you guys are pretty high on my YouTuber list." Oh yay! Thank you.
I thought she was gonna say you were pretty high, and I was like, well, there was weed mentioned
You're
earlier.
not wrong.
I was gonna
Kidding.
say you're not wrong.
Also,
He
she
is a
is a
fire
fire dragon.
dragon?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
She.
I couldn't tell if it was a male or a female. It's like it could go either way.
So Baconette.
Baconette! Oh no. Yes, I definitely get the fire vibes. Let's see. Something that ends in an A. Ooh, yeah, Sienna, maybe.
Sienna?
She was meant for a friend,
What
but
does
they
that
never
name mean?
named her.
Does that mean something?
No, I don't know.
It's
Don't
pretty,
look
though.
at me.
Don't make me explain.
Caldera, maybe?
Hello.
Welcome back, Seb.
Hello.
Hello. How are
I
you?
am
Hi.
no longer streaming, but I guess I can hang out.
Echo.
What?
You're
Okay,
allowed to
I'm
be
sorry.
here.
What?
He said he's no longer streaming, but he's here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Welcome
Hello.
back. I'm glad you're here. I missed you, Seb. I love you.
What
Okay.
if
He's my
we
cousin, by
named
the way. I'm not weird.
dragon-
Okay, calm down.
What if the dragon was named Flamio Hot Woman?
Oh, I love it.
Or Caldera? I don't know. Thoughts?
The cursed caldera.
Cursed Caldera?
Why is it the cursed caldera? Or consider. I don't actually have a name in mind. I'm just saying words.
I still I don't know why it just
Magma.
meat-related names come to mind for some reason. Like sirloin, medium rare, I don't know. Just
What
it's
the heck?
it's just very, the coloring is very
Raw pork.
raw meat looking like.
Oh no.
Just like Minecraft, which is definitely not the way direction you want to go, probably.
Name
but-
her Cherry Bomb.
Why is it a course Calde? Cherry
Why
bomb?
is it a course called
Cherry with an eye.
Cherry with an eye.
Ah, you know, I don't hate that.
It's
That's
just
cute. That is
Um,
cute. I like it.
Cherry last name Bomb.
is
She
that
spits
a
bombs.
is that a candy or something? All the references.
A cherry bomb?
We're going
What?
with like food related references. Is that not a thing?
It's a
Cherry bomb?
song.
Cherry bomb is
Yeah,
a
it's
song.
a song and also isn't in.
Cherry bomb.
It is like from the 80s or something, or I don't know.
Yeah,
The
'cause I said I'm not
Actually, it's from Guardians of the Galaxy.
yeah, they invented it and then sent it back in time to the 80s. Actually, that's how they.
Exactly.
Crimson.
Crimson.
Ooh.
Thumbs up.
Scarlet with 2 T's.
Ooh, I do like the name Scarlet.
Ooh.
I feel like if they're a villain, that is a good name. But I feel like there's been too many bad guys with that kind of name, so I don't know. That name's
Like
tainted
Scarlett
for me
Johansson?
personally.
Yeah, Scarlett Johansson's such a bad guy.
Yeah, of course, obviously.
And Scarlet from the Lunar Chronicles, so bad.
I never read those.
Well, that's because you're bad.
Whoa.
Get him. I've never read them either. So
Oh.
I'm bad.
Seb is y'all's
Yeah,
cousin?
but-
Indeed.
It's just
Indeed he is. We also have more cousins, but I guess they don't like the internet as much.
It's not me.
Consider the name. I don't know, I'm just looking at names I like now. Look, I'm gonna plop that one.
Asteria. Ooh, I like it.
Ooh.
Consider that one. I'm looking if I like any others.
I am not siblings with Gracie, no.
What'd you say?
So-
Someone asked in chat if I'm siblings with Gracie.
Oh, nope.
Are we supposed to come up with a final name for her, or are we just helping come up with names for you to choose between, Stella? Not sure what our assignment is. We do not understand the assignment, so we're just kind of blasting out many interesting names.
You
Oh.
could name her Ashley. Oh, because
Ooh,
I will
Sydney, like
outcompete you,
Cinder's.
Silver!
What did you say, Seb?
I said Sydney like Cinder.
It's pretty brain.
What did he say? Instead of Cinder? Something close to it?
Sydney,
Ah.
Of Cindy.
Like with a C.
Oh.
like Sydney or Cindy. I don't
Like
know.
that?
It doesn't matter.
Oh.
That just looks like kidney
Weird.
to me.
You look like a kidney.
You could name it Molotov cocktail, which is when you light alcohol on fire and you throw it
Oh,
places.
you know what a Molotov cocktail is. What do you-
Oh no, she just like squirts alcohol up on her tail and like lights it up like a Charmander.
Ew.
Oh.
Oh dear. My favorite is still Caldera. Because I'm basic.
I can't not think of the reference when you say that.
why is that so?
Course called
Why does that stick in your
Course
mind
called
so much?
I don't know. It always has. Just the
I've-
way you said it.
I
Just
completely forgot about that reference until you mentioned it.
well,
That's
it,
immediately what I thought of,
Oh,
and then
no.
indicated it.
Still,
for
this is one of
me.
the names
Wait, I gotta
of a
find the
villain
GIF.
in Wings of Fire is Scarlet. Oh, I never read those, but now I want to.
That's like the best
Kind of.
book series.
Me with that reference.
What's happening? I can't tell anymore. We're just coming up with a lot of different names for your dragon, and we're not sure what the assignment is. Are we supposed to come up with a final name to give it, or are we just giving you name ideas that you choose between? We're not sure. Yeah, so I guess we'll have to have a battle to the death if it's us deciding, because we have decided on a lot at this point.
You should name the dragon Peril, because that's not used in Wings of Fire. Haha, wink wink.
I
Taro?
think
Peril?
Peril.
Peril.
Like Peril, like bad.
like Karen, but Carol. Carol.
Peril. P-E-I... Wait.
Oh,
P-
apparel.
Hold on. P-E-R. Yeah, that one. I-L.
That's
Yeah,
what
you sound like a little
That's what I.
muffled. so
Yeah,
it's-
my microphone is broke.
Okay, well, I understood eventually.
Mhm. Anyway,
I also don't know how to spell Peril, so...
Peril is actually a character in
Apparently.
Wings of Fire. Yeah, Seb read it, that's why he suggested it. Name it Terran. Ooh, interesting. Another name suggestion.
That's a cool name.
Ooh.
I do kind of
Like-
like it. It does sound more like a boy name, though, instead of a girl name.
You're a boy name.
She is a main in the second
Oh.
arc. Ooh. Cool. Pretty cool. Sorry. Okay.
Whoa.
Rude.
Well, very cool. I like the design. Very pretty. But we should get back to the story. I will wait for Stella to confirm or deny whether she has accepted one of these names or whether we need to decide on a name amongst ourselves or something. But as we're waiting for that message, we can continue. Last thing we did was catch their breath? Question mark?
Yes.
Sorry. Oh, okay. So they.
No, yes, it's you.
I know. Okay, I was running and catching my breath.
I'm
You know-
catching your breath.
I think this place
And letting
is a
it
little
go.
understaffed with all
Woohoo.
these empty rooms. Malthus wheezed quietly, gesturing to the abandoned room they were in. There were some downright haunting sights in this particular room, including a glowing vat of green fluid with a half-formed creature floating in the center, held in place by some dangling
Oh.
cords of a black rubber and metal. Additionally, large machines whirred in the corners, turning cogs back and forth for some unknown reason as they belched black exhaust into the room at occasional intervals. A large purple crystal sat upon a table plugged into some kind of mechanized hat. And most disturbing of all, a slightly dried corpse lay exposed on the table, face twisted into an inhuman expression. Yay! I don't like this room. Let's leave, please.
Woo.
Spooky.
Well, given how they mistreat their citizens, I can't imagine they make competitive employees either, Saphira grumbled sarcastically. They probably kill anyone who even dreams about sharing the secrets they've seen. Suddenly, the partially mummified corpse on the table let out a loud gasp.
What
as
the
it raised
heck?
its head to
No!
look at Malthus and
No,
Saphira
no,
with its
no.
eyeless sockets.
No, no, no,
Malthus
no,
and Saphira
no,
wasted
no.
no time in throwing the door open and charging back out of the hallway at
I
top
do
speed,
not
slamming
want
it
to
shut
meet
behind
this
them as they
NPC.
kept on running.
I don't know, and I don't want to know. Malthus shuddered. After not too much longer, they arrived at a large set of double doors with a large keyhole prominently featured just off-center. The door blocked the path of the main hallway, but the door remained slanted, as though there were still more spirals to descend. To their right, a room was missing, replaced with a couple stone pillars and a short hallway that once again gave them a view across the large open shaft. Saphira curiously stepped forward to examine the purpose of this room, while Malthus pulled out the keyring and began trying keys in the middle door, one after another. This little side passage had only 4 stone pillars with little decorations on them, save for a big red button on the rightmost pillar closest to the edge. A comfortably large pathway bisected the pillars, leading them from the main hallway to the sheer edge, which had no railings of any kind, same as the rest of this death trap. Saphira took a careful look over the edge into the main shaft once again. The shaft was the same as always, about 300 feet in diameter from edge to edge, but at this point Saphira was able to squint down into the darkness and see the bottom of the pit at last, about 40 feet below. Of course, more crisscrossing catwalks could be seen connecting various points like an awfully ineffective spiderweb, but what caught Saphira's eye just below her current level was a large metal strut that spanned the chasm, holding up a complicated complicated bundle of machine parts in the center of the shaft, like some kind of huge, ugly chandelier. Its purpose was unknown, but it clearly was doing something, seeing as there were wheels and belts spinning rapidly across its surface. Saphira looked up, her eye tracing across the numerous magically colored torchlights that illuminated the interior of this giant, terribly designed, but visually imposing space. It was difficult to notice, given its distance and the poor lighting, but Saphira was pretty sure she could see a ceiling that looked unfamiliar, almost as though the shaft had been sealed at ground level by some inexplicable means. Sadly, she was too far away to gauge exactly what she was looking at, so she directed her attention to the button on the pillar beside her instead. Could this activate that machine? Was this a terrible idea to press? Oh, I don't think any of these keys go to this door. Malthus worried in the background, looping back through some of the keys he had previously tried.
So we find another way? Saphira poked her head out into the shaft, looking for a window or a platform they could jump to that would bypass the giant door. Unfortunately, there did not seem to be any easy way around it. However, the stones that formed the wall and the shaft were rough and had plenty of uneven portions jutting out. While rock climbing down to the bottom may have been a stupid option, it was at least a possibility.
Yeah, maybe we can bust through the stone wall of one of these side rooms, Malthus theorized. Or find a useful item like you mentioned.
I also found a button we can try pressing, though it might
Big
draw a
red
lot of
button!
attention depending on what it does, Saphira mentioned, gesturing to the tempting button. Malthus screwed up his face unhappily.
What are the chances it helps us versus making our lives harder? He asked hesitantly.
Oh, it will 100% make our lives harder knowing our luck, she sighed. One last option is, we can get down to the bottom now with a 40-foot free climb, but if we fall, it'll hurt pretty bad.
Oh? Malthus joined her at the edge, squinting down into the darkness. Yeah, that looks like a pretty terrible fall. You really think we can climb down this sheer rock face? What are we, billy goats? He studied the minuscule handholds optimistically.
Okay, boat goat.
Saphira extended her claws and gripped the wall as a demonstration. Malthus's eyes widened as she fearlessly turned to dangle herself over the edge. High decks. Frickin' rogues. He grabbed
Oh,
her other
no.
hand and held on. He grabbed her other hand and held on tight, trying to pull her back to safety. She simply lifted herself up with her claws, showing his safety was unnecessary. Wow, are you sure about this? He gawked at her performance. She nodded, waiting for him to release her other hand. I don't think I can follow you like that. I'm a bit heavier, he admitted.
Fine, then you go bust through a solid stone wall like you were talking about, and I'll go free everyone and meet back up with you by the time you finish. She smiled sweetly.
Whatever happened to not leaving my side? He laughed.
We absolutely decimated everyone who tried to stand in our way. That's what happened, she reminded him. I'm sure we can manage on our own for just a couple minutes. We can cover more ground to look for your father this way. Meet me at the bottom here as soon as you can, and I'll shout for you if I need you, okay? She reassured him, tugging her arm free of his grasp. He seemed less than thrilled about this plan, but nonetheless he nodded and gave her a small smile.
Good luck, he sighed, watching her for a moment as she dug her other claws into the stone and began to descend a little bit at a time. And then he was gone, disappearing to find his own way into the deepest, most secured area in the facility.
And then she died!
Oh no! She falls in an alternate timeline and just dies. Okay, so Scylla says we are supposed to decide. We're supposed to come to some kind of agreement. Name
Seb
the
is
dragon
missing
foot rack!
And I gotta say, I agree.
Oh no! Does she look like a foot rack? She does not look like a foot rack to me. Just saying. Like, there's some characters I can absolutely see that being their name. This one, not so much. Bacon worked.
You
when I
can't
thought it was
top
a
the
man.
name Footrack.
There is no better name, scientifically. Pinnacle of all names.
There's no way to prove that there isn't a better name, so
Okay, I'm gonna put a fire vote on all the names that I like best, and we can all kind of see which one we converge on, which happens to end up with the most
well,
votes.
sure, yeah.
Let's see. Fire. Fire.
Fire.
Fire. There's a fire.
Fire.
There's a fire in the chat. Look out, it's spreading. It's gonna kill Paul.
Oh no, not Paul.
Not Paul! Not again!
I think the vote is clear.
I was still in the process of looking them all
Oh,
over.
okay.
I guess those would be my favorites. Honestly, I like Caldera better than Asteria, but you know, if that's what everyone seems to have congealed on, then that works for me. Her name is Asteria. It is decided. Gavel.
Is it
Sound.
Asteria or Asteria? I don't know.
I think
One of them.
it's up to interpretation.
One of them.
One of them.
Tricky name, though.
Starlight
Let
says
me
name
see
it
if it means anything.
Evanthan. Evanthan? Evanthan?
Even
Is that like me but as an Eevee? Is that my Eevee evolution?
I don't know why
The
that's
name-
funny.
The name means star, apparently. That's cool.
Whoa,
Stars are fiery.
That is pretty cool. That is true. Ball of fire in the sky. Can't argue that.
A ball of gas burning millions of miles away.
Foot rack. I'd
What?
like to change my vote to foot rack.
Foot
Food track. Good stuff.
do.
Good stuff.
She was asking how you spell it.
Oh, it is.
Asteria.
Yes, I can put it in the chat if you'd like.
Do what you want.
I did. You can't stop me.
Asteria.
That
Yeah,
was
Ia as in
very
Ethan's
helpful.
character.
No. No.
What do you mean, no?
I mean no.
No, no,
No,
no.
no, no. Oh dear. I don't know why I did that. I'm so sorry myself.
I will eat you.
Don't. I wish to be
Oh
alive.
no, consumption of human.
Okay, we got 4 more chapters to get through. Actually, no, that's not correct. We have 3 more chapters to get through. Can we do it all tonight?
Wait.
We
Oh
just did
no.
chapter 12. There's 13, 14, and 15 left to go, and then
Why
that's
is it not showing 15 for me? I guess it hates me.
15 hates
It
you.
hates you,
15
Mickey.
does not want to
does.
be aware. He wants to be bust, as in combustion. Yes, the best
Yes,
name.
that's a great name.
Oh, it's the freaking worst name for a dragon ever. I'm so sorry. I've offended all
Bust as in
dragonkind.
combustion.
That's so stupid. Why was I an idiot as an 11-year-old? Why didn't someone stop me?
Because you wouldn't show anybody your freaking
That's
fart
true.
story. What was it called? Ask a
No.
fart story.
It was not called Ask a Fart. You just couldn't remember my beautiful name that I stole from Lord of the Rings.
Oh, what was the actual name?
It was like Ezegroth or Esgaroth, one of those two, but I like.
Ask a fart.
Yeah,
Ask
exactly.
first.
I was so
Amazing.
misunderstood as a child. And you
Oh,
wonder why I
so-
didn't share the story with you. It's because you guys made fun of me. So,
Dad made up ask a fart. I didn't.
okay, yeah, whatever.
Moldy fart. though.
Moldy fart.
I'm not surprised.
Mhm. Okay. Turning Tides, chapter 13. Silver, you want to take a chunk?
I'm gonna
or-
turn your time.
I can try. Hold on, I never changed to chapter 13.
That's fine, we just got there.
Okay, Sophia's progress was slow and methodical as she gripped the wall with her bare feet, ensuring she would not easily fall. As she descended, she kept glancing below her to make sure no one had entered this large chamber, but the coast was always clear. The floor of the room was as large as the central shaft, 300 feet in diameter and largely empty. Meat shaft? Save for some bookcases along the walls and some more multicolored braziers? I always do that one wrong.
Same,
I think that's correct. Is that correct?
Yep.
Help.
I think.
Okay.
You're good.
Braziers lighting the center of the stone
Close enough.
expansive floor. This place almost seemed like the courtyard. This place almost seemed like the courtyard far above, or an area of some kind, seeing as the few windows peeking into this area were reinforced with metal grating, and many of the doors that emptied into this room were formed of thick iron bars. In fact, only a couple doors did not match that description, because they were instead much more reinforced.
You
Almost
don't need to
directly-
shout. It just it's emphasis. It's like much more real.
It's
I'm sorry. My writing style's stupid. I know. Leave me alone.
I have to. I've
Okay.
started the thing, and I
Yep.
cannot let it go. Almost directly across from her, there was an absolutely massive garage door leading into the shaft, which was about 40 feet high.
Meat shaft.
She shuddered to think what gigantic creatures or machines the magistrate wheeled through that door when it was open. Speaking of open, she certainly hoped that some of these doors would be open when she got to the bottom, or she would have to climb all the way back up.
After a couple minutes, Saphira had climbed low enough to where she could jump to the ground without getting hurt. So she dropped off the wall and caught herself quietly on her feet. Oh my goodness. The impact stung a little, but she made it. Her slight grunt reverberated off the cavernous walls, making it sound far more ominous. Saphira quickly took a look at the contents of a nearby shelf, discovering some unknown crystal power technology that looked almost like mining equipment. She was tempted to bring these devices with her in case could be useful, but frankly, there were so many different devices, it would have been a challenge to carry them all, let alone use them effectively in combat. So she left them alone. Left them alone! Left them in place!
Leave me alone!
Resolving to come back and figure out what they did if she had time. As she slunk her way to the nearest iron-barred door, she heard voices from the other side of it, prompting her to press her back against the stone wall and stay out of sight. Moments after the voices had passed, Saphira tried to find the door. Try the door. She tried to find it, but she couldn't! There was no door in the room!
Oh no, it disappeared.
Oh no! What happened?
It's the room of requirements.
Open the
There is no
door.
door.
You're right.
Open the door! I don't know what's happening, but I think
Saphira tried the
needs
door,
more.
finding that it appeared to be locked. She cursed under her breath, wondering if she should try to attract the attention of those voices and get them to open this door, as they investigated the distraction she could cause. But it was too risky. Saphira breathed deeply and walked over to another door of very similar construction. It too was locked. Trying not to let her impatience win out, she tried several more doors in this way, only to determine that people in this area were extraordinarily particular about locking doors behind them. Saphira tried to budge a couple of the larger doors, but they did not budge, perhaps because they were locked or perhaps because Saphira was simply not strong enough. After almost 2 minutes of fruitless time wasting, Saphira gave up and returned to the mysterious crystal devices. She carefully grabbed what looked to be some kind of gyroscope and hoisted it off a small table, only to yelp and drop it again as she felt a sharp pain in her palm. She looked down at her hand, finding a deep cut in her hand, which immediately began to drip blood on the cobblestone floor in front of her. She grimaced and balled her hand into a tight fist to staunch the bleeding as she examined the device once more. It seemed to be a circular saw of some kind, but with extremely non-intuitive handles that required the user to put their hands within the circular cage of metal, and apparently Saphira had lifted it by the sharp blades.
Who freaking
Saphira-
designed this thing?
Right. Saphira glared at the device, apprehensive to touch it again, let alone have her hands surrounded by the blades while using it. Not to mention what a horrible sound a grinding saw would make on a metal door. Saphira tried to look for a different device. Does someone else want to start?
Sure. That sounds like
Okay.
I didn't misunderstood the description a little bit, but it sounds like you kind of put your hands in the center and the blade spins around it. So
Oh.
that's a terrible
Yike.
idea. It's like gonna break your wrists if it does catch on anything and go flying, and then it's gonna cut your legs off, and you're just gonna feel like chopping your own face off because you can't. Oh my
no.
gosh, this seems like a terribly dangerous thing. Why does this exist?
I don't know.
I guess they're a research facility. They found something that didn't work. That's why it's at the bottom of this pit.
It's just the garbage chute.
Mm-hmm. If a tree falls on a deaf person and no one else is around to hear, does it make a sound? Oh no. Sound is not a social construct. But nobody heard it. Oh my gosh. Starlight Silver says, I don't know what's happening, but I think Saphira needs one of those wall climbing zip lines from Bad Batch. You're right. One of those grappling hooks from Star Wars would be very helpful at this point. It's an Inquisitor lightsaber? Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Oh no.
Basically, they're trying to find a way to break Malthus's crazy, spooky terrorist dad out of prison so that he can distract the magistrate enough and blast a way out of prison for everyone else to escape. Because, like, a lot of people are.
Wait, is
in jail right
Malthus's dad Drogos?
now. Yes.
Oh, that's so cool. Why can't he fly? Why can't Malthus fly? If
Because
his
he doesn't
dad
have a
is Drogos?
jetpack.
But he can behold the dragon's fury.
He can behold it, but that doesn't mean he can fly. He can just watch his dad as he blasts
Yeah,
the
why
ship.
is Drogos a dragon with a jetpack?
Because he doesn't.
Can dragons just like not fly?
The
Okay.
same reason that Perry the Platypus has his own logo.
Here, you want me to pull up the Paladin's lore for
That-
Drogos?
I don't think that. What does Perry
It's
the Platypus's
cool.
logo have to do with?
It's cool.
Perry the Platypus
That's
has a
the
logo?
reason.
What is his logo?
I
Why
have
is
to
it
find it now. I'm sorry. Harry the Platypus logo.
This is
L-
such
it's amazing.
disaster. Is that Seb? Yes, that
It's-
is Seb. Pip
It's
thinks
so,
Malthus's dad is cool. Pip equals Saphira confirmed.
I want to
Huh?
find.
That
Oh,
is
does
not.
Saphira think his dad is
Am I
cool?
am I Pip? I think I'm. Wait, what? Wait, I'm so
Pip
confused.
is another champion for paladins. Now, there's like several layers of confusion that could be had
No,
here.
Pip the bird
I
from
know.
Dragon Prince.
Oh, that Pip.
Anyway, so this is
Oh,
Malthus's
disgusting.
dad. Drogo's big old boy, has a jetpack, has a rocket launcher thing, and is basically just a dude who's crazy. So his lore, according to the official Paladin's lore, is born wingless as a mere. Why did it just decide to load a different ad right as I was trying to read it? Thank you. Born wingless as a mere Wyron, underling to a vicious dragon, Drogo's escaped his servitude using a pair of crystal-fueled mechanical wings crafted by a clever dwarven engineer. The draconic blood in his veins flowed with cruelty and greed, compelling him to continue on a realm-wide rampage of destruction as he amassed his own horde, one that will rival that of the true dragons. As the conflict between the Magistrate and the Resistance rages, Drogo streaks through the sky above, swooping down to deal with his foes quickly and as violently as possible. The frickin' ads on these pages are ridiculous.
Get ad block.
I have it! It literally exists already, and it's blocking ads, supposedly. It supposedly blocked
Well,
9, and it still
I have
didn't...
nothing in between my
I
things,
need to
so
update
I don't
my
know.
thing or something. I don't know, man. It's clearly not doing it, pulling its weight. Anyway, so that's Drogo's for you, visual image for you, and yes, Drogo's. I mean, there are multiple kinds of dragons. Obviously, there's Dragonborn, there's wyverns, there's wyvern, there's dragon-like creatures, there's half dragons, there's full dragons, all kinds of dragon stuff, and then you add in the lore of D&D, it just gets more complicated. So there's
Does Malthus also spit on people like Drogo's does?
no. I mean,
Why not?
not yet. I mean,
Not yet.
maybe he can develop that technique. You just hawk a loogie on someone.
Character development.
Yep. You can use it for his blacksmithing. Just be like, keep it warm as he works the metal. I was planning on having him do that anyway, but not actually spitting, just fire breath. But anyway, yeah. Starlight says, yeah, Saphira was fangirling at first, wasn't she? Kind of, yeah. She was like, whoa, what a role model to look up to. What a terrifying force against the Magistrate. Even though he's kind of out for his own gain. What chapter are we on? We are on chapter 13.
5,000.
Yes, 5013. Okay.
I'm getting tired if you can't tell, so I might be a little weird.
Yep, sorry. Okay, we will continue before we get too tired to continue.
I was unhinged earlier, so it's fine.
Anything else that we need to keep track of? I think we're good.
I will be right back. I'm going to acquire food.
Okay.
Okay,
But
I'm
you
hungry
can
too.
keep reading.
This one seemed more promising. A visual inspection revealed what seemed to be a tube with a focusing lens at the end, perhaps for viewing, perhaps for destruction. Saphira was banking on destruction. Being careful how she lifted it this time, Saphira gently set the device on the ground and flipped a small switch on the side of the brass body. A terrible grinding, whirring noise immediately began to emanate from the machine as the blue crystal glowed to life, filling some copper capacitors with an enchanted sheen. Without warning, a bright beam of aqua light burst at the end of the device, forming a sustained ray of energy from the focusing lens to the cobblestone ground in front of it. Saphira grinned as she watched the somewhat noisy, possibly damaged machine slowly melt the stone in front of it, releasing an awful vapor into the air. Saphira quickly lifted the machine, directing its laser in a long, wobbly path as she lifted it to the deadbolt of one of the locked doors. This left an interesting burn trail along the floor and wall, but Saphira hardly cared as she watched the metal heat up and begin to droop away.
Why do they even bother locking doors when they've got stuff like this just lying around? Saphira snickered, swinging the door open and turning off the noisemaker. The area behind the door was an unlit tunnel extending into darkness, with several other passageways branching off from an intersection at the edge of the arena's torchlight. Saphira was hesitant to walk blindly into the pitch blackness of a grid-like labyrinth under the city, but she supposed she had to start investigating somewhere. Saphira considered switching back on the horrible noisemaker to serve as a light source for her travels, but the destructive and decidedly non-stealthy approach seemed unwise. Instead, she used the laser to cut a leg off. I
Oh
thought
my
she meant her own
gosh!
leg.
I thought you just amputate. Whew.
Instead, she used the laser to cut a leg off of the wood table and brought her newly severed stick towards one of the braziers that glowed with a bright blue flame. She dipped the table leg into the flames, giving her a makeshift torch that glowed with enchanted blue fire.
Ooh,
It's like Minecraft.
it's like
Then she
Zelda.
proceeded into the dark passage, balling her free hand into a fist around her still bleeding gash. After a short walk, Saphira entered a large, echoing cavern with a flat, dirty floor that was covered in grimy cart tracks. This road-like tunnel seemed to extend farther under the main city, away from the core facility. She also noticed a sign pointing back to the way she had come, labeled Tower. Dang, this is not where I want to be, is it? She sighed aloud, realizing just how expansive this underground network was. She turned back, feeling the pressure of time as she wasted precious moments to retrace her steps. Any moment the full might of the magistrate would come swarming down here to crush them. Saphira entered the main arena again, thankful to see that the coast was still clear despite her fretting, but it was only a matter of time. Saphira activated the laser once again and used it to melt the securing bolts on one of the large sets of double doors, which allowed her to swing one door open cautiously. Inside, she saw a much larger hallway with lights intermittently placed along the walls, looking similar to the corkscrew hallway that she and Malthus had been descending earlier. Well, at least it's more promising, she grumbled, hefting the laser and entering into the hallway. She turned to close the door behind her, but then began to hear the faint sound of a large stone slab sliding against more stone, emanating from somewhere out in the arena. Saphira carefully peeked out through the crack in between the large metal doors, seeing nothing in the arena until her gaze rose upwards towards where she had originally climbed down into the chamber from. A large stone platform was lowering from high above, carrying with it 10 soldiers and none other than the commander herself. The commander held an assault rifle on her shoulder and faced the open shaft with a pose that meant business. The other soldiers were armed with a mix of spears, swords, and guns, and would likely be tough to defeat with swordplay alone. Oh no, Saphira breathed as the elevator slowly came to a stop at the bottom of the shaft where the enemies quickly dismounted into the arena Saphira had been in mere moments before. 11 enemies was a problem already, but there were surely many more to follow. Could she melt the door hinges to slow their progress? Not without creating a noisy beacon for a second or two to draw them towards her. Saphira decided not to risk it, but she was still tempted to use the laser as a weapon against them while they stood out in the open. Perhaps she could violently chop all the enemies in half with the laser?
Oh no!
But the process of shining the laser, Saphira would be exposing herself to direct gunfire. And if the laser was not powerful enough to immediately cause the kind of damage she was looking for, well, things could get messy very fast. Maybe she could simply put the laser down and scoot it across the floor facing the enemies to scan across them without exposing herself to their line of sight. Better yet. Oh, is this the
This
the
is
woman that
the
I
elderly
was?
commander, yeah.
Okay. Oh, my voice is going to hurt.
Oh no.
Spread out and flank each zone in pairs. The old lady's voice cut through the chamber, cold and calculating as she studied the conspicuous charred line that led to the first door Saphira had melted open. Saphira's heart beat violently in her chest as the soldiers began to branch off in groups of 2, heading for different doors around the chamber. She quickly hoisted the laser once again and began to walk down the hallway behind her, resolving to face her adversaries when they caught her. Hopefully Malthus did not end up running straight into these men when he tried to meet up with her. Do you want to read some?
Yeah, sure. Let's take a moment or two to look at chat.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's not very much. I committed marriage fraud. Oh dear. I heard Timmy got in trouble in school again because he ate a pencil sharpener. Huh?
Oh.
I don't believe in locks and doors. Oh. I mean, fair enough. Disney made a show about Andor. Anyway. Then she coughed and they all ran away because they didn't want COVID. What?
I'm confusion.
Oh, Samwise, with your eating of inanimate objects. Saphira hefted the machine in one hand and drew her sword with the other, trying to cover her bases so she would be ready for anything. As she walked down the flat hallway, her blood slowly seeped across her grip, covering the sword hilt with crimson. This hallway was eerily quiet, and the torchlight burned low, giving only dim light in this relatively abandoned area. Saphira's eyes skated across the infrequent iron doors, which each held a cryptic label: Project Delta, Project Diabella, Project Direwolf. The hall still curved at a gentle angle, and these doors radiated outward like spokes from the center, potentially allowing each of these doors to extend to massive areas of their own. Saphira's eyes flashed over each door desperately, searching for anything remotely useful. The word project sounded familiar. What was it the commander had said about the citizens? That what would they be useful for? A carbine or something? Saphira strained to remember, but could only recall that she thought it started with a C, which meant she was going the wrong way if these doors were arranged alphabetically. Way to go, knowing your, your education. Saphira stopped short, giving a disgruntled snort. She really did not want to backtrack again, especially to where she knew enemies were afoot. She gave an annoyed glare to the door beside her, labeled Project Ginny, as though wishing it were the place she was actually looking for. Suddenly,
Project
she was...
Jetty?
Oh no! We are waiting for you to die! Oh, wait. She was startled by a fierce snarl from a nearby door, simply labeled DiGiorno. She whirled.
It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
She whirled, but saw no difference from any of the other iron doors on this hallway. That's actually a reference to that, though.
Lol.
Because in the D&D campaign that we were doing, there was apparently a DiGiorno joint, and they were actually getting pizzas every once in a while. Our characters were. So, yeah, that there's a pizza brand called DiGiorno for some reason. Yep.
Man, I'm hungry. I want
I'm
some.
so sorry.
Pizza.
She whirled, but saw no difference from any of the other doors in this, any of the other iron doors in this hallway. Cautiously, she raised her sword and crept towards the door, testing the handle. Locked, as usual. I smell your blood. Come a little closer, little dragon. A low growl emanated from beyond the door. Saphira shrank back from the door cautiously, somewhat alarmed by the sinister chuckles. Let me show you some appreciation for my imprisonment. She heard a loud snap and the gnashing of teeth from some fearsome beast.
Hey, listen. I'm not with the magistrate. I'm trying to free prisoners and get out of here, Saphira hissed. If I free you, are you going to rip my arms off, or are you going to help me make the magistrate pay for what they've done? She offered. There was a moment of silence for a moment from the other side of the door, then a slow, measured response.
Is this a cruel joke? The deep voice asked, masking hope with restrained anger.
No. I'm an escaped prisoner too, and we're going to need all the help we can to break out of here. Are you in?
I am in, the voice responded after another moment of consideration.
And you're not going to hurt me or the other prisoners we free, right?
I know who I want to hurt, and it is not you, the voice rumbled.
Okay, good enough for me. Saphira raised the laser and quickly busted her way through the door to discover a small warehouse-like room with a barred jail cell to the side. A tall humanoid shark man stood in the shell, emaciated and haggard, and with a large flap of flesh on his stomach as though he once weighed much more. The shark stood suspiciously, eyes shifting from Saphira to the door and back. The torch light shone across his wrinkled gray skin and illuminated his tattered pants, making him look like a terrifying monster. Are you alright? She asked, concerned for the sick-looking creature.
You're a guard, he grunted, his eyes narrowing. She looked down at her armor for a moment.
No, I just stole the uniform off of a corpse. Now stand back, I'll get you out of here and we can go. Saphira stepped forward to the cell door, and the shark reluctantly moved back as she melted the latch.
Thank you, he mumbled quietly as she opened the door for him to emerge. He stepped out shakily, seeming a bit weak. Saphira wasn't sure how helpful he would be in battle, but she was thankful for the extra ally, even if he was a bit unconventional. He was older, somewhat hunched over, and shorter than Saphira, but he was still a big shark with huge teeth after all.
Now, you could tell what species I was just by smelling my blood, right? Saphira confirmed, causing him to scoff.
I could tell what you were from a mile away. Your blood just puts me into a hangry rage, he gruffly replies. Or, your blood just puts me into a hangry rage, he gruffly replies, looking down both directions of the hall. Now where are we going to get out of here?
Oh, sorry, I'm yawning.
No problem.
Great. I was hoping you could help me with that, perhaps. She smiled. He gave her a quizzical look. My partner and I are trying to find another dragon.
Partner?
Much bigger than me. Partner, oh, he just got captured today, and we think he's down here somewhere. If we can free him, he'll be able to help us escape the whole city. But I keep getting lost trying to find him. Do you think you could use your shark senses to point us in the right direction?
Honey, I can tell you what cologne he's wearing. he isn't wearing any, but that's besides the point.
Mhm.
Let's go. The shark smiled grimly, starting to shuffle down the passage towards the center shaft once again. He no period. He had a bit of a limp, but was making good pace. Saphira grinned and followed him, pleased to have a heading at last.
Do you think you can also find the other citizens that are captured here to help free them?
One thing at a time, lady, the old shark grumbled. First, I need me a bite of some magistrate behind.
Why specifically the behind?
Juiciest part.
Saphira then began to hear the echoes of armored footsteps farther down the passage. Can you smell how many there are?
Enough for both of us, he grunted.
Shouldn't we go another way?
Aren't you a fire-breathing dragon? I thought you could take care of this kind of thing. He turned to her, angrily slowing his pace.
Not fire, but whatever. Can you smell another way through these passages that avoid that avoids running into soldiers?
That's not how smelling works. He gave an incredulous look at this as the footsteps drew still closer. What did you say, Seb? Did you say something?
He said spit.
Spit?
As
Yeah,
opposed
spit
to
breathing
fire.
dragon.
I
Like Jojo.
Oh. yeah, fair enough.
Fine, I just wanted to avoid fighting, she sighed as the approaching soldiers rounded the bend and caught sight of her and the shark.
I'm surprised you got this far then, Missy. Stop right there! The soldiers called out. Stop resisting arrest! Why do they sound like villagers? We are going to get you now! Stop resisting arrest! You are now under the protection of the villagers! Yeah, I'm gonna do the villagers' voices for them now.
Oh boy.
I am soldier number 4! I am here to put you under the law. Please, calmly put yourself in this jail cell. Yes, the law is now above you. You are positionally located below.
Oh my gosh.
The soldiers called out, quickening their pace and beginning to jog forward. Now would be a great time for breathing fire, the shark pointed out, stepping behind her.
I was trying to save that for an emergency, she growled back.
What do you call this? A leisurely stroll? Do it! He shouted as the commander emerged from around the corner behind the soldiers, 2 glowing orange sensor drones floating above her shoulders. All 10 of the soldiers seemed to have regrouped once again and were in front of her. The commander smiled in grim satisfaction upon finding Saphira.
I thought I might find you down here. You seem to have gotten lost, though, little thistle. Did I? You all knew right where to go, so there must have been something important down here, Saphira shot back defiantly. The commander gave a disappointed shake of her head, smiling sadly. My dear, you left a trail of blood and melted locks for us to follow right to you. Tracking you was trivial.
Why are you talking? The shark growled behind Saphira quietly. He was right. This is a pointless conversation.
I don't know if you've ever been in a fight before, but there's usually
Yeah. Wait, there's a shark now? Yeah, you gotta pay attention. Things move fast in this world.
Fine, you got me. Saphira raised her hands, causing her laser machine to droop awkwardly and strain her arm. Good choice. The commander gave a bemused smile as the soldiers continued advancing. I doubt your breath would give you an advantage against a bullet. As much as you've proved to be a thorn in my side, it certainly would have been a shame for me to ruin Storm's toy. While the commander gloated, Saphira made a show of the weighty object forcing her arm back down to earth. Saphira casually leaned down to set it on the ground, with the lens just so happening to face her enemies, who were all now in a large hallway with no cover to speak of. This is as decent a choke point as any. As Saphira stood back up, she flipped the switch to activate the device, causing it to whir to life again.
What's that? One of the soldiers yelled uncertainly, halting his approach as the machine loudly clanked, wobbled, and began to glow as it heated up. Moments later, the device directed a thin beam of light at the group, which harmlessly skated across the soldiers' chest plates, leaving an ashen burn mark, but no more.
It's a trap! The commander barked perceptively. A moment too late to help her subordinates. She raised her own rifle to aim at Saphira, but Saphira was already in motion, smiling widely as she brought a blade down straight on the end of the focusing tube of the laser. Saphira shut her eyes tight just as the blade connected, releasing a blinding wall of brilliant blue and green light into the whole hallway. Immediately, every soldier that had been looking in the direction of the stunning spectacle cried out in pain and surprise, closed their eyes, and stumbling backwards as the scattered light flashed across them. Saphira kept her gaze facing away from the machine as she glanced back at the shark, who was grinning fiercely. One of the soldiers bellowed and began firing his gun wildly towards the general direction of his enemies, causing
lordy.
sparks to skitter off the stone walls as he missed dramatically. Saphira and the shark withdrew a few steps, pressing themselves against the wall desperately for a new cover as the man shot randomly with eyes still squeezed shut. Unfortunately, one of the bullets struck the laser device, and the colorful projection of light faded away as the machine made an awful thunking sound, and a metal disc that had been spinning suddenly ground to a halt against its new dents. As the echoes of gunfire faded out into the long hallway, the machine gave one last final popping sound as it emitted one final puff of smoke. Fall back! The commander's perturbed voice rang out again, remarkably calm compared to her moaning men. Saphira dared to peek out from from her tiny amount of cover, seeing that the soldiers were still blinking repeatedly and rubbing their eyes, while the commander herself stood as well, eyes closed, with an expression grim behind her glowing orange holographic shield, which now covered the upper half of her body.
But Commander,
I know. Fall back, she ordered dangerously. Her soldiers clumsily began to comply, stumbling backwards and leaning against the walls of the hall for support.
You blinded them, the shark marveled, his grin deepening.
Yep. Saphira sighed in relief,
Laser
watching the commander
pointer's
take
no
a
joke.
few
Don't look directly into a laser pointer.
Watching the commander take a few sure-footed steps back, seeming to be on high alert as she tilted her head to the side to listen intently. She was still standing stiffly at attention as she waited for her soldiers to retreat past her, her hands clasped firmly on her rifle.
Lunchtime, the shark growled, digging in his toes as he leaned forward to charge.
The shark has toes?
Gonna go with yes. He's got two big
Wait.
toes. Just two.
They can't see. They're no threat anymore. Saphira argued too late as he sprinted forward at an incredible pace towards the small squad. The commander's head twitched as the sharkman bounded forward, his feet slapping the ground with a regular pattern. The commander turned to track his movements with her rifle and began firing at him with precise bursts. Sparks struck the wall behind the shark, but only a few bullets managed to pierce him, carving a couple holes into his legs. The shark roared with rage and bloodlust as he pounced on one of the soldiers, sinking his massive jaws into the poor man's body.
Ah, my
causing
body!
the crowd in agony.
Hey, please
As
stop
the
that,
shark
sir!
tore
Hey,
him
I would
from them.
request that you cease this at once!
All the while, the other terrified soldiers scrambled across the floor, escaping on their hands and knees,
Oh
or
no!
bumping into the walls as they tried to flee the horrific scene. Oh my gosh, stop! Saphira shouted, dashing forward to try to stop this senseless, gory violence. But it was too late. Before Saphira had even covered the distance, the commander had honed her aim, and the next volley of bullets struck true, burying themselves in the shark's abdomen as he turned his barbaric attention towards her. With another cry of fury, the shark leapt at her, bleeding from all over, as he tackled the commander to the ground, tossing her gun down the hall towards Saphira as he tried to wrap his massive jaws around the commander's glowing orange energy shield. Was that the bite of 87? I couldn't even decide how to intervene. The shark suddenly began to convulse violently as electrical arcs flickered across his body, and he
Oh,
clutched
no.
at his stomach.
The widow.
And the commander
The shock.
gave one. Then the commander gave one powerful punch to the shark's nose, and he fell to the ground,
Not the
unmoving.
nose punch. That's the shark's one weakness.
No. Seb's too. The commander sat up, breathing heavily behind her shield as the soldiers continued to scramble away, groping in the dim light. Saphira stood amidst the chaos for a moment, uncertainly picking up the commander's rifle as she surveyed the helpless enemies before her. Don't you dare, the commander growled, pointing her fist at Saphira even as her eyes closed. What? Even as her I'm getting dyslexic. Even as her closed eyes remained fixed on the ground in front of her. Now, with a view of the business end pointed directly at her, Saphira could see some kind of technological bracelet on the commander's wrist that looked like it could shoot a small projectile. It really is Black Widow. Hey, I was trying to stop him, Saphira defended, giving a guilty glance at the bloody mess that had been a magistrate soldier mere moments before. I'm not going to hurt any of your men. You're right, the commander replied matter-of-factly as a small click emanated from the shooter, and a metal dart of some kind rocketed out of the barrel, heading right for Saphira's shoulder. Saphira narrowly managed to duck and immediately began running down the passage towards the central shaft once again.
Dexterity saving throw.
It's not over. What?
Dexterity saving throw.
What? It's never over, the commander hurled after Saphira along with a couple more darts, which also missed. Saphira quickly pressed past the blinded soldiers who posed no threat to her as she returned to the facility hub and
Where are we
tried to
going?
decide where to go next. She sighed, wishing her shark companion hadn't recklessly gotten himself killed. Rest in peace, shark.
Oh, yikes. Hey, look, I can see into the end of this laser pointer. Oh, wait, why can't I see anything anymore? I can imagine a little animation with the villagers doing that. How are you holding up, McKay? Are you too tired to make it through the rest of this, or?
I did suddenly get tired during that chapter. I don't know why. Well, actually, I do know why. I had VBS all freaking week.
But that was last week.
Hi.
I know, but then
Welcome back.
hello.
Maybe she
I
can
mean,
take
I was
over
here
for you.
like a while ago. I just didn't want to
Welcome back.
interrupt.
No problem.
I was also enjoying listening, so there's that.
Good stuff, good stuff. Poor Shark Man. I guess his children are the ones who make the pizza empire,
R.I.P.
perhaps.
Shark Man. That was funny.
Wait, no. I guess the empire probably already exists because this is only a couple years before the present day, quote unquote, in the D&D campaign. So I guess the old boss of it, old patriarch maybe, just died, leaving his family behind. I don't know. Trying to explain, rationalize the DiGiorno lore.
Sure. No.
Okay, chapter 14, releasing the beast. I say we continue. What think?
If you want to do more reading, then that's okay.
I absolutely shall. I will do as much as I can. Or we could save it for another week, but I just, I feel like we said we were gonna end it last week, but then, yeah.
I don't remember that, but whatever.
I don't know. I thought we could do it all in one more stream, but, what do you think? Would you prefer to do it next week? The thrilling conclusion, or do you think we can finish it today?
It's up to you guys. I'm here to vibe.
I am also here to vibe.
I'm here to vibe.
You got so aggressive.
I don't know. I don't like to be the one to make decisions, but I
Do
don't
it.
want to read big paragraphs anymore because my throat is dead and I am dead.
Okay. Can you just do the Saphira lines, and or the Saphira lines and the old lady lines, and we can do the rest?
Yeah, I guess.
You sound like you don't want to do that.
It's fine. I'm just tired.
Okay, I'm sorry. My vote is to continue, even though I guess maybe your thoughts will be very unenthusiastic at the very end as far as summing up the thing, but I don't think it'll take too much longer to finish the whole
No,
thing.
this one says 33 minutes of
And the next one is
reading.
20, so over an hour probably.
Yeah, but if we end at 11 p.m., that's not too bad, right? That's my thought process.
Yeah, but I'm just saying we're not going to because we always talk a lot,
Well,
so...
If we save it for next time, that's a full stream. Because if we have for all the chatting.
No, that is not a full stream. Just 1 hour. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like we've made it through 2 hours at least of reading for most of this. Except for this one, which we read McKay's thing at the beginning instead. Seb, what do you think?
I literally have no. This is not my
I mean, you're here.
thing. I am here. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not reading.
Okay.
It's not really a me thing.
What does chat think? How many people are even watching? Izzy said that they fell asleep
Yes, the
earlier.
chat would just say, "Oh, keep reading," but
Maybe they would. Maybe they wouldn't. Lily says, or Lily. What was it again? Lily.
it was Lily.
Lily.
Yeah, Canadian, remember?
Oh, I see. That's a good thing to connect it to. Lily says it's 10 p.m. for them, which same here.
It's 8 p.m.
Good
No, it's
morning,
8 p.m.
EJ.
for
Hope you have a
me.
good day. Well, I say it's up to McKay. Do you think, like, you would cry and be very sad and not be able to talk about your thoughts overall about the story if we go any farther? Or are you able to, like, pull yourself together and, you know, finish it out
Pull yourself together.
just so we can do something else next time? I'm just thinking because this is all kind of one continuous action scene, I guess. For most of the rest of this, it just feels a little weird to, like, split it off. Like, it won't be very satisfying to just
I
have.
want food, but I don't think we have.
Well, if you really feel about it, EJ, just read the whole thing out, and if McKay's like so tired that she can't stay, she can just like peace out maybe.
Yeah, you go get food and listen, McKay, and we will keep reading, and then we'll tell you when we need you. And then you'll be energized by the time comes for discussing thoughts, right? What do you think?
I have to figure out how to get this straight.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to, you know. Hello, Isla. Welcome. How's it going?
Okay, I'll try to find food. You guys can
Yay.
continue.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna do it, everyone. I'm hyping everyone up. Woo, woo, woo. I have no idea who's pisting. I guess that's Malthius. Psst, Sophia! She suddenly heard from across the arena. Malthius waved to her from another set of double doors that he had somehow opened. She quickly made her way across the pit to join him, clutching the sword and the rifle by her sides. Should I do British voice, or because McKay's moving around probably? I hope you've had better luck than I have, Sophia groaned, flexing her bloody hand. See for yourself, Malthius nodded behind him, gesturing to an iron door labeled Project Corvus. You found the citizens? Sophia gasped, swinging open the door to reveal a large prison with long, multi-story hallways branching out into darkness. A colorless maze of metal grates and catwalks and pipes complemented the equally drab iron bars of countless cells that held all manner of prisoners. Sophia saw mostly unfamiliar faces, presumably of people who had gotten on the magistrate's bad side before the battle began, but all of them seemed desperate, muttering hopefully as they watched Malthius and Sophia enter. Sophia stepped over the bodies of 4 more guards that Malthius had apparently already incapacitated while entering the arena, or when entering the area. Okay, explain to me how you found this so easily while I ended up in some shark solitary confinement zone with a bunch of magistrate soldiers, Sophia complained at Malthius. He chuckled and smiled. You're the one who wanted to split up. Oh, shut it, she mumbled, walking along the upper catwalk that the entrance had led him to. So, how do we find your father? She questioned, looking around the massive complex. Why does everything in this place have to be so huge and mysterious? She stomped her foot in annoyance. Hey, calm down, Malthius reminded her. Let's start with following these wires. Wires? What for? Sophia gazed at the little metal tubes more closely, seeing that one pipe for plumbing and one conduit for magic transfer were pathed to every cell. These bundles of pipes then met up and traveled down the hall along the ceiling and around a corner. Look at the cells. The doors don't have individual locks, Malthius pointed out, the lack of keyholes on each door. Zephyr was mildly distracted by the frantic begging of a man in the cell beside him, who was pleading vehemently to be released. Yeah, it's okay, we'll get you out in a minute, sir. Relax, Malthius assured him, empathetically. Anyway, it looks to me that they have some kind of mass control system going on here to open the doors in groups. So, rather than spending ages trying to break open each cell individually, maybe we can find some controls and open all the cells at once. And if we see anything that looks out of the ordinary, maybe that will lead us to my father. Would you like to be Sophia, Silver, so I don't have to talk to myself repeatedly?
Sure, I can try.
Okay. You don't have to do British if you don't want to. I mean, she never was intended to be British, but we've just kind of decided that she's British.
I am so bad at just like voices in general that I might not even try. That's why.
At least you're a girl.
Storm is literally just louder me. Like I can't do it.
Fair enough.
You found the citizens, Sophia gasped, swinging the door. Is that correct? Hold on. Am I in the right spot?
Okay.
Where am I?
I don't know. What did you just say?
Where am I? Where are you?
I'm at, maybe that'll lead us to my father. You make it sound too easy is your next spot. It's like...
Okay.
One page.
You make it sound too easy, Sophia observed skeptically. Why do I feel like everything is going to go horribly, terribly wrong with this plan?
What's there to go wrong? Malthius shrugged.
Oh,
Oh
random
no.
voice.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh yes! Yes! It's our boy!
The
You!
boy!
It's you! A familiar voice suddenly called out above the other prisoners. Saphira turned to face the cell from which the sound arose.
Oh my lord, you again? Saphira rolled her eyes.
Yes, it is I, the legendary Wazanda, master of the 5 arcane elements, lord of...
You've got to be kidding me, she laughed, shaking her head at the scraggly man who still wore a lavender bathrobe. Matthias gave an amused smile and continued down the path, following the wires.
No, it's really me, he beamed. Pleasure to make your acquaintance once again. Are you here to rescue us?
Yes, is there any fancy magic you can do to help us out, or are you still too tired? She asked, crossing her arms.
Oh, I can do all kinds of amazing things for you today. The only problem is I lack my black crystal, which I really is essential for many of my spells, so, no, I suppose I can't do much for you at the current moment, he admitted.
Yeah, that's what I figured, she sighed, turning to walk away again.
Wait, if you can get me my crystal, I can help you out, I promise, he wailed, reaching through his bars after them.
Do you know where it is? She turned to him impatiently.
No, he drooped once again. But I could find out where it is with magic if you could bring me a forked twig, he offered desperately.
If I see any, you'll be the first to know, she promised, turning after Malthius once again. But as she did, she caught sight of another familiar face across the gap, on the other catwalk. Saphira gasped, stopped locking eyes with the tired Vulpin in his cell. His eyes flashed with recognition, and he leaned forward. Oh, who's this dude?
Don't know. I don't think he's been mentioned before. Saphira? He cried out. Saphira leapt from one catwalk to the other, clearing the gap with ease and landing in front of his cell.
Marcus, I can't believe you're alive. I thought you died on the second day of the fighting, Saphira gushed, reaching through the bars of his cell to cradle his little fox-like cheeks. Oh, that's weird. They were sunken and matted, but still soft.
It's good to see you too, he smiled weakly. Andrew's alive too. He got captured before I did.
Thank goodness, I thought all my friends were dead. Saphira held back a sob, tears welling up in her eyes. From off in the distance, she heard a faint yell and the clashing of blades, then a metal thud.
Sounds like there's still time for our fates to be decided. Marcus met her gaze bravely. Do what you need to do. I'll see you when I see you.
Thanks, Marcus. I'll get you out of here, I promise. She turned to rejoin the fight with renewed vigor, charging towards the sounds of Malthius fighting. They were so close. Somewhere in here, her family was waiting to be freed, and Rowan, and so many other citizens that had been imprisoned unfairly. The metal grate was uncomfortable on her feet as she sprinted along the hallway, but it gave her good traction to move quickly. How are her toes not getting... Oh wait, she's probably wearing shoes.
I mean, she's got scales. That's like tougher than normal human skin. I don't know.
True, fair. The sounds of combat drew louder and louder as she neared another corner until she rounded it to find Malthius on a lower level, repeatedly punching a guard in the face until he slumped to the ground.
Go to sleep.
Go to sleep. An additional guard was clutching at his neck on the lowest level as a long elephant trunk strangled him from within one of the prison cells. And six other unconscious guards littered the area, both on catwalks and splayed out on the ground floor. Why was that sentence so hard to say? Apparently Malleus had been busy. He turned and looked up at her as the suffocating guard passed out unceremoniously on the floor, or stone floor.
Oh, hi. Nice of you to join me. Malleus smiled, leaping up to grab the highest catwalk again and clamber back up.
You didn't leave any for me, Saphira replied.
No, I was having too much fun. Also, EJ was tired of writing combat scenes, so he's doing it all off camera. He shrugged.
Let's get it off here. We're done with it.
Glancing back up at the ceiling to determine where to go. I mean, I started writing this to be a backstory of how Malthius met his wife. I didn't intend for it to be action intense, combat scenes repeatedly. I was like, oh, I want to do the character stuff, like have them get to know each other. I want to skip past all the combat stuff so we can actually get to that. But, in order to facilitate the moments, the combat's got to be there. Yeah, anyway.
Super EJ moment.
Yeah, it's the opposite of Super EJ, because Super EJ was all focused on combat only and completely neglected all, interpersonal communication. This is trying to do that and ignoring the combat, so I've completely 180'd. Let's see.
The magical pipe.
Thank you. The magical
Yeah.
piping had become a very large group, and as they rounded one last corner, it joined up with another group of the same size coming from the other direction, resulting in a truly gigantic mess of technological conduits heading towards a room at the end of the hall with thick reinforced glass offering a view down into the pit. That looks like our command room, he grinned, walking forward quickly.
By the way, you didn't keep any twigs from that leaf bucket, did you? Saphira asked as she followed. He gave her a baffled look as they reached the door to the control room.
Excuse me? He questioned.
The purple wizard dude says he can figure out where his magic crystal is if we give him a twig. I figure maybe the magistrate can keep your dad's. Oh, I see. Okay. Keep your dad's jetpack in the same place as the artifacts they confiscated from their other prisoners. So if you give him a twig, we can figure out where that gear is.
Oh, smart, Malthus nodded. Saphira grinned proudly until he spoke again. Although I already found the jetpack, actually. He informed her apologetically, watching her face fall.
Are you kidding me? When did you have time to do that? She shot back hotly, crossing her arms.
Well, remember how I was going to smash through a wall in order to get past the locked door earlier?
Yeah?
That was the room. It was literally the first place I checked.
I hate you. She's punching his arm.
What, is this a competition? He frowned, rubbing his arm. If you want to help, by all means, help me get this door open. He gestured to the strong metal door in front of them. Saphira stepped forward, pointed the commander's rifle at the lock point blank and let loose a devastating magazine of high-powered projectiles into the mechanism, turning it into a mangled, dented slice of metal Swiss cheese. The door pitifully squeaked open on its hinges, no longer even latching. Malthus gave an impressed nod of approval.
Oh, sorry. So where's this jetpack then, Mr. Ace in the hole? Did you not bother to bring it with you? She sassed snarkily as they entered the control room.
I turned it on. It's awaiting commands from Drogos, Malthus explained, giving a brief once-over of the room. There were complex metal control panels with buttons and levers galore, and a second reinforced window on the other side of the room, opposite to the first.
I take it you're too small to wear the jetpack yourself and blow things up? She scoffed.
Kind of. Offended slightly. It's also programmed to only respond to my dad, so there's that. Malthus shrugged, looking curiously through the other window. Then he froze.
Voice key incorrect.
Then he froze, staring stiffly for a moment. Saphira joined him at the window, looking into the room below. Drogo's flame terror, the larger-than-life draconic terror, was secured in the room. His massive form and imposing visage were brought low by enough shackles to completely immobilize the poor worm. His wrists, ankles, forearms, forelegs, neck, jaws, and chest were all held in giant metal bands, which were chained to the walls, suspending him in the air helplessly. The room, it's Mr. Incredible vibes. The room seemed to be constructed largely of the same enchanted metal that had contained Malthus and Saphira in their previous cell, including the large iron garage door, which had probably allowed him to be brought into the room at all. Saphira breathed in awe at the vicious beast in his overkill cage.
I can't believe how big he is, she gawked.
Yep, he's certainly something, Malthus mumbled annoyedly, checking over the many controls for Drogos' cell. There were plenty of
He exists! He's there, look at him!
He is there, yes. There were plenty of torturous traps and machinations to unleash, like sleep gas and electric shocks. Saphira set down her gun and sword on the panel as she continued gazing into the cell.
Because that seems like a good idea to leave right next to the man, and in case he escapes and uses that on the guards. That seems like a brain idea. How convenient that it's just sitting there.
I'm not even going to address the fact that Sam is trying to eat more inedible objects and Syl is just desperately trying to rein him in. Hello, Abdel.
I'm eating some chicken that's really not good.
Gasp. Well,
oh no.
Okay, that could be considered inedible if it's, like, not good, not
Well,
in date.
I'm just me, and I don't like meat a lot of times. If it's left over, it tastes bad.
Oof.
Yes, I'm the same.
Mm.
Oh, you know what doesn't taste good?
Me.
Chicken fingers, but like day two chicken fingers.
Oh, yeah, rubber.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not crispy. They're not good. They're not warm.
Nope.
Sad.
Yeah.
I hope my life never gets sad as day 2 chicken.
Oh no! Oh no! That is they're quite a metaphor. Smiles at use of the simile. Where did we leave off? I lost my place. Oh yeah. Yep, he's
sleeping gas.
certainly something,
Hold on.
etc., etc.
Sleeping
Yes,
drugs
she
in
puts
their
down the
pocket.
gun and sword on the panel as she continues gazing out into the cell.
I guess I just never really thought I'd see such a legend in person.
That's kind of what happens when you bust him out of prison. Malthus sighs, unimpressed.
Sorry, I'm making it weird, aren't I? Saphira climbed up, trying to compose herself.
Just a little, Malthus agreed. There's nothing particularly legendary or admirable about him to me. He's just my big, violent, somewhat abusive dad. He grumbled, his hand hovering over a labeled release.
He did turn himself in to save you, Saphira pointed out. Malthus nodded reluctantly, hesitating for 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Malthus, this place is still on high alert, or will be shortly. Any time now would be great.
He's caused so much pain to me and so many others. Maybe this is where he belongs. Malthus pondered, his voice seeming to get a little choked up.
He's your dad, Saphira shot back.
That doesn't mean I like him, he replied coldly. Saphira frowned, trying to decide how to approach this. After a moment, she put a hand gently on Malthus's shoulder.
Look, I know he's not a great guy, but we need him to get us out of here, and to save countless innocent lives. Think of it like you're giving him a chance to finally do something good. She gave a small smile, trying to be encouraging. Malthus took a deep breath, then sighed, lowering his head.
Fine. He relented, pulling the lever. After a moment, the garage door began to slowly rise, opening the cell. But the giant shackles remained firmly affixed to Drogos' body, holding him so tightly, so firmly he couldn't even open his mouth. Drogos seemed to struggle a bit upon hearing the door open, but still could not move. Ah, great, Malthus growled, walking to the other door of the control room, which led to a metal staircase down into Drogos' cell. I guess it's not wired up yet. I'll just have to get him out manually. He rolled his shoulders and
With
stepped to the door.
violence!
Blacksmith duties, engage!
I guess so. Saphira reluctantly agreed, eyeing the size of the chains holding Drogos. I hope you mean you have the key for those shackles, because otherwise I'm not sure what you're going to do.
Neither am I, Malthus grumbled, gritting his teeth. They really don't want him getting out, Malthus commented, dismounting the stairs and stepping down to the floor of the cell behind his father. Drogos' tail twitched at the voice, but was held in place for any meaningful movement. A low, terrifying rumble shook the room as Drogos let out a deep, menacing growl. Malthus
I was gonna say
faltered.
a snore.
Dad's the moment they hit the couch.
Snorlax. Plot twist.
Malthus faltered, eyeing the gigantic form in the room with him, but then continued walking forward around Drogos' face. Hello.
Hello, father.
I know. The scene is set up like he's walking slowly around the guy who's trapped, and it's that scene.
For real. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Hello,
Barty Crouch
father.
moment.
Malthus slowly announced his presence as he came into his father's view. Saphira facepalmed, noting that Malthus could almost be mistaken for well, it's no fun if you say it, bruh. You couldn't resist, I guess.
Saphira thought of that
Rough
one
draft,
movie
rough
called
draft.
Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire that she had seen once.
I don't. Oh, okay. I see what you're
What?
saying. I mean, I wasn't thinking about that specific thing. Just the cadence of the way he's saying it. Anyway.
I was thinking of specifically Barty Crouch.
Okay,
Jr.
I
Thank
was
you.
not. But yes. Anyway, Drogo stopped growling, letting out a heavy snort instead as his eyes locked onto Malthus. Malthus stood still for a moment and opened his mouth to speak again, and then simply sighed, lowering his head.
Malthus, quickly? Saphira called out to remind him. He gave a tired glance up at the observation window, nodded, and turned back to his father.
Thanks for coming to help me, Dad. Malthus finally spoke. I'm gonna get you out of here, But I need you to promise me you won't hurt the innocent citizens that need to escape as well. Can you help us escort them out of here safely? Malthus locked eyes with his father determinedly. Drogo's eyes flickered for a moment, then his head twitched as though he was trying to nod, but was prevented by the chains immobilizing.
I'm not trying to nod.
Immobilizing his neck and jaws. What is that, Ratatouille? Noticing this...
I'm not trying to be close.
Oh, noticing this, Malthus raised his sword and swung it powerfully at the chains holding Drogo's neck in place. Drogo's grunted as the chain made a loud clanking sound, and a deep gash formed in one of the links of the chain. The chain was strong and thick, and held firm despite the damage. Malthus swung again to the same spot, even harder than before. This time his blade cleaved through one side of the chain link and buried itself on the other side. Oh, and I know I won't be able to get your attention once the chaos begins, but Malthus grunted as he twisted his blade free and swung it at another chain. There's also a refugee camp that the magistrate is running just north of the city. After we get out of here, can you free those citizens as well and let them go wherever they want to? Please don't kill the magistrate workers if you don't have to. Malthus pleaded as he shattered still another chain link, freeing Drogo's neck and jaws completely, except for the metal band still holding his mouth closed. Drogo's rolled his eyes as he let loose another snort. Then he lowered his head down for Malthus to remove the shackle around his maw. Your jetpack is primed and ready to go. I'm hearing Morse code of staticky zip zip zip.
Yeah, I don't know why that's happening. That was weird.
You hear it too?
I don't know.
Yeah, I could hear it.
No, it was. I noticed my icon was lighting up, and I was like, "Why is that happening?"
I don't know.
And I
Electrical
tried.
interference with your mic, I guess.
Maybe. I think it's
There's, like,
fixed now.
Oh no,
There's
the
foreign
chat's still trying to
interference
convince
from
Samwise to
aliens.
not consume things.
Oh,
a
not
good night, I'm
again.
Oh man. Well, feel free to reread or rewatch this to catch up on the end to the story, because yeah, we're on our way, getting close to the end.
I'm on my
Please
way.
don't die. I can't go back to jail. What the heck? What in the world?
Chat roleplay.
McKay, are you available for voices?
Mm?
Because I think not
Yeah.
one more move is general.
Oh, I'm here.
Here comes the
I-
general!
Whoa, that's not you. Oh wait, no, Saphira's hearing this from her side. Who's speaking? Oh,
The
commander.
general!
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm very
the
not
commander.
here right now, but I am also here.
Mhm.
Okay.
I
Not
believe
one
you.
more move. Saphira suddenly heard a voice cry to her side. Saphira whirled, only to find the commander entering the room, pointing her wrist shooter at Saphira's chest from nearly point blank. Hands up! The commander barked, taking an aggressive step forward. Saphira was forced backward in alarm, out of reach of her gun and sword. Oh, come on, I thought you couldn't see, lady. Does someone else want to read the prose while I'm doing dialogue?
Sure,
Because I'm
sure.
talking to myself.
Saphira complained loudly, noting that the commander's eyes were still closed behind her glowing orange energy shield.
These see for me.
Oh, the commander gestured coldly to her glowing technological discs that hovered over each shoulder. I won't. Oh.
I will.
Sorry,
miss
I'm
this time.
I'm stupid.
really bad at this.
I'm not good at this arrangement.
Hey, so is this
Mixing up
character
her
based
system.
off of somebody, EJ?
Yeah, it was established to be Vivian, just older.
Oh.
This is just straight up Vivian.
I don't know who Vivian is.
I mean,
I'm still
but with,
pretending that
you
I
know,
know.
more
Say
tech.
hello
because-
to. Have you met my friends? That's
Exactly. She promised menacingly, stepping still closer and forcing Saphira back against the wall of the control room where there was no escape. Saphira stole a glance out the window at Malthus, who was quickly reaching out to free his father's mouth.
Touch it and she dies.
The commander screeched, one of her sensor drones tilting to look in
You'll get it
Malthus's
someday,
direction,
Ethan.
while the other remained
Maybe
trained on
someday.
Saphira in case she tried anything. Malthus froze, concernedly turning to peer up into the control room. He saw that the commander had Saphira essentially at gunpoint, her wrist shooter trained squarely on Saphira's sternum. Saphira exchanged a fearful look with him as she remained with her back pressed against the wall. Drogo's let out a low, threatening growl as the commander smugly smiled, confident in her victory. Malthus slowly looked back and forth between his father and Saphira, his eyes filled with sorrow.
It was an admirable effort, Drogo's son, but you Dragonborn are just too predictable, the commander chuckled. Your reptilian minds refuse to
Zuckerberg.
grasp the greater picture, so you stick together, unwilling to leave each other behind. You wouldn't leave those refugees, your father wouldn't leave you, and now you won't sacrifice her. You can't. Because if you did, what would that make you? The commander turned her head, sneering down at
A
Malthus in
fool!
disgust. Just as much of a monster as your father.
Close enough.
Malthus looked down in shame for a moment, furrowing his brow. Drogus' eyes flashed with fury as he thrashed and wobbled to escape, but to no avail. Now back away from your father and lay down your weapon, the commander ordered, gesturing for him to leave the cell. Malthus hesitated, sadly locking eyes with Saphira once more.
I can read.
Okay.
Saphira didn't know how to feel. All the commander needed to do was pull the trigger, and Saphira would be gone. There would be no chance to dodge at this distance. There was no one else to free. Oh my goodness. There was no one else free to turn the tide in their favor. If either she or Malthus moved in a way the commander didn't like, Saphira was as good as dead. But if they allowed themselves to be captured this time, there would be no hope for any of these citizens to ever see the light of day again. There would be no mercy, no mistakes, and no releases this time. Saphira was angry that she hadn't taken out this commander when she had the chance, frustrated that she'd set down her weapons. But most of all, she was terrified of her. Oh my goodness! For
Terrified of her own life. Ah, I'm still alive!
My life is as bad as second day chicken fingers.
Oh no!
But most of all, she was terrified for her own life and the lives of her family.
Move it, or your lover dies. The commander warned, her
Jeez.
patience wearing thin. I don't know why I'm so weird, but it's fine. At this, Malthus turned his fiery gaze back upon the commander, staring her in the face determinedly as he set his jaw. Without even looking, he slammed a strong hand behind him onto Drogus' face, digging his claws into the metal shackle to get a good grip on it. And then, with one final apologetic look at Saphira, he slid the shackle off Drogus' snout, freeing him to his open jaws. What? No! Okay, let's let you read now. I'm opening my cheeks.
What?
The
No!
commander shot. Oh,
We need some silver intensity added there.
what? No! The commander shouted in absolute disbelief as Drogo's let out loose a triumphant war. A triumphant war.
A triumphant
War.
A triumphant roar.
Insert
of
Jurassic Park
devastating
sound
volume.
effect.
The room shook with his fury as Drogo's turned his head to split. Oh my goodness. I think it's the word Drogos, because immediately after I say it, I fail. Spit a furious jet of lava like phlegm onto the other chains that secured
Ew.
his limbs. Saphira tried to take advantage of the commander's shock, lunging to bat her wrist away. But the willy commander's jaw quickly snapped closed as her attention returned to Saphira, in time to keep her promise. Amidst the shaking room and the breathing of fire, Saphira heard a faint blast as a small projectile fired from the commander's gauntlet. A faint flash of silver. Ha!
Ah!
Impacted Saphira's chest, accompanied by a
Silver, how
sharp pain.
scandalous.
Then a bright flash of blue light filled the small room as arcs of electricity danced across Saphira's chest and limbs. The commander turned on her heel with a calm scowl and began to pull levers on the control panel for Drogo's cell as Saphira fell to the ground, her muscles spasming under the intense web of lightning that crackled across her body. Dang, that was a long sentence. That was 4 lines.
Man.
Sorry.
Okay,
Her
Paul.
neck.
Paul!
Her neck felt tight and she found it difficult to move, but compared to being struck by natural lightning from the sky, crazy Thursday. This little stun dart was merely an annoyance. After a few moments, the arcing electricity stopped sparking across her body, leaving her on the ground without any negative repercussions. Saphira didn't even feel dazed. Huh, neat, Saphira thought, smirking as she looked up at the oblivious commander, who had directed both of her sensor drones to gaze into Drogo's cell. Oh my goodness, okay. I can read this one. Saphira stood quietly, but or can I? Saphira stood quietly, stepping beside the commander to reclaim her gun and sword. The old commander continued to focus on the interior of the cell, which had begun to fill with the same purple fog from earlier. Saphira yelped and lunged for the control panel, slamming back the lever to stop releasing the sleep gas. Immediately, the commander whirled in surprise, focusing both sensor drones on Saphira again. The commander instinctually fired another dart at Saphira, hitting her arm and causing the same uncomfortable tickling sensation as another blast of lightning encircled her arm and body. But this time, Saphira managed to stand firm, shrugging off the shock without even dropping her weapon. The commander's confident glare faltered as she began to realize her mistake in shooting lightning bolts at a lightning dragon. Oh no, Nora Valkyrie!
Oh, you're right.
Oh no!
My turn. Saphira smiled grimly, raising the gun. The commander took a step back towards the door, hiding her legs behind one of the control panels as Saphira fired a volley of metal bullets straight into the semi-transparent hollow shield in front of the commander's upper half. The bullet seemed to simply press into the shield and melt into nothing rather than deflecting off and ricocheting. Saphira stopped firing, still glaring at the commander. Though the bullets had not harmed her enemy, the shield did seem to begin developing large cracks within the structure, almost looking like broken glass. Saphira raised an eyebrow in surprise as she felt another large rumble beneath her feet, accompanied by a large crash from Drogos' cell. Saphira glanced into the cell just as a large piece of metal shrapnel embedded itself in the reinforced glass of the observation window, looking like it had been a piece of Drogos' restraints. A terrifying animalistic bellow came from within the cell as the swirled and mixed with a smoky blast of fire. At the same time, the sound of distant shattering stones began to draw closer from elsewhere in the complex, as though multiple stone walls were being violently smashed through. A deep mechanical clang suddenly sounded as the lights changed to deep red color and then began to flash on and off. What have you done? The commander's eyes flashed with unadulterated
What are
terror
you
for the
doing
first
to
time.
me? What are you doing to me?
For the first time since Saphira had seen her. You don't know what you just unleashed. I think we do, and he's going to make you pay. Saphira smiled back as the crashing stone grew louder, culminating in a monstrous metal-shredding explosion that emanated from the garage door of Drogos' cell? I don't know why that weirded me out. A second, a larger piece of twisted metal slammed into the observation window, shattering it completely and coating the floor with thousands of glass shards. The commander took one panicked look from Saphira to the smoke-filled room and then turned to leave the control room, walking back out into the main prison area at a quick pace. You're all as good as dead! The commander shot over her shoulder as she retreated. Then she spoke quickly into the device on her wrist. We're leaving. Prepare my ride. Saphira was about to give chase when a massive hand reached through the broken window and slammed down on the control panel beside Saphira. Saphira jumped in surprise as the giant 10-foot-tall draconic beast slithered through the window into the control room and stomped down upon the glass shards as he surveyed the room, a large can affixed to his arm.
Where is she? Drogo snarled, a plume of fire shooting out of his large metallic jetpack as though he was eager to hunt her down. His eyes held a dangerous hatred, striking fear and doubt into Saphira's heart, even though his fury was not directed at her. Saphira wordlessly pointed at the door after the commander. Drogo smiled cruelly and slammed his shoulder into the door, popping it off its hinges and sending it soaring down into the lower levels of the prison. Then he wrestled his way through the metal door frame, claws first, pulverizing it as though it were made of papier-mâché. Once through, he thundered forward with rage in his eyes, simply slamming through obstacles like a tank, bending railings and pillars out of the way as he gave chase to the commander. Saphira stared after him in silent awe for a moment as he rounded the corner of the imprisoned citizens, his tail disappearing along the topmost catwalk. Then, as his rumbling trail of destruction faded further away, she sighed, looking down at the darts embedded in her flesh. She sighed, popping the little annoyances off and tossing them to the floor as the other door opened behind her. Before she could comprehend what was happening, a flash of yellow had flown from the door to her side, and a strong pair of arms had pulled her into a tight hug. Amidst all the destruction and chaos, she was surprised by suddenly having her face squeezed against a warm, soft object.
What's this about? Saphira breathed, trying to push Mal'Sap away with the tops of her hands while still clutching her sword and gun. She leaned her head back away from his neck to try to see his face, but his chin was resting on her shoulder, facing the other way.
Discord completely cut out the scream at the beginning.
Oh.
Ah!
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 Sorry, I didn't mean to completely derail. Are you okay?
Eep.
She didn't hurt you, did she? Mal'Sap worried, still holding her close. I'm so sorry. I had to make a choice between saving the people or saving you.
No, it's fine, I understand. She struggled for one moment more, then sighed and relaxed, letting him hug her. Oh, hug.
No, it's not fine. Mal'Sap is this bet.
Mal'Sap
Mal'Sap
turned into a bee.
Malthus insisted. I mean, I guess you're okay, so it worked out, but even so, I chose to risk your life. I'm really sorry, he muttered, hugging her tighter. At this, Saphira
Oh,
softened her
ye of
demeanor,
little faith.
allowing her weapons to slip from her hands and clatter to the floor. She slipped her arms around his back, giving him a small hug in return.
It's okay. I know it was hard for you to free the father you hated, but if you didn't, we'd all be dead, and my family would never escape. I think you made the right call, and I respect that.
Really? Malthus pulled back, looking into her eyes uncertainly. You don't feel betrayed or anything? I could have gotten you killed.
Hey, look at me. She put her hands
I am
on
the
his cheeks
captain
to
now.
keep him from looking down. I forgive you, she insisted encouragingly. His eyebrows raised in surprise. Then he slowly smiled and hugged her again. This time she hugged him back tightly, smiling as she pressed the top of her head into his chin. For one sweet moment, they simply stood there amidst the flashing lights and broken glass, ignoring the distant echoes of Drogo's roaring violently and blowing things up. Finally, Godzilla in the background. Finally,
Drogo's
Malthus
in his
loosened
roar.
his grip and slid his hands down to her hands instead. Oh ho ho, tea.
Hmm?
Malthus?
Tea.
Tea? What tea? I'm sorry, I
He
got
took her
distracted
hands.
for a second. Oh, okay. I think we should probably get out of here and talk more later, he realized with a sheepish grin.
Yep, you have a point, Saphira agreed, turning her attention to the control panel for the citizen cells. There seemed to be levers for each individual section rather than a master control to free every prisoner at once. Despite this, Malthi and Saphira made short work of actuate. I can't read the necessary buttons and levers. Through the observation room window in front of them, they saw the jail cells of the citizens begin to open and bewildered people beginning to emerge from the barred doors.
Mike,
Yeah?
do you want me to prose for you?
Pros?
Sure,
Oh.
if you want to.
I was like, what does
Okay.
that mean? I was like, pose?
Two pros.
Prose.
Mm.
Like Madonna
Two
or something.
pros
like
chilling
posing.
in a hot tub.
Two pros chilling in a hot tub.
What do you guys think about that? I wanted that situation to happen because like a lot of times in stories or in movies or whatever you see like, oh, you have to choose between the person you love or like saving the world, and people are always like, oh, sacrifice the world, save them, and I'm like, that's freaking stupid. You're gonna kill everyone? That's a dumb
Yeah.
idea. So I wanted to have a
Peter
situation
Parker.
where the character makes the other choice and like what happens. I don't know. What do you guys
Yeah,
think?
and I feel like most of the time the character that like the love interest in question would not be offended if their love interest chose to save the world instead of them. I feel like they'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I wanted to apply a couple of brain cells to that situation. So
Yeah.
instead of just kind of
Good for you,
doing
Malthus.
the heroic sacrifice. But yeah, it worked out anyway because the general was blind and freaking dumb.
Freaking general.
I know, right? Or commander, I guess
Here
is her
comes the
proper
general.
title. My bad, I forgot her rank.
Whatever.
Mhm.
We made the Hamilton reference, and now it's stuck.
Yup.
We brought ourselves here.
Yep.
It's fine.
Let's go. Malthus smiled, picking up his sword and
Let's go.
heading towards the door. Saphira followed suit, bringing her gun and sword. The numerous citizens were blocking the catwalks and corridors, concernedly looking around for the way out as they congested the path for the panicked people behind them. Hey! Everyone move this way, we'll show you the way out, Malthus shouted above the din of excited voices. It took some time to get people's attention, but Saphira and Malthus eventually managed to soothe and organize the frightened mob a little bit. Some of the cells had been damaged by Drogo's rampage and had not opened properly, forcing Malthus and Saphira to slow down to ensure no one would be left behind. Eventually, they managed to fight their way through I'm just summarizing everything here. They managed to fight their way through the crowds of strangers in order to reach the front, where they began to lead the large group of people out of the prison area and along the confusing pathways at the magistrate facility. Some of the citizens were old or very young, and some were injured or sick, making the overall speed of the escape excruciatingly slow. But Malthus and Saphira determinedly continued to direct the throng of people as they re-entered the central corkscrew hallway. Distant roars of monstrous fury could be heard from somewhere high above, accompanied by powerful explosions every few seconds. Other than that, there was an eerie silence as Sophia. Other than that, the cries of torment and
Other than all
destruction.
the noise.
Yeah. Other than that, it was eerily silent as Malthus and Saphira circled around the hallway, seeing
makes
Drogus'
sense.
handiwork.
If a tree falls in a forest, does it make a sound?
There was a
Other
cartoonish.
than my 17 broken bones, I am totally fine.
There was a cartoonish man-shaped hole in the stone wall, as though someone
Oh.
had been tossed through it at high speed. There were rooms that had
Awesome.
been blasted open and were covered in ash and liquefied bits of whatever had been in the chamber previously. And of course, most macabre of all, hundreds of magistrate corpses lay sprawled on the floor where they had fallen, some in bloody
Lovely.
pieces. Bloody pieces! While others were
Oh,
still
bloody pieces!
sizzling with fiery spit. There's the spit Seb was interested in. There was not a living soul left along the path as Malthus and Saphira ascended, silently gagging at each progressively more awful sight. Some of the citizens began to arm themselves with fallen weapons, whatever the soldiers had been using before they died. Saphira shrugged and handed off her gun to one of the citizens to give her better use of the sword. As they trekked up to the large destroyed door where Malthus and Saphira had previously split up, the rumbling destruction grew more intense above them. Malthus briefly pointed out the room where he'd found his father's jetpack, where many other weapons and confiscated items from the citizen had been stored, including the black crystal of the bathrobe wizard. Meanwhile, Saphira took a brief detour into the nearby room with a small red button on a pillar and an open view of the central shaft. Saphira looked out across the large pit, where smoke, flames, and smashed walls could be seen all across the structure. She pressed the button as Malthus called over to her. "How's it looking?" That
I'm sorry,
bad,
I
huh?
took a drink of water. Like the second you said that, I was like, oh shoot, I have a line. Okay, I'm fine.
How's you
Slowly
doing,
falling
honey?
But I think this is a faster way up. Fear replied, gesturing to the sheer drop in front of her. Malthus gave a quizzical look in response. There's a stone elevator that travels along the side.
I don't suppose it'll fit all these people, will it?
No, but it can help us get back in the fight. Into the fight to help your father.
I've never seen him need help before, but okay. Malthus shrugged as a low stone scraping sound faded in, and the large stone slab from earlier scraped to a stop in front of Saphira. Saphira smiled and walked over to... What? Sorry, my eyes
Walked
just
over
suddenly
to-
lost the place. Walked over to the younger and faster citizens that had worked their way to the front of the pack over the course of their walk, most of whom were now armed with magistrate weaponry.
The rest of you just keep going up the spiral, Saphira instructed them. You shouldn't have any trouble judging by the looks of things, but if you do, you're more than prepared to defend yourselves.
Are you sure about this? Malthus raised an eyebrow as he followed her to the elevator, leaving the citizens to fend for themselves.
Your dad has a perfectly paved... your dad has a paved... Oh my gosh.
Your dad has a prim, proper, pimply, prim, pineapple.
Your dad has paved a perfectly safe path for them. I'm more worried about him getting hurt in a 1 versus 900 fight against every enemy in this whole place.
Trust me, my father has survived worse odds. Malthus sighed, almost seeming disappointed. Saphira rolled her eyes and activated the elevator, sending them quickly up along the splintered walls of the open pit.
It's like Malthus and his father's like Azula and Zuko, and Azula was like falling, and Zuko's like, she's not gonna make it, and then she makes it, and then he's like, oh, of course she did.
Yep, exactly. Drogo's is the Fire Lord.
True, flame terror.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in case he gets into trouble, he won't have to face it solo. Saphira nodded decisively.
Just be careful not to get in his way. I think he's more likely to hurt us than the magistrate are, Malthus grumbled, looking up towards the surface. As the stone platform rose through columns of dark smoke and intermittent torchlight, the pair once again gazed up through a huge stone ceiling covered in the entire... a huge stone ceiling that covered the entire pit, as though it had been seamlessly carved from one solid block for this very purpose. Black smog billowed menacingly around the giant obstacle that sealed the underground portion of the facility away from ground level. It was 300 feet in diameter and probably very thick in order to support itself without collapsing under its own weight.
When did this roof get put in? Saphira questioned, calling out above the roaring fires and crashes of battle which were drawing nearer with every floor they ascended.
They probably did some magic shenanigans when they realized there was a prison break happening. Malthus coughed, wafting a hand at a curl of fumes.
Do you think Drogos can bust through it? She followed up, looking at the intimidatingly sized piece of architecture. Malthea simply shot her an "Are you serious?" expression, raising an eyebrow slightly. Yeah, rocket launcher, right. It just seems like that's a pretty big hunk of rock, no matter how much power these
What
things
a
can
hunk.
punch.
Korg,
What
is
a
that you?
hunk of a
I
rock.
That was terrible.
I'm sorry.
Hey, maybe he just meant the guy from Voltron, you never know.
That's true. Just throw him at it.
Oh no.
If there's one thing my dad is talented at, it's blowing things up. He'll find a way. Malthus rolled his eyes. The elevator continued rising, showing no signs of slowing down as they approached the ceiling.
This thing is going to stop, right? Saphira began to worry.
It'll stop, right? It was your idea, Malthus shrugged. Then, with no warning whatsoever, the stone wall above them exploded into 1,000 tiny
Oh, boy.
pebbles as a percussive fireball washed over the area. An empty magistrate helmet clattered down upon the elevator, covered in soot. Then the elevator slammed into the disfigured crater in the wall and seemed to unhook from whatever mechanisms were keeping it supported. The giant slab of stone immediately jolted to the side, being forced out from under Malthus and Saphira by the wreckage of the collapsing wall. They both yelped, blinking against the dust and debris as they desperately clawed at the wall to stop themselves from plummeting hundreds of feet down to their deaths. The elevator flew out into the middle of the pit, impacting a catwalk as it haphazardly spiraled towards the floor of the chasm. Saphira and Malthus exchanged a concerned look as they both clung to the unstable remains of a wall.
Yeah, maybe this wasn't such a good idea.
Saphira
Wow.
emitted spitting sand and grit out of her mouth. Malthus simply groaned and pulled himself up through the hole. The new hole. It's a new hole. It's not an old hole. In the wall. Squinting through the cloud of dust and ash. Saphira follows suit, her eyes singing as she blinked away the irritants. Speaking of irritants.
I'm sorry, I'll go.
And I was like, I just had not finished chewing my food. So it was stuck in my throat as I was reading.
Don't die.
On the floor of what was once a storage room, a twisted, smoking corpse, oh no, lay near the pile of rubble that Saphira and Malthus were scrambling up, and a wooden door lay in flames near the entrance, which had been utterly ruined.
Are you alright? Malthus asked, rubbing a gash on his head from a particularly sharp rock that must have grazed him.
Never better, she confirmed as she raised her sword, which she'd somehow managed to keep holding on to despite everything. Let's go get your father.
Okay, Malthus sighed, glancing towards the entranceway, which had been reduced to a pile of bricks surrounding a few smoking splinters. Just don't let him mistake you for an enemy. They both advanced down the passage, turning to enter the spiral ramps once again as Drogoz let loose another deafening roar from up ahead. He was close. Another flash of orange and heat blasted past them, emanating from just out of view around the corner. A terrified shriek was cut short suddenly as a clatter of claws across stone.
That was so distorted by Discord's cutting out system. It was just like this robotic squeak. It was really funny.
Great.
A terrified shriek was cut short suddenly as a clatter of claws across stones quickly threw the weight of a 2-ton behemoth into a mere mortal man.
Whoa. Drogoz, we're here to help.
Saphira called out above the din as they approached. There was a moment of silence as she and Malthus came into view of another dark cloud of particulates. Oh, that's a word I've never seen. With only faint light hidden deep behind the black fog. A low, threatening rumble arose from ahead of them, accompanied by the sickening scraping of scales across stone. Holy! Alliteration! Slowly, a large dark shadow moved in the suffocating mist, blocking out the light as it turned to face towards Malthus and Saphira. Malthus put an arm out in front of Saphira protectively, standing his ground as he looked out towards the looming figure.
It's me, Dad. Don't freak out. Just keep doing your thing. Malthus growled. Keep doing your thing. Malthus growled. Saphira glanced hesitantly back and forth between Malthus and the hulking form as the dark shape slowly emerged from the smoke. Drogoz's face was covered in grime and blood, and his expression was fierce, as though he were perturbed to have been interrupted from his rampage. As he caught sight of Malthus and Saphira, his expression softened into amusement. So, my boy, I see you found a girl at last, he chuckled, eyeing Saphira up and down. Nope, we're not doing this, Malthus interrupted, stepping fully in front of Saphira and shielding her from his view. Come on, we haven't spoken in years. At least let me pretend to be a good parent. Drogo's
Is this Alexi?
huffed, crossing his arms as he
I
drew a
was
little
thinking
closer.
that like Malthus is very much acting like a hiccup right now.
Ooh,
True.
yeah.
Just thinking.
You just gestured to all of me. When are you gonna start blowing up towns of your own, Malthus? Come on. Quit being a pacifist. I'm traumatized from all the blood!
No, no.
Drogo's huffed, crossing his arms as he drew a little closer, his head towering towards the ceiling of the hallway. Not here, not now, Malthus moaned. We're still in battle. It's not a battle! It's a slaughter! They haven't even put a scratch on me, Drogo scoffed, glancing behind him as the cloud of dust began to settle, revealing a completely empty hallway. There was no sounds of nearby enemies for the moment. Just stay sharp. These people have all kinds of fancy magic tech, Malthus sighed. Drogo's held up his arm cannon, which was smoking slightly and glowing with a faint colored light. It whirred and made a loud clunking sound as though reloading. They're not the only ones, Drogo's pointed out. We just came up to help you clear the path. Please don't turn this into the family reunion we never asked for, Malthus pleased. Pleased?
Pleased?
I think
Pleased?
pleaded is the intention there.
Malthus. Fear put a hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him as he stiffly faced his father. He shrugged her off, keeping his eyes locked on Drogus. He's trying to help us all escape. You don't have to be so hostile.
I'm being hostile? Malthus gestured to the gigantic red splotch on the wall. You call me out while he's doing this? He looked at her angrily. She closed her mouth
Fair
and
point.
rolled her eyes, not wanting to aggravate him further. I like this one. Drogo's gave Saphira an approving nod. Great. Can we get going now? Malthus grumbled, seeming to grow more and more uncomfortable with each passing second.
Of course.
Saphira will activate her sword and step beside Malthus.
I just wait for my prose to begin.
A wild silver appears. Drogos continued staring
It's got,
for a
like,
moment, expression somber.
Queen and servant vibes.
I
She offered. I didn't tell her to.
I didn't tell you.
I didn't tell
know.
her.
Dabs. Then he stepped forward quickly, both of their blades, and pulling them into a crushing bear hug. It
Oh,
wasn't
no.
very kind, cuddly, or a comfortable hug, but it technically qualified. Malthus cried out in surprise and anger, squirming indignantly as Drogo's giant arms roughly wrapped around their bodies and began to squeeze the life out of them.
Yep,
Oh
the shark
no!
was right. He has not showered in a while.
Literally, Lexi.
Saphira had the decency to simply wait it out until Drogo's released them a moment later.
It's good to see you, son. Drogo's gruffly mumbled, I guess, so it probably wasn't as enthusiastic, turning on his heel to face back up the hall. He took a deep breath and quickly began to charge forward again, his spiky tail whipping dangerously past Saphira and Malthus' faces. Malthus released a tense sigh, drooping his shoulders a bit.
Are you good? Saphira checked in with him. He nodded wordlessly, cracking his neck and putting on a determined face. Then let's go.
She began jogging up the sloped passage, following Drogo's. It was difficult to keep up with the monstrous lizard, but she got the feeling she would catch up when Drogo's encountered enemies. Yeah, that'll slow him down.
Yeah.
Malthus ran beside her, eyes fixed ahead towards the sound of renewed explosions that shook the dust off the stones of the passage. At last, the rooms on the left disappeared again, revealing an unobstructed view across the pit. And with the additional line of sight around the spiral platform, Saphira could see Drogo's ahead, about a quarter of the way around the circle. He was currently taking advantage of the renewed open space, using his jetpack to hover above the crisscrossing platforms that spanned the central chasm. He was cackling menacingly as he aimed his arm cannon and fired a volley of 6 rockets towards a small group of petrified soldiers that were desperately trying to retreat up the corkscrew. As the projectiles connected, there was a blinding flash of yellow. I'm just picturing those villager voices.
Oh no! Oh, everybody run! Somebody get the helicopter! We are the helicopter! Oh no! But we lost our runner! Where's Steven? Oh, he's dead. Oh no.
Oh my god.
As the projectiles connected, there was a blinding flash of yellow flames and a punchy series of explosions that catapulted several soldiers across the edge of the great abyss. The rooms along the open platform erupted into flaming rock piles as the floor of the next layer began to crumble and collapse upon the remaining soldiers. An entire section of ceiling crashing down to pin one of the soldiers to the ground, even as he screamed in agony from the fireball that had engulfed him for a moment. Drogo's
Sorry,
Drogo's
just giving the sound
lunged
effects.
forward. A blast of exhaust shooting from his jetpack as he body slammed the last soldier that was still scrambling away, then tossed him over the edge with a swipe of his massive claws. Then he looked down in cruel satisfaction at the whimpering man who was crushed beneath the section of stone ceiling, but apparently he wasn't done. Drogo's blasted a stream of white-hot flames down at the man beneath his feet, ruining any chance the poor man might have had at survival. Brutal!
Fatality.
Drogo's then turned to cast sight of Saphira with an evil-looking smile that sent a shiver up her spine.
You see what I mean? He goes too far. There's no reasoning with him. Malthus despaired as they continued to progress upwards, ever nearer to the giant stone plug that sealed off the underground from freedom.
Yeah, that's a little bloodthirsty.
Saphira breathed in horror, watching Drogo stomp on the stone atop the pinned corpse for a good measure.
Oh my gosh,
Then
dude!
he-
He's already dead. Leave him alone.
He's literally ashes! What corpse is there to get stomped on?
Oh my gosh.
He's just making ketchup.
Um,
I just
Then
saw my
he leaped
umbrella
out.
on my floor and I freaked out. I thought it was like a big spider or something.
Oh no.
Oh,
I
no.
caught it just out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, what is that gigantic black shape? Oh, it's an umbrella.
Oh dear. Then he leapt out into the open air again, rocketing upward with his jetpack in search of more magistrate minions to destroy. Shortly after he disappeared out of view above them, there was a big booming sound accompanied by a shriek.
Where's the gold? He broke the floor here, Malthus pointed out as they came across the collapsed ceiling. I guess we need to find a way to fix that so the citizens have a way to get out once they make it up here.
Oh my lord. Saphira facepalmed, getting a little upset. We can't delay anymore. Can't they just jump the gap in the floor once they get here?
Did you see the old turtle man? I'd be surprised if he could jump over a grate.
Turtle man?
Malthus scoffed.
Oh.
Portal.
Fine, then you stay here and find a solution. I'm going to help your father, Saphira decided, leaping up to grab the edge of the collapsed floor above her. It
Oh,
immediately
no.
collapsed, showering cobblestones upon them as she fell back to the ground. Ugh, give me a boost, Saphira snapped, gesturing above her. Malthus gave her an incredulous look.
Alright, please be careful. He clasped his hand to offer a foothold.
Yeah, I know. Don't get caught as collateral damage as your insane papa has some fun raining terror upon the oppressive psychopath.
Way to sum it up. Thank you for summing that up.
She dismissed him as she put her hands on his shoulders and stepped into his hands, giving her a good footing to push off. She jumped once again, this time gripping solid enough stone for her to scramble up to the next layer. See you later. I promise. She gave one last look down at Malthus through the
Famous
hole in the
last
floor.
words.
She
And
died.
this is where they all die.
We're on the final chapter.
Oh
Oh,
boy,
yeah.
anything could happen.
Mhm.
And he nodded to her with a small smile. And then she was off on her way once again to fight for the freedom of her city.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Can't stop now.
Oh boy.
Boy.
For the magistrates, says Seb. Good stuff.
Did you see what I said earlier?
Yeah, I missed that earlier because I thought I had already caught up with chat, but I missed
Yeah,
up
because
No. Did you see what I sent before that?
before that.
Before that.
How
Should I read it out?
long ago? I saw the where is it? I saw one thing. What did you say?
No, Drogos, don't do it. She's a hit scan champion. She counters.
Yes, I saw that. I laughed so hard. I responded in the chat. I said brilliant Seb.
Oh, I thought that was McKay saying
Yeah,
that. I was like,
gotcha.
what? Why is McKay saying that?
Yeah. That's so great. I loved that. That was a hilarious response.
I'm pretending like I understand.
It was because he was going up against Vivian.
I'm nodding.
And Vivian and Drogoz are both characters in Paladins, and one has a like long-range machine gun and one has, you know, flies around in the air, so it's pretty obvious who would win in that fight. It's kind of difficult to, you know, deal with that kind of matchup as Drogo's. Anyway, Chapter 15, Sunrise. It's been a long night.
Burger King foot lettuce.
Oh my gosh, no!
You said it like
Number
Chapter
15. Only 5 views, and most of them were probably me.
Oh.
happy to share my work.
No,
with
some
you.
of them are me
Happy to
now.
share.
I'm in here.
Yay! Yay!
I'm
glad.
viewing,
I'm
although I don't know
excited.
if they count anonymous views.
Maybe, I don't know.
Probably.
Okay,
knows?
rather than continuing to run all the way around each successive loop of the spire in order to travel up subsequent floors, Saphira
Are you
decided-
good?
I said fours. To
It's
travel up
late.
subsequent floors, Saphira decided that it was much more prudent to use the openness of this area to her advantage, leaping up to grab the edge of each platform above her and clambering up the stone. It was risky, and it was a long way down, but Saphira was dexterous, and despite desperate to catch up to Drogo's as quickly as possible. After a few minutes of this, the end was in sight, and the gigantic stone roof that had magically appeared was almost close enough to touch. It sounded like Drogo's was close, judging by the screams of pain echoing across the chasm from nearby. Saphira was winded from the effort of ascending so many layers by hoisting herself up, but she adopted a battle stance once again, looking around to get a lay of the land. This was the last floor before the corkscrew path went behind the giant stone barrier and presumably wrapped around to ground level. It seemed that the barrier did not extend into the hallway after all, but rather the giant stone plug was merely a way to seal off the pit for some reason. Upon closer investigation, there was eerie silence in almost every direction, except farther behind her where the dying echoes of one of Drogo's victims was fading out. Drogo seemed to be coming from that direction too, as though Saphira had passed him during the course of his merciless rampage. Saphira looked down, suddenly hyper-aware of her magistrate armor. Drogo's had seen her with Malthias, sure, but would he recognize her from a distance before... What? But would he recognize her from a distance before, with all the dense smoke pooling around the ceiling here? What?
What?
I think a
rough
word
draft.
is there.
Rough draft.
Rough
With
draft.
all the dense smoke pouring around the ceiling here, would he recognize her? Or would he try to kill her accidentally because he didn't expect her to ascend in front of his path? Saphira decided to melt into the shadows, keeping her senses sharp as she crept along the hallway towards the surface. Only tense silence and distant flames could be heard as the thick smoke stung her nostrils and clouded her vision, making her eyes water. Then she encountered a strong set of metal doors, just like the ones she and Malthias had encountered upon their first splitting up. This had been a bad idea.
Drogo's? She called quietly down the hall as her throat choked up. She waited for a moment, beginning to hear the sharp scraping of her claws upon the stone floor behind her. Drogo's, it's me! She tried to remain somewhat clandestine, despite her pleas. The approaching clatter made no indication that it had heard her. Drogo's, I'm your son's friend. Don't get surprised when you get to me, she tried once more, a bit louder. This time the clattering stopped short, and a low growl emanated from nearby, obscured in the fog. It's me, for goodness sake, Saphira sighed. I'm trying to help you with whatever they may have waiting for you once we get to the surface.
I don't need your help, Drogo's grumbled threateningly as he began moving again.
Sounded like Kingpin there.
His large form emerging from the smoke behind her and slipping past.
Yeah, I know that feeling, Saphira nodded. But I'm here anyway. Just figured I should warn you so you didn't pulverize me.
Then don't get too close, Drogo snorted, shooting one lazy
Okay,
bullet
Kingpin.
at the metal obstacle in front of them, turning the doors into two mangled heaps on either side of the hallway. He continued onward, but his pace had slowed from earlier, as though he was growing tired.
You embarrassed me in front of Vanessa.
Oh no!
That's what he sounded like to
You're
me.
right, you're right. I was thinking from Spider-Verse, that's why I was confused at first.
No, other Kingpin.
Yeah.
Sounds good, Saphira coughed, still suffering in the billowing smoke and blast of heat. She followed behind Drogos as they rounded the spiral once more and then began to see light at the end of the hallway.
He's gonna have lung
Thank
cancer
goodness.
from all the smoke inhalations.
Oh dear.
Sorry.
She groaned and just...
Oh, I can
Oh.
do it.
Okay. I just
Unless
never
you-
Let the
know.
unless
pros
you
take
want
care.
Unless you want to.
I don't have the particular desire, I just don't want to put it on you unless you want to.
No, I mean I volunteered, so.
As tribute.
I volunteer as tribute. She groaned, adjusting her grip on her sword. Drogoz rolled his shoulders, preparing for another skirmish. Saphira decided to hang back a little, just in case Drogoz got a little too excited with whatever he found on the outside of the tunnel. Drogo tucked his head and began to sprint forward like a charging quarterback, sacrificing all sense of stealth in favor of an intimidating roar. Do you need to be more intimidating? Like, is that really needed?
Well, I mean, they haven't seen him yet. They've have been running and hiding in fear.
Okay.
You are 10 feet tall, my guy.
The next moment was a flurry of chaos in a very short amount of time. Drogoz activated his jetpack, which belched a small wave of fire behind him as he flew out of the end of the hallway and up into the air in the main hangar. Meanwhile, a bright blue beam of energy formed in a line between the outside and the ceiling of the underground hallway. The laser of light narrowly missed Drogoz as he rose, but the blast still had an earth-shattering effect. The smoke and air swirled violently around the impact point as the ceiling and stone wall were ripped away, collapsing inwards towards the ray of light, as though it were a powerful singularity. A flash of heat and a blinding light followed, leaving a 15-foot crater in the cobblestone ceiling, which quickly cascaded down into a pile of loose bricks as the beam disappeared with a sharp zapping sound. I can breathe, I believe.
Oh no, not you again.
Saphira grimaced, recognizing the handiwork. As the telltale signs of machine gun fire erupted from the chamber beyond, Saphira charged forward to emerge from the rising smoke into the fresh air of the hollow magistrate tower. She blinked the blinding flash and smoke-flavored tears out of her vision as she scanned the veritable army of magistrate soldiers that were lined up in ranks to face her hallway. All of them were frantically shooting at the fiery demon flying above them, who was cloaked in a veil of smoke and fire as he dodged and weaved through his own exhaust trail. Around the giant hangar, there were other magistrate personnel frantically running away, carrying stacks of papers and curious artifacts or pushing carts of strange mechanical mechanisms as they evacuated towards what were probably exits. Other guards stood across catwalks with nets or on platforms with heavy artillery of their own, and the main set of solid metal doors was heavily guarded with soldiers in 2 huge mechanical robot suits that were being piloted by mean-looking dwarves. But what Saphira was most interested in was the tall, stocky woman in black armor who stood prominently in the front lines of the battle, aiming her war machine at Drogoz with fury in her eyes. It was time for a little payback. Oh no!
She's a hit scan.
She's hit scan! Well, this is Storm, the niece of Ash, so that's not the same person as the Commander Vivian. Vivian? Even so, this is a upgraded weapon. As Drogoz began to fire small missiles in various directions, toppling soldiers like bowling pins, Storm let loose another blast of devastating power in his general direction from her blast cannon. The blinding streak of light narrowly missed him, instead striking a cluster of metal pipes along the walls and deleting them from existence with a noise that made Saphira's ears pop. Immediately, a strange blue ooze began to leak down the wall from above, along with a faint orange mist like a crystalline vapor. The two intertwined to form some kind of unknown chemical mixture that began to pool along the floor of one of the spiral platforms, piling up like molasses until it poured over the edge again. Drogos' shots began to detonate across the area rapidly, simultaneously taking out several groups of soldiers and scattering others for cover. All eyes were trained on the terror of the flames, and almost no one was paying attention to Saphira, the barely threatening swordswoman in magistrate armor.
Everyone in the room.
Huh?
We're Taylor Swifting.
Oh, okay. Saphira was
You
suddenly...
said all eyes are trained on
Oh.
blah, 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 blah. And it was like, oh.
Saphira suddenly was thrown backwards by a nearby explosion in front of her, which incinerated about 10 enemies instantly and weakened the resolve of the survivors next to them. But as the fire cleared, Storm simply brushed off a piece of flaming shrapnel from her magical force field and continued to glare at Drogoz, leveling her weapon to carefully aim another shot at him. If she managed to hit him, it could very well doom them all.
Okay. Saphira scrambled to her feet and ran forward as Storm. Oh my goodness, am I okay?
I shouldn't have stopped, I'm sorry.
Saphira scrambled to her feet and ran forward as Storm's gun began to emit a high-pitched electronic hum as though charging up. At this moment, Drogoz unwisely decided to drop down and dive bomb one of the mech suits, crushing the body like a tin can under his feet, while most of the soldiers were disorganized and not firing at him. but Drogos had now made himself a stationary target for the smirking Storm to focus her aim on. Saphira cried out in panic as she covered the last few steps towards Storm and tackled the whining weapon with her full body weight. Storm's face turned in shock as Saphira caught the gun with her chest, wrenching it out of Storm's grasp as the weapon fired. A blinding flash of blue light impacted the
Losing
stone
the
floor of
science,
the
I'm
hangar.
sorry.
Striking just off center of the pit hover. As usual, there was a mind-melting display of reality-defying physics as the stone was violently stripped away from itself, breaking it down at its core. And then, with a thunderous cracking sound, the large rock platform began to develop large splits that extended from the origin. A column of smoke began to rise from the new hole in the center of the seal, and the cracks propagating from it. For one panicked
It's the
moment,
Holy Grail.
Saphira, Storm, and countless other soldiers standing on this huge 300 disc simply bent their knees and flailed their arms, trying to keep their balance as the ground beneath them began to shatter inward and collapse under its own weight. Storm's gun clattered to the floor and began to slide towards the yawning chasm as a chunk of rock Saphira and Storm stood on, tilted violently and began to slip down into the deep. Saphira's sword likewise dropped from her hand and slid out of reach as both Storm and Saphira were knocked on to their backs, where gravity eagerly continued to move them along towards the opening deep below. Lion King 2 vibes. Other soldiers were already sailing over the edge uncontrollably, crying out as they plummeted the long way down.
Oh no!
Thankfully, the collapse suddenly seemed... No, the soldiers!
The villagers!
Thankfully, the collapse suddenly seemed to slow down and stabilize a bit as two massive chunks of rock wedged together, both attempting to fall into the same spot at the same time. Saphira flipped over and scrambled to her hands and knees, digging her claws into the stone to slow her descent. It was working for a brief moment before suddenly her ankle was yanked hard, removing her grip and dragging her down like an anchor. She screamed and looked down, finding the least surprising surprise ever. Storm had clamped her vice-like gauntlet around Saphira's ankle. Oh no, Volume 8 finale, and was refusing to let go. Storm's face seethed with hatred, and she seemed hell-bent on bringing Saphira down to her death, even if it killed literally the Volume 8 finale. I'm sorry.
I haven't seen it!
Well, apparently you have in your brain.
We've all... nothing's original.
True. Okay, I will read a chunk, because why not? Let go! Saphira kicked in Storm's face, only hitting the protective orange shield instead. Storm remained determined, snarling as she tried to reach her other arm up to grab Saphira further. All the while, they both continued sliding quickly towards the end of the giant slab where they would fall into oblivion. Saphira growled and let loose the quickest blast of lightning she had ever breathed, hitting Storm directly in the face and shoulder. Her stomach heaved, reminding her of how empty it was as the last of her lightning drained away, sparking across Storm's armor. Storm bellowed in pain, but kept clutching Saphira's ankle, even as Storm's holographic shield sparked and stopped working, leaving her face exposed. Look, you want a fair fight? Here you go! Saphira yelled, kicking Storm in the face with the full force of her powerful dragonborn claws. Storm roared in pain once again, somehow her rage enabling her to hold onto Saphira's ankle even tighter. Saphira cried out as her ankle was slowly getting crushed.
Storm?
Oh, I'm sorry. I will end you, Storm promised, blinking blood out of her eyes from the new deep gashes across her face. Saphira tried to plant another solid kick into the center of Storm's nose, but Storm was ready for it and grabbed her other foot firmly, holding it in place.
You're going to end us both, you moron! Saphira whipped her tail around and tried to whip it into Storm's eyes. She missed badly as they slid.
Real good.
Only grazing Storm's armor instead. The edge of the
Daisy.
drop was near, and they were not slowing down. Meanwhile, the vicious explosions and panicked cries from Drogos' warfare continued somewhere above them.
Good enough for me! Storm smiled, blood in her teeth as she pulled Saphira's ankles down, then quickly
You're
adjusted her
psycho.
death grip onto Saphira's knees instead. Saphira was about to yell out for help from Drogos when Storm's crushing grip redoubled on the backs of her knees, painfully straining muscle and tendon and putting Saphira's feet solidly on the edge of Storm's face. Saphira yelped and leaned down at Storm's face with her hands, hoping to at least claw an eye out. Oh dear, or at best get her to let go. Too late. Saphira was forced to dig both clawed hands into the stone slab, fighting for any sort of purchase, but it didn't slow them down much. The pair reached the edge of the cracked piece of stone and tumbled straight off the edge, both of their body weight hanging from Saphira's cracked claws.
Holy lord, do you eat bricks? Saphira groaned, barely able to hold on. Storm just chuckled sinisterly, continuing to work her grip up, using Saphira like a ladder. Saphira gasped, feeling like if she made any effort to shake Storm off, it would immediately kill them both. Storm now had one arm wrapped around Saphira's waist while the other arm reached for her belt.
This is a really cool way to die.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
It seems like a good day to die. Stormbeam pulling out a hunting knife.
Anyone?
What?
No? I
What?
said not on my watch, Rodent. It's a good day to die. It's
Oh,
from
man.
Bolt, if anyone doesn't know. You're crazy! Why are you so okay with killing yourself instead of trying to survive? Saphira gasped as Storm brandished the knife tauntingly in front of her face. Storm just took a quick glance upwards as a flaming magistrate soldier flew across their view. Oh no, save me.
I'd rather win this battle than lose the fight, Storm sneered. Now let's see. What part of your pretty face would you like to lose first? Oh dear.
Oh jeez. You lose either way, moron! Saphira grunted, looking around desperately for something to help her. That might do it. Saphira suddenly swung her body and let go, sending both Saphira and Storm plummeting down into the smoky darkness of the huge abyss below. Volume 8 flashbacks, along with hundreds of smaller chunks.
I'm sorry, EJ, that's probably not fun.
Don't you
It's
love our
fine.
side commentary?
I don't know what volume 8 is, but, you know, I hope it's
Well, now you know
great.
that people fall into the abyss.
Okay.
Along with hundreds of smaller stone chunks as the magically retractable roof of the pit continued to deteriorate. Storm's eyes flashed in surprise as she instinctively dropped the knife and tried to grab a hold of Saphira with her other hand for support that would not come. Saphira managed to push Storm away in her moment of surprise, separating them to free fall individually. Then Saphira braced for impact. Someone else can take over.
Sure.
It had still been a long fall. It had still hurt a lot, despite Saphira's proper rolling techniques. But aiming for this nearby catwalk had still been far better than falling all the way to the bottom of the pit. Saphira yelped once more, feeling like she had sprained an ankle or something during the hard impact. But at least she had gotten free from Storm's grapple. Saphira looked over to the side where Storm had also slammed into the catwalk, and was groaning and rolling on her back in pain. Crack. Boom. One of the humongous rocks that had formed the roof now crumbled in half again, and fell onto the same catwalk Saphira now stood on. The impact completely broke the structural support for Saphira's side of the bridge, leaving only one connection to this side of the chasm over behind Storm. The bridge creaked and began to droop, threatening to snap completely as more boulders continued to rain from above. With each subsequent portion of the ceiling that fell, more of the light from Dragos's flames began to filter into the dark pit. Saphira shakily stood to her feet,
I
her left
forgot
foot
about all
absolutely
this. This is
killing
pretty
her
epic.
once again. But it didn't matter if it was broken. It mattered that she got past Storm and it mattered that she get past Storm and get to the safety of the spiral platform, out of harm's way up from the falling stones. So, Storm was rising from where she lay as well, holding her ribs with one arm. Her face was red and her expression was twisted in pain and hatred. Malfunctioning sparks of orange light flickered along the neck piece of her armor, lighting her dark determination. Oh dear.
Alright, let's finish this thundercloud. Saphira challenged her, limping forward with her one good leg and raising her fists. Storm spat blood over the edge of the abyss, then locked her narrowed eyes with Saphira's.
I win. Storm grinned slightly, raising one armored foot and bringing it down with as much force as she can muster. The impact caused the bridge beneath her to crack even further, dangling Saphira shakily above the bottomless deep dark. Saphira
Oh
stumbled,
no.
nearly falling off the unstable catwalk. I hate that.
Scary.
It was dangerously close to falling apart, and frankly, Saphira wasn't sure what kind of magical contraction materials were even capable of holding her super slanted portion of the walkway onto the rest of the platform. Saphira wordlessly began hobbling towards Storm as quickly as she could to get to safer ground. Storm laughed and stomped once more, causing the bridge to creak and groan as it began to fail. EJ, do you want to read some?
Yeah. Saphira knew that if she tried to tango with this woman's grabby hands, Storm would twist her into a pretzel before she could wriggle away. Saphira also knew that she wouldn't be able to run very fast with her ankle exploding. Luckily, Saphira knew ways around direct confrontation. Holy robot aliens. Storm leered at oh my ears. Storm leered at Saphira, blocking the path like a sumo wrestler with both arms out, ready to grab Saphira if she got into range. But Saphira had other ideas. As the bridge began to sink and bend to the side in the short distance between them, Saphira rolled into a somersault and launched herself right off the edge beside Storm, completely catching her off guard. But Saphira had planned this. My ears. Your mic sounds like you've got a swarm of electric bees stuck in it.
Gosh.
Oh, I don't know why that happens.
Electric bees.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I don't know why that's happening. I think it's
Completely catching her off guard. But Saphira had planned this and had caught the edge with her uninjured arms. Uninjured arms. She used her momentum to carry her forward and swing herself back up onto the platform behind Storm before Storm had even figured out what was happening. Storm whirled, but it was too late. Saphira's fist slammed directly into her nose with a sickening snap, sending her stumbling backward onto the collapsing portion of the catwalk.
Alliteration.
Time for her to pull an Astrid. That's for destroying my home, Saphira growled, winding up for another punch as Storm tried to recover. That's for killing my friends! Saphira punched her in the jaw, snapping Storm's head to the side and sending her dazedly teeter on the very edge of safety. And this is for Rowan's mother! Saphira pulled back and kicked Storm squarely in the chest with her good foot, sending her falling backwards off the edge.
Storm's surprisingly not very talkative.
Storm shrieked with inhuman rage as she fell down, down into the shrouded deep of infinite. Oh wow, that was good.
Nice.
Until her voice was heard no more. Then the rest of the bridge began.
Is Storm a dragon?
No, she's just a person. Just a buff girl.
I was gonna say if it was inhuman rage and he wasn't a human, then yeah. I guess I'm the stupid one.
It's okay. It actually wasn't said in these recent chapters, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Then the rest of the bridge began to fall, cracking off at the connection point from the corkscrew spiral. Saphira gasped and turned to run up the sloping catwalk, but her ankle was slowing her down and making it excruciating. She was 20 feet away from safety when she completely lost traction and fumbled, falling to her hands and knees as the entire bridge began to fold down from a horizontal position into a vertical one. She wasn't going to make it. Maybe Storm had won after all. Saphira clung to the platform until it snapped off above her head and began to free fall, rotating wildly with the wind.
'Cause I'm free!
Free fall! Then she jumped as high and as far as she could with the last of her strength, hoping against hope that she would at least catch one of the floors before she started to fall too fast and became a Saphira pancake. Almost immediately,
Oh, no.
as though it had been ready for her, a hand reached out to catch her, swinging her to a rather painful stop as her arm was almost dislocated from its socket. Her head spun as she dangled above the long fall, looking down at the layers below her. She could see the citizens making good progress down below, thankfully unimpeded by the falling stone wreckage that was still in the process of deteriorating above her. Another huge stone chunk flew by, demolishing several other catwalks on its way, until one managed to slow it to a stop mid-plummet.
You've gotta stop cutting things this close. Malthus wheezed above her, probably with his arms equally as nearly dislocated. She looked up to find him hanging from the floor above by one hand as he dangled her below him with his other hand.
And you've gotta cut out your lurking conveniently close, she shot back, intending to sound angry but only managing a winded frustration. You could have helped deal with that tank of a night if you were just hanging around anyway.
I don't suppose you care to hear my perfectly reasonable explanation for why I couldn't? He rolled his eyes as they both continued hanging there uncomfortably.
I'm sure it's a thrilling story, but honestly I'd really just like to get down. Or up, Saphira admitted, making a pained expression. Malthus nodded, swinging her towards the floor of the next platform down. Wait, don't drop me! Saphira yelled, as he released her to land safely on the next floor down. The only problem being that her ankle was still in excruciating pain and was not fun to land on. Her foot exploded into agony as she caught herself, and it took everything within her not to swear at Malthus. Not to swear! As she immediately dropped to the ground, clutching her ankle.
Are you okay? Malthus asked concernedly, seeing her stewing facial expressions as he dropped down beside her. She gestured annoyedly to her ankle, letting loose a sigh as she leaned against the wall. Oh no, is that the same foot as last time? He asked
I was
unhelpfully.
gonna
You are not carrying me again. Last time was quite enough.
What? How else were we gonna get out of here? He asked. She pursed her lips at him, trying to think of a snarky response to help her vent her pain and anger, but as she looked at his big dumb face and saw that he was caring rather than antagonistic, her sass began to boil away.
Okay, fine. She slowly relented with a small smile. I'd certainly rather have you carry me than the creepy wizard in the bathroom. Don't do
So
Wazandra like
valid.
that.
Oh, poor Wazandra. I'd be honored to help. Malthus chuckled, relieved to see her sense of humor wasn't hurt. And maybe after we're out, your brother or the wizard dude can help give you some proper healing.
My brother I trust. Cool Wiz, not so much. He'll probably just send me an ice pack and tell me he needs a nap.
Wow, we met the guy one time and you think you've got him all figured out? He shook his head with a smile.
No, but I've got you all figured out. She offered a mysterious smirk. He cocked his head in surprise.
I assure you, it takes more than a couple stressful days to get to know everything there is about a person.
Well, I know everything I need to know at least, she amended. Malthus continued staring incredulously at the final huge blocks of stone finally crumbling from the roof and collapsed down into the pit, rumbling the foundations of the building as though the whole place was coming down. A massive plume of airborne dust began to rise from the pit behind Malthus as he rolled his eyes.
Well, guess I won't need to tell you anything else if that's the case. He dusted off his hands and turned as though to leave.
That's not what I meant. Never mind. Saphira looked down. The second mech suit suddenly fell past their view, still with a screaming dwarf inside of it.
I'll
As it
get
spun
you
down
next
to
time,
the
laddie!
The vast
I mean,
grave drove
her!
Saphira gestured to the chaotic noises and flashes of fire still emanating between triumphant roars of Malthus's father. And you thought it would take countless lives to take down a magistrate hold, Saphira scoffed.
And you thought he needed help. Malthus sighs. I hope he wasn't the one who heard you.
No, I got hurt saving his life, she corrected him. And for the record, he did need help. If it hadn't been for us, or rather, if it hadn't been for you, he would have been stuck forever.
We make a good team, Malthus shrugged.
Yeah, we really do, Saphira agreed thoughtfully, looking out over the flames and rising smoke. I didn't think any of this could work out in the end, but I guess in a world of heroes and champions, sometimes the impossible is within reach.
Oh, please don't call my dad a hero. Malthus buried his face in his hand.
I wasn't talking about him. Saphira smiled kindly up at him. Again, Malthus met her gaze with a moment of bewilderment, but then he relaxed and returned the warm smile, seeming to cheer up a bit. Who else would I be talking about? This is like the 16th time you've saved me. I owe you my life. He laughed. Malthus considered for a moment, smiling curiously before he spoke again.
I might just have to take you up on that debt, he winked, giving Saphira a turn
Oh,
to be
he
confused.
Oh,
Was that a
Flirtatious?
threat? She asked bluntly.
No! Let's just talk some more once we get everyone to safety.
Who winks
Safely
when they
to Trinity
threat?
Hills, okay? Malthus laughed. It's been a long day.
You're telling me I feel like I aged 2 years in 1 week, she deflated, her arms drooping to the floor. Malthus sat down beside her, nodding in agreement. So you're coming with us to Trinity Hills, then?
It's not like I have a job around here to look after anymore. Plus, I hear there's a cozy new bookshop opening up around there that I'd be interested to check out.
I'm sure they'd appreciate some help setting it up, too, if you've got time to kill.
No,
the bookstore.
I'll definitely consider it.
The
I
bookstore?
don't have any plans yet after we get out of here. Well, except one, I suppose. The moment my father finishes making a mess of things upstairs, and I make sure we get out safe, I'm gonna find something to eat.
You and me both, Saphira smirked. And we can make a date out of it. You know, as friends.
No,
Is that
friend
what we are
zones.
now? Malthus replied pensively. After you claimed to know me so thoroughly, I thought you might be my therapist.
That's a sarcasm, she elbowed him in the side playfully. Friends? She offered.
Friends. He confirmed with a firm nod. Firm.
As long as the
Confirm.
friend zoning is mutual.
they just met, to be fair, but you can tell there's something more going on.
Oh yeah.
They're just not willing to admit it yet.
Yeah, but Saphira's just taking it as a threat, apparently.
Well,
Friends
She-
gets married.
she said, "I owe you my life," and he's like, "Oh, well, I would be happy to have you spend a life with you. Might take you up on that." That was the
Wow.
wordplay.
Wow.
Yeah. It's still got plausible deniability.
Yeah.
The pair spent
Plausible.
the next plausible deniability.
Plausible
Deniability.
deniability.
The pair spent the next several minutes waiting for the citizens to catch up to them, listening to the waning sounds of Drogo's laying waste the facility. Once the refugees had regrouped with them, Saphira allowed Malthus to gently lift her and carry her along the escape route.
Aw.
But only because the sounds of battle had completely faded away, of course. Otherwise, she would totally be willing to go after the battle. As the citizens of Whitestone Hold finally emerged into the main tower again, they were greeted by a horrifying reminder not to cross a tech-bolstered dragon. Craters and collapses were more plentiful than intact walls, and it seemed that Drogo's had attempted to eliminate every magistrate worker in the area, whether they were fighting,
How
fleeing, or hiding.
romantic.
It was still as a graveyard as Malthus and Saphira led the group through the ruined room towards what once had been a set of solid iron doors. As the citizens crossed the threshold into freedom once again, the smoky air within the facility was replaced with clean, fresh air, reminiscent of the recent rain, and the brilliant daylight of the afternoon sun was a welcome sight as they left the ruined place behind them.
Wow.
That's it.
You finished reading.
Yay!
It tells you
Confetti! Ta-da!
confetti.
Oh, I really, really need to pee, and then I'll come back and get you guys' thoughts. 1 second.
You had all day to pee.
Go ahead all day.
Oh, he's
I
gone
think,
already.
Okay.
He was so speedy.
BDP.
Is chat still existing? I don't know.
Let's see what's going on.
What's up, chat?
Stella left, so very, very long ago. Goodbye. Simmer's here. I mean Shimmer. I mean Seamer. I mean. Simmer says, and that's for basically ruining my life. Lol, it kills her. Simmer says, I'm very impatient. When are they gonna make out? They met like 2 days ago, so I don't know about that.
Literally, like it just said it was like a week of them being together to like, you know.
Which, I mean, you could make out after a week, but, you know, written romances are more fun when you drag it out.
Especially after experiencing trauma, you can definitely make out after a week.
That's allowed, yeah. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Simmer says, 8 out of 10, read. I like the story, I like the lore, I like the bond between the two main characters, and I would read again. I probably should have waited to read that until Ethan's here, but oh well.
I was gonna say, that's why I didn't read it. That's fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. Nothing bad ever happened.
I don't know what to say until Ethan comes back.
I am saying words. These are words that are coming out of my mouth. And they're very interesting words. And they're very engaging. And you could probably like listen to these words for a really long time. And for the exact amount of time it takes for EJ to get back, that would be very convenient for these words to be, you know, helpful in filling in the silence. And oh, see, look at that! These words were helpful. Wow, amazing.
What words were helpful?
The very interesting ones that she was saying.
I'm confused. Okay, I just got back. What did I miss?
It was like, I don't know what to say, and then I just started saying words.
Ah.
Yeah, it's just.
And then
words.
It lasted as long to come back, and wow, that was a sentence that made sense. That's fine.
What the heck?
Hey, Simmer said 8 out of 10, read, I like the story, I like the lore, I like the bond between the two main characters, and I would read again. So
Yay! Thank you. I appreciate it. 8 out of 10 is pretty good for rough draft.
True.
Writing it as a D&D story really kind of was rough because there were parts where like for example, Saphira going the wrong way several times. That's just I
Mm.
felt I had the world already like here's where things are, and then the character decided,
Mhm.
hey, I'll go this way, and I'm like, that's not the right way, but have fun wasting
They
your time.
also,
So that was not
as
a very
much
good
as
way
we
to write an
love,
interesting story. But
as much as we love the lavender robed man, there was a lot of conversation between with that guy that
no,
probably
there
wasn't
wasn't.
needed.
He was a comic relief side character that accomplished
Yeah,
nothing
that's
but was
fair.
funny.
But, like-
Well, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, it was very much like a D&D campaign instead of like a planned out every scene accomplishing multiple things, every character being essential, all that kind of stuff like you would have for a normal story. So it was an interesting experiment just to see how that kind of style of writing would work. And I enjoyed it. I had fun with the whole process. What were you going to say, McKay? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, I was just gonna say, my general review is that yeah, I really liked the characters and I liked their like interactions because as we established 5,000 times, it's like the exact same kind of stuff that I would choose to do with my characters and stuff. So yeah, that was really good. But I guess I don't know anything about like the Paladins universe, and so maybe it would have been easier to follow for someone who did. But for me, like I don't really know anything about like. Well, also you said there isn't really much lore of Paladins, but anyway,
I don't think
I
anyone
just didn't
knows
really.
a lot about
I
that.
I know as much
The
lore as there
Paladins
is to
universe?
know about Paladin's lore.
So not very much.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
they
I just
don't
feel like
give you much.
yeah, like I didn't really know. Like also, it's probably my fault because I'm usually tired when we're doing these, so I kind of zone out sometimes. But I didn't really know much about like the magistrate or why they were doing anything or what they were doing.
No, that's fine.
Like I mean, I'm just saying for like a writing perspective, like it was kind of hard to like follow that part. And so like I guess I wasn't like emotionally invested in the plot itself because I didn't really know much about the world or like why the government was doing these things or like the oppression and stuff. But I was invested in the characters, but I wasn't necessarily like super deep into the plot just because I feel like I didn't really know enough about the world, you know? So that's my review.
Swigger says it's way better than Super EJ, but even Twilight is better than Super EJ. And then Super says, "Bro, my Immortal is better." Than
Oh no! I mean, from a
True,
straight up comedy perspective, yeah, you're probably right.
I mean, I don't know, they're both kind of funny.
Yeah.
That's why I laughed in the middle of McKay's thing because I was
Oh
reading
no.
that.
Welcome back, fish.
I wasn't laughing at you, McKay. I was laughing at the comment.
You're good.
I'm honestly confused as to how they'd kiss because of their long snouts. They could make it work. Look,
True.
look, I have a picture, proof right here. I mean, I know that's not,
Jeez.
you know, the same kind, but you know what I mean. There's,
Smooch.
I don't know. Don't think about it. It's fine. We don't question the dragon anatomy.
That's the motto for these streams.
Swagger says, "Can a dragonborn and a human have children?" Probably not. No, like from a biological perspective, that just no, probably not.
Anything is possible in fan fiction.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we're gonna move on from that taco. We're gonna move on from the taco.
Maybe an extra
Taco.
one.
Why did you say taco?
Because I can't
Taco.
speak. Leave me alone.
But that was, you could have chosen a better word.
Yeah, from a straight up lore perspective, McKay, I was trying to write this just so like it would set up the situation and like you just kind of accept it. Like it doesn't even go into the details as to the history of the world or anything like that, but it's not needed for understanding. It just sets up, hey, there's a bad situation going on, and that's all you need to know, really. Does it work from that perspective? Like, if you don't think about it too much?
Yeah, I mean, I did just kind of accept that, like, oh, magistrate bad. But I guess maybe what I should have said instead is like, yeah, I mean, you kind of acknowledged you did go kind of hard with the description sometimes because you were very DM-like, and that kind of like I kind of zoned out for those parts because like my brain just like doesn't want to focus on like describing an area really intricately, so I think that could have probably been less. So
I agree.
I was in it for the characters, but as Silver and I were talking about the other
was the
day,
point
we can like
of this
endure a terrible plot with if it has good characters. So not saying your plot was terrible, but even if it was, that's probably fine because I liked your characters anyway. So
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that because the whole point of it was just I wanted to have some good character moments, and then you know I had to weave the rest of this in order to support that. So I completely agree that the the idea of writing it with this particular dungeon mastering. Here is the situation, here's all the unnecessary detail, here's the placement of the characters and how many feet apart they were and what angles they had to do these things at to make it make sense. That's unnecessary detail for a writing story, and it could probably be made a lot more efficient and eloquent with the way that things were said. But that's for the next one, because I do plan on writing another one of these. I have an idea already ready. The plot's already basically figured out. I just need to actually sit down and write it at some point. And part of it was I really wanted to reread this story so I could remember some important things like Wazando and other stuff, so that I could include aspects and remember.
You missed the moment when he came back, McKay. Me and you were like, our boy!
I was watching it, but I wasn't actually.
Oh, good, yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Joycey.
What'd you say, Sam? Joycey's here! Joycey!
Joycey's here.
Hello! You arrived just in time to miss the entire Mal+Sap and Zephyr story that we were reading. We've been using your art as reference the entire time to let people know about the characters, and now other people have fallen in love with these characters too, and it makes me so happy, because I was really excited back in the day when you were watching the Paladins D&D streams and you were really into the characters, but like nobody else knew about these characters. I had like 4 or 0 views on most of the parts of this story, and now everyone else has heard the story too, and I'm happy about it.
Joycey, I used your art.
I'm so sorry.
I used your art for as a reference for what I drew for EJ.
Oh yeah.
Because I didn't have anything else, and I didn't want to ask EJ because that would be giving it away.
Hey, my profile picture is Joycey's art.
Aww.
Is it really? Your profile picture is a dog.
Yeah,
That's a picture of your dog. What do you mean?
No, on YouTube, not on Discord.
Oh! Thank you so much for the art, by the way, Joycey. All throughout the years, it just has made me very happy. And Isabella Vlog says, I'm so mad they didn't kiss at the end. Hey, that's for the next story. Like I said, this has left some room for them to still grow as people, because they just met. Even though they've been through a traumatic situation, they've got a bond now. In order for it to develop into something more, it takes a bit of time. So don't worry, the next story will develop it a little further, and it'll pick up like 6 months after this. So, stay tuned for whenever I write that.
Guys.
Yeah, McKay was begging me to give her some details about the story, and I've always been like very closed off about not wanting to share my details about my stories or whatever, because either people will judge them or people are going to steal my story ideas, both of which has happened. So I had this instinct of like, I don't want to share anything about it, but it's way more fun to share your ideas and like kind of workshop them with other people. So I realized, hey, I can trust my sister. I will share some ideas, and we talked about it a little bit, which is fun.
Yeah, because I had spammed you with like 500,000 messages about my story.
Yes, yeah, I forgot you did that. That was fun. It's good to workshop with each other and help each other out as writers. Iron sharpens iron and all that. Yo, news story. Yep, we'll see what current year EJ writing is like once I do that. It'll probably take some time, honestly, because with this story, instead of writing it procedurally like a dungeon master, kind of doing each bit and then not editing it and messing it up and all that, I plan on doing the whole thing and finishing it and actually kind of polishing it up a little bit, and then having the whole thing done so that even at the beginning scenes I can go back and change them based on what I do at the very end, and it'll all kind of be one cohesive whole. Maybe I'll fail miserably, I don't know. Hopefully I've learned something from my previous failures. Super EJ. And maybe it'll be better.
That's the best one, though.
Super EJ is the best one, yeah. Well, thank you all for coming on this intense journey. It was such a great time, honestly. I had a lot of fun. Thank you for the dragon art, Stella, and all the people who have, drawn many cool things throughout the years. I have like a whole folder of Mal+Sap and Zephyr art from various people, and it just makes me happy every time I look at it. It's even my phone background now, but you couldn't see it anyway because my phone smashed to bits. So.
RIP!
But it makes me happy to look back on it. Simmer says, yeah, though I will admit, Maybe they're just equally bad. Super EJ is worse because I need to bleach my eyes while reading both. Talking about my immortal. Yikes.
Yeah, I don't think it can get any worse than teasing the Holocaust. So.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
There are some scenes in Super
Or
EJ
when
we
you
do not talk
wait,
about.
didn't you send your black friend to like the slave fields or
What?
something?
Actually,
in
I
that
don't think
book?
there was a black friend. Was there?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
it
I
was
think
just
there
the
was.
Jewish
I
one
thought
that
there
I mean,
was.
the Jewish one did go to the
Oh.
Holocaust, which is just as bad.
Okay,
So
okay,
that's
never
worse,
mind. That's
probably.
not
I
what I
don't
was
know.
thinking of then.
Yeah, that was really bad.
It's
You sent your
terrible.
Jewish friend to the Holocaust. Yeah, that's
It
not
was
good.
mentioned in passing. You were just like, "Oops, Johann went to the Holocaust."
I don't
Yeah,
know
he
why.
was. It's like you sent him back there, and then he came back and he was not happy,
He
and
was
that was all that it
traumatized.
was.
I don't
my
understand
God.
why. It was so unnecessary. It was just
Honestly,
like,
Johann.
oh, the villain's doing things to the
He
time
was,
machine
he was like,
and
he
forcing
was
you
like,
to.
really, EJ?
I
Oh,
Oh,
EJ.
SMH EJ.
EJ's so
Seriously, man.
silly.
I
I
thought I had you back, man. What the heck?
Oh, EJ,
I'm a
classic
little
EJ,
salty.
sending me there.
Wow.
That's funny.
let's see.
That-
Oh, I
That
missed the
does have
chat.
me wondering though, if like people took like the Super EJ story and put it up against My Immortal, I wonder if in a poll who would vote which one is worse.
I don't know.
I wonder.
Sorry, I'm paying attention now. What'd you say?
If people like pinned up My Immortal and Super EJ together in a poll to see which one was
Oh,
worse.
definitely EJ's
I think-
worse.
What is my immortal?
Definitely,
Am I out
because
of
like
the loop?
it's so
You don't know what My
boring.
Immortal is?
No.
If you read
Bruh.
My
Yeah.
Immortal, it's hilariously
What?
bad.
What
It's
is
like
it?
so bad it's
like
funny.
it's the most famous Harry Potter fan fiction ever made, pretty much.
Well, I don't read Harry Potter fanfiction.
Nobody, I don't either, but I still know about My Immortal because it's like
Oh, I don't know
famously
what that is.
I've
terrible.
just heard of it. I'm sorry you're mad, Isabella Vlogs. I know it was kind of a tease at the very end, but you know, it's leaving it up to the interpretation.
They literally friend
some
zoned
for
each
the
other,
imagination.
Rip.
Well, not really. I feel like
know,
they
I
just
know,
weren't
like-
ready to take the step of saying, "Oh, hey, I like you." She was just like, "Hey, you know, it sounds like a date," but not in the like hedged her bets, you know.
No, I'm
Didn't
kidding,
wanna-
I'm kidding,
didn't wanna
I'm
go-
kidding.
You know, open with it yet. But hey, friend zoning is a good place to be because you know, you move on, you develop a good relationship first. Joyce says I've been considering redrawing some pieces, but I haven't found the time. Oh, and she says my heart. Yay! You don't have to. I don't mean to like garner sympathy and all that. I'm not trying to like beg you for more. I will pay you honestly. I'll commission you to draw more stuff. Makes me happy.
And she takes commissions, I think.
That is true. I believe she does. Everyone hire Joycey. Look, she draws cool things.
Fire says, "My name is Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway, and I have long
Yeah.
ebony black hair. That's how
Oh.
I got my name."
Okay, this is like the same level. I don't
As Super
from
EJ?
what I'm seeing from right now.
I
It
mean,
can be similar. I'm
yes.
practically a perfect child in almost every
Okay.
way.
Bro, you're good as you know
It's
it.
called an iPad.
No. I know a fanfiction that's worse than both of them.
Really?
What?
That this kid in my class
Trek?
wrote. He wrote it about the other people in his class, and he didn't
Oh boy.
Oh.
like not
I mean,
not
Ethan
knowing.
did that too, kinda.
Oh.
Yeah, but this is way worse. Like way worse.
Oh boy.
Like I promise you, it is way worse. Me, okay, I think it was me, Kyle, and Mav were like reading it late one night, and like we almost couldn't get through it because it was so bad.
No. How did you like find out about that?
He told one of the girls in the class,
Oh no, his first
and she told
mistake.
everybody, literally
boy.
everybody, because it was so bad. And like he was okay, so basically it's kind of like the Super EJ thing, where like, oh, I'm perfect, I'm the best. But in this case, he's not only is he older when he wrote it, he literally like acts like everyone in the class is in love with him,
Oh no.
and he's like this like anime protagonist, like literally an anime protagonist, not like in a Super EJ way. It is
Wow.
so bad. It is really bad.
That's embarrassing.
And like I don't want to talk bad about the girl who exposed the story because it's literally like one of the worst things I've ever read.
Wow.
Very, very narcissistic as well.
Lovely. And how old was he?
I think he was probably like 17 when he wrote it.
Yikes.
Swagger's asking, did we ever find out who the mother was of Albert? Was that his name?
I don't think
The deaf
we find
kid
out, did
in
we?
Super EJ. What's his name?
Was it
Uh,
between the two females in the story?
Yeah, it was implied that it was either going to be Gwen or Erica or something, but obviously Gwen was, you know, pretty abusive and possessive and, you know, generally a bit of a concerning person. So obviously it was going to be Erica, you could tell. I don't know. But I love how obsessed everyone got with Gooper EJ. Gooper
Gooper
EJ?
EJ.
My bad, sorry.
EJ.
Yeah, you forgot the W.
I apologize sincerely.
Gooper.
Oh my gosh. Goop.
It's like the two most negative traits you can find in people in those two love interests.
Huh.
Like
Incredibly
one is
narcissistic
abusive and the other one's a pushover. They're like equal. I don't know if they're
Oh, yeah.
equally as bad, but they're bad in both directions.
True.
Gooper EJ? Super EJ is a pushover?
No,
No, he meant
Erica
Erica.
and Gwen.
Oh.
Like
They're both
they're not equally as bad, but they're like they have negative traits in both directions, like by a lot.
Mhm.
Didn't you have a crush on like them in real life? So like I don't understand why they could have such like negative traits like that if you had a crush on them.
Great question.
I mean, I mean, I could tell
I thought that was
stories
somebody
about
else.
being a young youth who gets crushes on just any girl who happens to be around. Should I though? I don't know. I mean, I could talk about the people that these characters were based off of. I shouldn't though.
That's fair.
I mean, it's really not. Probably not.
I
worth
know
it.
who they were.
McKay knows who they were.
Because I grew
Well,
up with these people.
And yeah, they both were abusive at the time. So
Sad.
maybe I have a type and it's not a good type. I don't know. Yeah, I'd like to think I've
EJ
learned
likes
and gotten
mean
older.
girls.
No, I do not, though. That's the problem.
That's
So
the
they just
problem.
get mean. I don't know. Why did they start being mean to me?
Oh,
Poor little me.
Swagger says it's funny how no one has talked about how much of a man-child the dad is. I'm honestly surprised the mom hasn't
Yeah.
divorced him.
Holy cow.
Oh boy.
I was 11, okay? I had a very skewed view of reality. My characters were all a mess. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't necessarily
I
mean that
was
that's how I saw my
young.
dad or anything. It's just I needed him to be the parental supervision in the story, but I also needed him to be stupid enough to allow a freaking child to time travel. Because who does that, right? Who allows your child to just mess with the fabric of reality just on a whim?
And then your mom was just the worst person ever to
I can't remember, like, what did she even do in that story? Was
Well,
she
she was like
Mom?
just constantly like, cause he kept trying to do things, and the mom was like, "No, not allowed." And then EJ would be like, "Oh, I hate her." Like,
And the cool
so
dad would be like,
annoying.
let's do it anyway.
And then the mom later was revealed to have magic powers.
Oh yeah.
And
Weird.
yeah, oh gosh, my writing was just a mess, okay? Swagger, we just talked about that. Or am I scrolled again? Am I scrolled? How do I keep getting scrolled up through the chat? My chat is messed up. I'm sorry.
Maybe
Sorry.
you're just bad.
Ignore everything I just said, Swagger. I apologize. I was rereading an earlier message. We all had our user of stupidity. Pat, you good? I'm lonely. Unfortunately, that
remember
means
my
I'll take what I can
character,
get
like-
sometimes, but, you know.
An older version of my character had to babysit a younger version of my character or something. I don't know. It was weird.
Hmm?
That happened.
For you?
My older self had to babysit my younger self for your story.
In my story?
Yeah.
I don't remember that,
It happened, I promise.
if you say so. I know that that was a plan for the rewrite version that I never did.
Well, I remember it.
Okay. If you say so. I mean, I obviously have the memory of a flea, so it's not easy to surprise me with things that I already knew.
Hey, Ethan, did you know that gravity's real?
Whoa.
Oh no!
It
Keep
falls.
going.
It got me! You sneak up. Sneak up when you're not
I just-
expecting it.
The stream caught up and I just saw him.
Oh, I wasn't watching. Oh no.
Thanks, Swagger. Let's see. Bro, why
Yeah,
is there
it barely has it barely has adult supervision because the adults are in the sky, actively avoiding their children.
The
So, like,
sky.
you know.
Oh, I thought like the mom got trapped underground, so that's the opposite of
No.
the sky.
Talk about Percy Jackson. And
Yeah,
others.
in Percy
No.
Jackson, his mom got trapped in like where was it? Haiti or Tartarus or wherever.
It was 80s.
Tartar
The
sauce?
underworld.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good times.
I sleep, I cuddle with my water bottle.
Another point of
I
gravity.
need someone to cuddle with, so I use a water bottle instead.
Bro.
Aw!
I'm kidding.
Don't you complain
I will
about
send
people
you
like
a
getting you
hug.
stuffed animals for Christmas every year?
Nobody gets me stuffed animals for Christmas. Never.
I thought
has-
you were complaining. You're like, why do people keep giving me stuffed animals? I have nowhere to
Has
put
this
them,
happened?
and like they're so useless.
don't
Yes, you
remember that.
literally are. You were complaining about it last time. I think last time I saw you in Christmas.
Who
Stuffed
gave me a
animals.
stuffed animal last? I mean, I must have gotten
I
rid of
don't
it
know.
because
You were
But yeah,
not happy. You're
I
like,
can-
stop giving me stuffed animals. They're literally useless.
I can absolutely see myself complaining about that. But
Yeah,
at the same
I
time,
assure you that you were.
I don't have
promise.
any. The only stuffed animal I have.
Because you hate them.
Yeah, exactly. So I
Yeah,
don't know why
exactly,
anyone would
so-
give me them. But I don't remember this happening. I don't have a memory. Okay.
Well, I'm pretty sure it happened.
Joycey says
Me
I'm
over
somehow
here with
gonna
the
send
stupid
DJ a stuffed
animals.
animal. This is why I have the one stuffed animal I've got, because someone sent it to me and I feel bad getting rid of it. If you give me, don't give me a stuffed animal collection. I won't be able to get rid of them. I won't have the heart to remove them as gifts. The ones that I had as a child, you know, I was like okay with.
You are literally cuddling with a
Was
water
it?
bottle.
Not
I got
currently.
the day off tomorrow. No
Yay.
work tomorrow. Yay!
So the only reason I said that was because I threw it on my bed behind me, and I was like, I guess
Also,
I'm gonna cuddle with a water
EJ
bottle. Yeah, what?
EJ,
Huh?
I sent you a hug in the DMs.
How does
Aw.
find
It's a
hug?
hug.
Where is hug be?
Hug.
Is
I am
hug-
hug. Yay!
Hug.
Thank you. Gooper
Get
Weech.
hugged.
No, thank you. I enjoy hug.
Along with goop.
Gooper Weech, eh?
I hate
Why?
that.
Everyone
I
said
hate
me.
that so-
No,
Okay,
please.
Gooper is just bad, but
I have
Weejay
a
makes
s-
it so much worse.
I don't really have that big a room. If like every fan we have just like suddenly starts sending me copious amounts of stuffed
20,000
animals,
stuffed animals.
I don't know
Oh,
what I will
no.
do. I don't have room for any stuffed animals right now. I'll drown in my bed. I'll just be like
EJ,
drowning in stuffed
What if I-
animals.
what if I sent you a stuffed animal that I made? Would you get rid of it still?
I don't think I would be able to, but I would need to. But I would
Exactly.
want to.
Seb,
I wouldn't know how to
there's the
feel.
hack.
Please don't give me
There's-
stuffed
there's the
animals.
loophole.
You gotta
I'm
make
telling
a
the
stuffed
world now.
animal,
Please don't
and
give
then
me
he
them.
can't get rid of it. That's the hack. There you go, Seb. You're
I mean,
welcome.
even if you
You
just
got
got it
the
for me, I
loophole.
wouldn't feel like I could get rid of it. Oh boy, I'm in trouble now, aren't I? I did get one stuffed animal when I was like in the modern age when I was no longer a child, and that one I did get rid of because it was from an ex, and obviously you don't keep
Ooh.
things from an ex,
Ah.
right? So that one I had an excuse. I was like, they're an ex, haha, I have an excuse to get rid of it. I don't have to feel bad
Goodbye.
for it being a gift that I no longer have, so I left that, you know.
You put it in a fire pit and then just like
No, this
just
is-
stand over it.
I mean,
watch it burn.
I didn't do all that with my ex because it
No,
wasn't
I
like,
know.
at least on
Like
my
doused it in
end,
gasoline
on
and
my end, I
recorded
didn't
it
have any
and sent it-
animosity towards them. They got very
No,
upset
I know
at me,
that.
but
I'm not assuming that there was animosity,
Mm,
but like, oh, you
yeah.
just stopped
I
talking.
I
but
was
can't
just
hear
like,
anything.
yeah,
Okay,
whatever.
there we go.
didn't feel need to, you
Fix
know,
it.
burn all
I
evidence
fixed
that
it,
it
it's
ever
fine.
happened.
Hold on, I'm
It
having
just was
problems.
past history.
There we go.
I don't know why you were complaining about stuffed animal. You had like a pillow or something that was like a stuffed animal.
I
was,
truly
like,
don't
circular.
remember it. I can't remember. I doubt it was like last year. It may have been, you know, a couple years ago.
I don't know,
But if
maybe.
someone gave me a stuffed animal, yes, I would be like, why have you given me this? I have to find a
think
place for
Maybe-
this now.
I think you were
Maybe, like-
complaining about what happened like maybe a year ago or whatever. You're like, oh, people keep giving me stuffed animals.
Joycey says you
Yeah,
would have
maybe,
2
like-
beds. What?
Maybe
I'll have a
you,
bed
like,
made of stuffed
maybe you were
animals. No.
complaining something that happened like several years ago, and you still had the remnants from it, and that's why you were
Did
complaining.
Cat ever give you a stuffed animal?
She
She
did.
did.
That's the unfortunate. That's the one I'm
Exactly.
stuck with.
That's probably what it was.
Yeah,
That's
it was
probably-
the Squishmallow.
That's
yeah.
probably what it is. I'm so sorry, Kat. I'm sorry you're
And
hearing
you're like,
that.
Cat, I
I'm
will never
cursed with it.
forgive you for this.
I still
Why
have
did
it.
you give
Here,
me this
I'll
stuffed animal?
grab it.
I'll never forgive you for giving me a stuffed animal. I had to rescue some of Ethan's stuffed animals because he was getting rid of some iconic ones from his childhood, like the tiger that he would always make attack him and like tear him to pieces
It's
to make
very
me laugh.
soft and fluffy.
So I had to rescue her along with a rabbit and a couple others because he was gonna get rid of them, and that's illegal.
Yep. They're
I
very.
still
My
have
dog
tigers.
ate my stuffed animal that I made when I was in 2nd grade.
Oh no,
Oh,
that's terrible.
no.
Yes, it is a cute little squishmallow. However, I'm a man. I don't have stuffed animals, so I just have him it. I don't think I never gave him a
They.
name. I just put it in my bag of other memories, memorabilia, things to remember, bracelets I've collected, random stuff, people to pray for, reminders of other countries, souvenirs, and it's just my everything bag. It's just like a disorganized mess to remind me of people that exists elsewhere, and this is something that I have now to add to that bag. But
You
it
guys
takes up like
remember-
50% of the bag, so if I get more, I won't know what to do with them. Please help.
Do you guys remember Webkins?
No, Joycey, please.
I still have my first one that I got, and then I
Aw.
gave all the rest of my stuffed animals along with all the other Webkins to my brother, and he still has them. But I have, because he just like doesn't get rid of things because he's like that. And then I have my one Webkins, and then I have a stuffed raccoon my friend got me. And then I got the most recent edition, which is a animal slime plush from Genshin Impact, but like I don't even use it. It's just chilling. Oh, and my brother got me a giant squishmallow for Christmas,
Ooh, fun.
and it looks like a duck, and it's great.
Aw. Cute.
Mm. Yes, this is McKay's remaining stuffed animals.
That's not even all of them. I could send a second picture of my
Whoa.
second location of
Oh,
stuffed
that's
animals.
true. I forgot you have more.
Yeah, I
Wow.
have them on my window seat too, and then
Yeah,
I have my
those are
Appa
crazy.
plushie that I sleep with. He's a very
Aw.
fuckable size.
The only thing I want to cuddle with is a person. I want to find a person
Aw.
someday. Because that
Well, yeah,
that
that'd
would
be
mean
preferable,
something
but I
to
don't have
me.
one
That
now,
would-
so now it's gotta be Appa.
What about
I
an
mean,
animal
Appa
that's
is
not
a valid
stuffed?
choice.
you know, a pet would be okay, but they take effort to take care of, and they don't have any
You could get a
intellectual-
Yeah.
taxidermied one, then
I
it
have
would
a
be a stuffed
cat.
animal and a
Oh
real
my
animal.
gosh, no! That's so much
Oh.
worse than any of the other categories we have discussed thus far.
Well, it's stuffed, but it's not really stuffed.
It's
you know?
just a corpse! Why would I
It's like a
snuggle
real
with a
stuffed
corpse?
animal.
No!
I'm scared.
If anyone sends me a
Seb,
taxidermied
you're-
animal, I will call the
Seb.
police. Please don't.
Seb, you're banned. You're banned.
Can't I send you like a little cat?
No! If you're gonna send me something taxidermied, make sure it's something less cute. So
Like-
that I
like a
don't feel as
mouse?
bad. No, Remy, my love. I'm sorry. Oh dear.
That poor tiger or that teddy bear or whatever is like hanging on there. It's,
Oh,
like,
that
right
one is
near the edge.
that one's actually my mom's from like I think my dad gave it to my mom when they were like first married or something. And
Aw.
then she gave it to me to keep it with my other stuffed animals, and so I put him up there. So that's why he's kind of hanging off because he was a late addition.
Taxidermy
Oh,
of a
okay.
blobfish. No. Oh, that's so concerning.
That's such a good idea.
No.
No, how do you even taxidermy a
I
blobfish?
don't think that's. It's so goopy. How would you do that?
Gwooper Ouija. It's perfect.
No, it's a good representation of Gooper Ouija.
Oh no.
Because you're a blobfish, is that why?
No, because it only works if it's deeply under pressure. I don't know. Joycey says, "What if I sent a blanket? At least that would have a function." You're right. You're right. You are right. I was gonna say I have all the blankets I need.
I have so many blankets, man. It's crazy.
I even left some blankets at home because I had too many when I moved down to Florida, and now I'm in Florida, so it's usually pretty toasty. I have only needed an
my
extra
weighted
blanket like
blanket.
twice or something.
Me too.
Yeah, it's so heavy. It's literally like 30 pounds or something, and I can barely like lift it up.
But then when you wear it on your bed, it just feels like a normal blanket, which is weird. and then you put it around your shoulders, and it's like, whoa, gravity.
I mean, mine doesn't feel normal when it's on me. It does feel like it's crushing me a little, which is a good thing.
Yeah, it does. But then it's like, maybe I'm used to really heavy blankets on me because I did have like 4 blankets on my bed before I got the weighted
I
one.
moved to Florida. McKay's still back home in North Carolina. I'm in Florida now.
I took your room.
Yep.
You don't know how it happened.
My neighbor is an alligator now. Weighted blankets are nice. Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
I kind of use my current blanket as a weighted blanket. It's not heavy, but it's, you know, at least something weighty, like more weight than nothing. And I still have my fan on because you have to have the fan on if you got a blanket on in
Yeah,
Florida.
I do that too, where I'm under the
Yeah.
blanket, but I have the fan on because I like feeling the blanket,
Wasting
but I don't want to be
electricity.
hot.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, McKay, did you take Ethan's room?
She
Yes.
did.
Why did I not know that?
I don't know. I
I've
completely
been at your
redecorated
house
and
like
everything.
3 times.
Did you go up to her
Yeah, I
room?
remember. Like,
No, I didn't go
McKay literally
upstairs.
like live reported it on the server.
Yeah, I
The
was
decoration of
reporting
the
my
room.
painting and stuff. You didn't see that, Seb?
I
North
must have been
Carolina
sick that day.
supremacy.
Let me send pictures of what my room looks like, because it's very different than how you remember it, I'm sure.
I love how Joycey's like trying to bargain with me to send me something. That's very nice of you, Joycey. But honestly, what would mean most to me is just, you know, quality time and physical touch. So come give me a hug. I don't care as much for gifts or for, you know, acts of service or words of affirmation. Those are all nice, but you know, I enjoy the.
What he's trying to say is that
hugs.
send him a taxidermy alligator.
Oh my freaking wow. I also like art. I mean, I guess that's a gift, but at least that's easy to have and not taking up physical space that I don't know what to do with. Now I'm just thinking of like having a stuffed like little plushie Malthus and Saphira, and that honestly is pretty cute because if it actually means something to me, this is just a random like it's an inflated peep. Why do I need this? It doesn't have any like special significance. But if it was like a Malthus plushie, then that would be like more special to me. So maybe I've changed my mind about stuffed animals. You can send me Malthus plushies.
I changed my view.
No. I mean, yeah, just a yellow alligator is close enough. I'm kidding.
Ethan could go stuff an
No!
alligator himself.
No, not with my body.
no.
Oh my goodness. Joycey
Okay,
says
how do you
taxidermy.
even
I cannot.
sit at that desk? That's
Oh my gosh.
It is a tight
It's okay, I'll
squeeze, and
come
I
to
don't
you,
use it
Joycey.
very often, but it is usable if I wanted to.
okay. Pure determination. Got it.
Man, it was
toasty.
so hard to figure out where to put the furniture in this room because there's doors and windows everywhere, and it's
Yeah.
kind of a small room in general.
That's what I
so
was
this is
struggling
the
with
only
for so
the
long.
only iteration of furniture location that could possibly work.
Yeah. For so long,
But I did it.
I enjoyed rearranging my room when I had my other room,
Yeah.
but then when I moved into that room, there were like 3 configurations I could do. And
Yep.
I would rotate through them as often as I could, and just to like satisfy the urge for change, but it was so difficult to get any configuration to actually work, so I ended up going with closet door completely blocked by my bed method and just having the doors permanently open. That was the best method I could use for that room because it's so poorly laid out.
That's what my room is, because I have, instead of a closet, I have a massive wardrobe, and it's really heavy to move. So it's like if I wanted to move it, I couldn't. So then it's taking up an entire wall, and I can't even like move my bed unless it's in 2 locations, and then I can't move my desk obviously because there's too much stuff going on. So like really, I could only move my bed if I wanted to right now.
Yeah, that's a solid.
Yeah, I
choice,
really
Batman.
only have I literally have one wall where you can put anything that's slightly tall, like my dresser or my bookshelf, because there's windows and doors on all the other walls, except for the one that has the mural on it, and I can't block that either. So I literally had one wall where I had to put all my tall stuff. But I really like my room. It was really fun to get to like start from scratch because Ethan's room was just completely white except for all the scuffs on the walls. So I just got to start like from scratch, and I got my little TikTok lights and everything.
We should come up with a name for this man. It's a little cheap.
I think I have a very similar looking. Hold on, let me get my boy.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how's the traffic been for me? Well, for me it's not so bad because usually I travel. I'm strategic. I only travel along places that aren't crazy traffic-y most of the time because I can manage to do that. And the times that I need to travel. So yeah, usually it's pretty okay for me. The tolls are a little annoying, but I have a toll payer sticky thing on my windshield, so I just kind of don't pay attention to it anymore. I just do what I need to do. I think Ethan may be a stuffed animal, but a human? I am a stuffed human?
Oh no.
I mean, I would like to think of myself as soft and huggable, but I don't know where the similarities continue beyond that. I do in fact have organs within my body, and I use them to live. So, no stuffing to be found. As far as I know,
Look,
maybe
you
I
and
turned into a
Silver have-
velveteen rabbit without knowing.
You guys have matching chicks.
I have
we?
a bigger version of your chick. And it
Whoa!
has wings.
Whoa! Wow, amazing.
It's
I guess
the
I got
evolved
the.
version.
I ate the wings. I got the boneless wing version. Very cool, very cool.
Big version.
Big man!
Big man. So maybe mine should be named Big Man and yours is Little Man.
Aw.
That's fair. Little man.
I have 2 squishmallows. One is a bunny from Cat, and one is a shark that I bought with Cat.
Whoa, that's true. I was there.
Yeah.
I remember this happening.
They're cute.
Big cheek.
I can share my computer setup, kind of. Be really awkward about it.
What was that?
Awkward.
That was me laughing. I'm sorry. I'm reading the
That
chat.
was weird.
No, I'm not weird. I'm perfectly normal. Leave me alone. Well, I do have work tomorrow, and I'm sure.
No, you don't.
Oh, I don't have work tomorrow. I forgot. I'm going to not
Imagine
go to
having work tomorrow.
Me Killgraving Ethan. No, you don't have work tomorrow.
Sure. Yep. I don't know what killgraving means because I never really got that far in that joke, but,
True, yeah, you know, you're right.
It means I simply say, and you must do.
M says, need more streams where EJ just does the whole thing with a squishmallow on his shoulder.
Oh.
You know, it's not too difficult to keep it there. I could probably make that happen. Maybe I could even, like, make a little Velcro thing so that it'll stay there better. Whoa, what is that? Oh, is this your setup, Silver?
Yeah.
That is
It is very
cool. That is a cool desk setup. I enjoy
I'm very
all the
proud of
desk
it.
space and the shelf space and the lights. And wow, top quality.
Ignore my
Very
mess.
nice.
I
I over here have a whiteboard on top of a filing cabinet at the proper height with like a couple pieces of plywood to make it tall enough, and that is my desk. It is balanced precariously with the computer and the monitors like counterbalancing the weight so that it doesn't fall over. And that's my temporary desk setup because I didn't have a desk when I moved down. And I also didn't have a
I
dresser when I
just-
moved down. And
I
I
don't
also
even-
didn't have a bed when I moved down.
Oh my gosh.
So I just kind of
I don't
jerry-rigged
use my
everything.
desk. I do all my editing and stuff just sitting in my bed because that's comfier than my little cramped swivel chair and a desk.
My
Mhm.
desk is my secondary living space.
Mhm.
So I worked very hard on it, and I got
Mhm.
all the posters above my laptop. I got those when I went to RTX, and they make me very happy because I look at them whenever I sit.
Yeah, I like it.
Hi Isabella, wake up.
Cool.
I mean, welcome awake. I mean,
Are you okay?
Welcome
I
awake.
mean, I'm tired. We should all go to sleep
Welcome
now.
awake.
Yes, I'm surprised you woke up again. Is what I was trying to say. Welcome awake is what happened instead.
Joycey, I have an overwhelming amount of Ruby merch. It's not even funny.
If for whatever reason I go to Hialeah, I have never heard of that place before in my life. Always have your thumb on the horn. Trust me.
What is happening?
If I ever drive to a place called Hialeah, I need to be ready to honk, I guess. Honestly, I'd prefer to have my foot on the brake just in case there's people that crazy, but you know what? I don't think I've ever once honked at someone when I've been on the road. All the years I've driven,
I have.
I'm too nice. Even if someone does something stupid, my initial response is just to go, "Oh, okay then." If anything
That is
happens to my son,
beautiful.
I will kill everyone in
Can
this
you
room and then
emoji
myself.
The glasses look
that.
like they're photoshopped.
That's
It
true.
does.
That's true because of this.
Yeah.
Invisible. I had to lobotomize or to sacrifice to tear apart
Lobotomize.
pairs to
Lobotomized.
fix them. And I fixed the other pair too. It's just worse held together.
Can we latopize it?
Maybe. Welcome awake. It makes my brain release happy
Welcome awake.
chemical silver. That's great.
Tracy says I accidentally honked leaning forward because I'm short and I felt bad.
That's
Oh,
great.
no.
What a screenshot. Restream just said congratulations, you've received 100 message today with Restream. I
think it's been a
feel
little more
like
than
we've
that.
received many more than that. Many
Especially
more than
after that one stream when everyone was like role playing and not paying attention to the stream at all.
Mhm.
Well, I think it's per stream,
Oh!
but even still.
It's because
Oh.
it says today, and it's past midnight.
Oh, brain.
Whoops. We had such a great stream, we hit that milestone twice.
We did it! Yay!
That seems like a good timing for me. I would like to go to sleep now. I should be prepared for work tomorrow, but I would love to stream with y'all next week or something. Maybe not exactly on Monday, but close-ish, Monday-ish, somewhere around there. Ow. I said ow as I hit myself with the
Monday
stuffed animal.
adjacent.
Yeah, thank you all so much for coming out to the stream and for sharing in the story with me. I appreciate that you appreciate my insanity and my characters and, you know, sharing my heart. So, thank you all for hanging. Don't forget to drink your Nort. God bless. Love y'all. It's been a while since we brought up that one.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Seb, give us a closing quote of the day.
Quote?
Yes.
Like,
What a quote.
from me?
Yeah,
from,
just make it up.
no, from
Good night,
whatever.
you Hex.
Good enough for me.
Is that it?